How to Lie Your Way in a Lady's Heart.
Written by Edith Byrd and published by Starfall Publications. Available on our website and on Amazon. Save more with our bundles. Enjoy.
Chapter 1. Ernest Colborne took a deep breath as he looked up at the beautiful, blue, cloudless London sky. The streets were crowded and the air was crisp and fresh. Ernest allowed his thoughts to wander as he made his way to the gentlemen's club to which he had been invited. He was thrilled to see his oldest friend again, but the excitement was clouded by a bit of apprehension. The Duke of Stanhope was waiting for Ernest when he arrived at the club. Ernest tried in vain to swallow his remaining nervousness. The difference in their stations was apparent, and it never failed to make him uncomfortable, even though he knew Harry didn't give it a second thought. "Colborne," Harry said, reaching to give Ernest a hearty handshake. "It is good to see you again." Ernest's discomfort melted as his friend beamed at him. "Harry Wilson," he said, grateful for their informal, casual greeting. Harry was more of a brother to Ernest than a blood-related sibling ever could have been, and the Duke had long ago insisted that Ernest address him as he would a brother. "Shall we?" Harry asked, gesturing toward the door of the gentlemen's club. Once again, Ernest felt nervousness tighten his stomach. He nodded silently and followed his friend inside. To his relief, the two men were greeted as equals when they entered the establishment. It was not much of a surprise. In fact, it happened often. They did look, at first glance, like actual siblings. It wasn't until you got to know the two men that the differences became apparent. Harry's hair was just a shade lighter than Ernest's, and Ernest's eyes were dark blue, whereas Harry's were a deep, dark green. Ernest was also half an inch taller than his friend, and his shoulders were marginally broader. Still, Ernest felt a sense of relief that no one raised an eyebrow at him when he was in the company of his friend. The two men ordered drinks. Then Harry looked at Ernest. "How have you been?" he asked. "How is our beloved William?" Ernest smiled fondly at the mention of his guardian. William Howley, the Duke of Highfield, had taken custody of him after the tragic death of his parents, shortly following his 11th birthday, and had loved and treated Ernest as he would his own son. The elderly Duke did not have any children of his own, but he was always affectionate and kind to both Ernest and Harry, and he seemed content to consider them his family. Ernest certainly considered himself fortunate to call the man his second father. "He is well," Ernest said. "In fact, I just came from visiting with him. I told him that you and I were going to meet, and he told me that he sends his greetings." Harry grinned at his friend. "Send him mine as well, the next time you see him," he said affectionately. Ernest nodded. "So, tell me," he said, taking a sip of his drink. "How was France?" Harry laughed. "Well, are you not the inquisitive one?" he asked. "Are you in such a rush that you have no time for pleasantries?" Ernest blushed. Truthfully, he merely wished to hear about his friend's adventures in order to envy them. As a duke, Harry got to see many parts of the world and do a great deal of travelling, which were things that Ernest had never done. "You have been gone for what feels like forever," Ernest said, taking another sip to avoid his friend's gaze. "You will forgive me if I want to talk less about my boring ventures and more about your exciting travels." Harry laughed again. "Well, I certainly did not miss London," he said. "France was beautiful, exotic, everything that London is not. Truthfully, I wish I could have stayed." Ernest listened. Though he loved London himself, he would love to visit places like France. "I broke free of London society's expectations," Harry continued, his expression dreamy. "I found myself while I travelled. Would that I could do that all the time." Ernest took another drink and smirked playfully at his friend. "Would that all my problems were so trivial, Wilson," he said. His tone had been teasing, but Harry's face grew suddenly serious. "I am sorry, Ernest," he said. "I did not mean to sound so shallow." Ernest raised his drink glass toward his friend. "You do not sound shallow," he said, his eyes twinkling. "You sound like a spoilt child." Harry glared at Ernest, and the two men laughed heartily. "So," Harry said, "have you met any interesting women since I have been away?" Ernest shook his head. "Did you not just say that there was little of appeal here in London?" Ernest asked with a chuckle. "Besides, I do not attend all the social events like you titled men do." Harry lifted his glass again. "Well," he said, "starting with the ball we are attending this weekend, that will soon change." Ernest grimaced. "I can hardly wait," he said dryly. "Oh," Harry said, "don't be that way. The one thing London does have is beautiful women." Ernest sighed. "Beautiful to be sure," he said. "But how many can boast of more than that?" Harry raised his eyebrows. "What else is there?" he asked. "What more could a man want but a beautiful, sweet wife?" A great deal more, Ernest thought, finishing his drink. Lovely and sweet women swarmed the ton, but he had never met one with whom he could have a meaningful conversation. Even the prettiest of women could be duller than a paperweight, and those types of women simply did not hold Ernest's interest. But it was clear that his friend did not share his sentiment, so he chose to keep his thoughts on the subject to himself. Harry pulled his watch from his pocket, then hurriedly finished his own drink. "Oh my," he said, rising from his seat. "I've let time get away from me." Ernest frowned and rose as well. "Am I keeping you from something?" he asked. Harry shook his head and gestured for Ernest to follow him. "On the contrary," he said, "I've made us an appointment for which we are running late." Ernest looked at his friend as they made their way out of the club. "Appointment?" he echoed. Harry nodded. "We are attending the ball this weekend," he said. "So, today we are going to see a tailor." Ernest followed his dearest friend down the street with an audible groan. He wanted to protest, but Harry was clearly excited about attending the ball with Ernest, and Ernest loved his friend. He just prayed that he would not regret accepting Harry's invitation. Chapter 2. "Lily," Rose Seton gently admonished her 19-year-old sister as she squirmed on the seamstress's platform, "you must be still, unless you want your dress to look uneven and odd." Lily looked at her older sister, blushing and smiling sheepishly. "I know," she said. "I am just so excited about this ball." Rose nodded knowingly. Even though she was just a year older than her sister, Lily had always looked to her for advice. Rose always obliged, smiling secretly because everything she told her younger sister was passed down from their mother, who had always given the girls the same wisdom. Lily, though, was a daydreamer, and she often missed their mother's teachings. "Of course you are," she said patiently. "But a wonderful time begins with a perfect dress." Lily frowned at her reflection as the seamstress continued working. "Does this look all right?" Lily asked, as though her sister had not spoken. Her eyes were pleading with Rose to both be truthful and to tell her what she wanted to hear. Rose shook her head affectionately at Lily, smiling fondly at her. Fortunately, the truth just happened to be precisely what her sister wanted to hear. "It looks absolutely perfect," Rose said honestly. "But your sister is right, dear." Their mother, Christine Seton, chimed in, her voice affectionate but firm. "The poor seamstress cannot work properly if you do not stand still." Lily blushed again, straightening her posture and stilling her anxious movements. "I am sorry," she said to the seamstress. "I did not mean to make your work more difficult for you." "It is quite all right," the seamstress said, smiling gently. "I shall be done rather soon, anyway." Rose watched her sister get finished with her fitting with great adoration. It was the final fitting for an upcoming ball, and she shared some of her sister's excitement. But she was also practical. She knew that the purpose of the event was to find a suitable husband, one with a title and wealth. Balls and dinners were just as much of a duty as they were a pleasure, and Rose never let flights of fancy make her forget that. "There," the seamstress said, making the last of her alterations. "How does that feel, Lady Lily?" Lily looked at herself in the mirror and gave a little twirl. Rose and their mother smiled dotingly as her eyes lit up. The pristine white gown that Lily had chosen flaunted the natural blush she had to her cheeks, and the yellow ribbon around her waist made a perfect complement to her light brown eyes and auburn hair. "It is wonderful," she said, beaming at the seamstress. "You have done a splendid job on the dresses," Christine added. "You truly do excellent work." The seamstress smiled at the praise. "And how is yours, Lady Rose?" she asked. Rose looked at herself in the part of the mirror not occupied with her sister's reflection. Her cream, unadorned gown was strict compared to Lily's, but Rose thought it was both comfortable and lovely. She gave her reflection a small, satisfied smile before nodding to the seamstress. "It is perfect," she said. Christine looked at her daughters with deep love. Rose thought she saw a tear in her eye, and she returned her mother's smile. It was Lily's first ball, and Rose imagined that her mother was both proud and a little sad at seeing both her daughters grown and ready to start looking for husbands. Rose's mother rose from her seat and took her daughter's hands. "Well," she said, "what would you two like to do now?" Lily gasped and looked at their mother with wide, bright eyes. "Oh, can we take a walk through Hyde Park?" she asked. Rose and her mother laughed. "If it is all right with your sister, I suppose we can," Christine said. Rose smiled at Lily. "That sounds like a lovely idea," she said. Once the dresses were finished and boxed, Rose, Lily and their mother boarded their carriage and headed to the park. It was a warm day, but the sky was clear, and the air smelled of flowers and crispness. Lily chatted excitedly the entire trip to the park, and Rose was content to simply listen. At the park, Christine walked leisurely behind her daughters. Lily was growing more excited by the minute, reminding Rose a great deal of when they were children. After several more moments, Rose could not help but laugh. "My goodness," she said, "one might think that you were getting married this weekend, rather than merely attending a ball." Lily looked at her with wide eyes. "Are you saying that you are not excited about the ball?" Lily asked. Rose smiled sadly. Her sister truly did not understand the way Rose viewed the world. "I am certainly looking forward to it," she said, "but I am not giddy with excitement." Lily stopped and put her hands on her hips. "I understand your propensity for practicality," she said, "but to me, not being excited about a ball is just not rational." Rose took her sister's hands. "I am thrilled at the possibilities that may present themselves," she said, "but I have attended many balls. I suppose that much of the excitement is gone." Lily frowned. "You mean that you are only attending to find a husband?" she said flatly. Rose bit her lip. Lily was exactly right, but she did not wish to quarrel with her sister or take away from her happiness about the social event. "That is one thing I hope for," she said, "but I also wish to see you enjoy yourself and find a nice suitor." Lily looked at Rose, her expression becoming urgent and pleading. "But I do not simply wish for a suitor or a husband," she said. "I wish to find someone I love to be those things." Rose squeezed Lily's hands. "Of course you do," she said with a sigh. "I suppose that I am just looking for something different in a potential husband." Lily nodded. "That is precisely my point," she said. "I fear that you will pass up a perfectly wonderful man because of your expectations." Rose shook her head. No matter how many times they spoke about this, Lily could not understand Rose's feelings. "Lily, I promise you that I shall marry someone who makes me perfectly happy," she said. Lily released her sister's hands and hugged her. "I certainly hope that will be true," she said. Rose laughed. "Well," she said, "I am sure that you will be right here to tell me if you feel I am not courting the right man." Lily narrowed her eyes playfully at her sister. "And you can rest assured that I shall too," she said. Both women laughed. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Lunch was just being served when the women returned home. Rose and Lily handed their dresses to the servants. Then they joined their parents in the dining room. Her mother and father were already seated, and Christine seemed to be telling her husband about the day's adventures. The Baron was listening to his wife intently, looking at her with eyes that shone with love and devotion. He laughed at something the Baroness said, and then he lifted her hand to his lips and kissed it gently. Christine blushed and caressed his hand with her fingers. Rose glanced at Lily, who was staring at their parents with a tearful, dreamy expression. Rose also felt a pang of longing. It was not that she did not wish to find love. She had simply begun preparing herself to marry well, even if love between her and her husband did not begin to form until later in the marriage. The Baron saw his daughters entering the room, and he rose to greet them. He hugged them both and kissed them on the cheek. "Good afternoon, my darlings," he said warmly. "Your mother was just telling me what a lovely morning you had." Lily nodded, all of her earlier excitement returning in full force. "Oh, yes, father," she said. "It was such a beautiful day, and our dresses are the prettiest I have ever seen." The Baron laughed at his younger daughter's enthusiasm. "I take it that you are looking forward to the ball, then?" he asked, teasing Lily. Rose bit her lip to hide a giggle as Lily blushed and nodded emphatically. "I can hardly wait," she said while she and Rose took their seats. As they ate their meal, Rose sat and watched her family with deep affection. She loved them dearly, and deep down she wanted to raise a family of her own that was full of that same kind of love. What Lily failed to understand was that it was Rose's duty to the family she loved so dearly to ensure that she married a man who could provide for and take care of her for the rest of her life. Lily also could not fathom that she might need to sacrifice the kind of passionate love that her parents have in order to ensure that she fulfilled her duty, or that Rose had accepted this fact and was learning to make herself content with the idea. Rose had a very strong sense of duty and an awareness of her responsibilities that grew with every passing year. She fully understood the importance of marrying a man with money and a good, strong title. And that was what she intended to do. She also believed that she could both be content and fulfill her duties. Once more, she hoped that Lily would eventually begin to see reason, let go of the remnants of her childhood immaturity, and see that she, too, should ensure that she married well. Chapter 3. Ernest pulled out the worn gold pocket watch that had belonged to his father and looked at it for the 10th time since arriving at Dartmouth Hall. It was almost 1:30 the hour, and the ball had already been in full swing when he arrived. He was still waiting for Harry, who was uncharacteristically late. As he waited, Ernest did his best to avoid making eye contact with the other arriving guests, especially the ones who looked at him with great scrutiny. He grew more anxious by the minute, and he could not help wondering what had ever made him agree to attend such a high-class event. Just as Ernest was debating whether he should just leave and return to his home, he caught sight of a familiar face approaching. Harry was looking at his own pocket watch, the tip of his cane glistening in the soft light of the sconces scattered all about the exterior of the property. He looked up, scanning the faces of the people walking up to the door of Dartmouth Hall, searching for Ernest. Ernest stepped from his place on the stairs and walked toward his friend. He set his face in a mock scowl and began rehearsing a long, chastising speech about how Harry had just left him to stand there, looking and feeling like a fool. As Ernest approached his friend, however, it quickly became clear that Harry was in a state of agitation. Ernest's playful frown fell away, and his eyebrows creased with concern. Harry spotted Ernest, and he quickly closed the distance between them. Before Ernest could say a word, Harry thrust his cane into Ernest's hands. "I cannot do this," he said, his voice sounding as frustrated as his face appeared. Ernest raised his eyebrow, giving his friend a smirk. "Are you talking about the ball?" he asked, hoping that his light tone would ease his friend's displeasure. That is happy news. I was just considering leaving myself. Harry shook his head. He opened his mouth to continue speaking, but a couple walked past the two men, looking at them inquisitively. Harry grabbed Ernest's arm and pulled him into the shadows, away from the other ball guests. Ernest's concern grew. He had never seen his friend in such a state. He put his hand on Harry's shoulder and gave him a gentle shake. "What has happened?" he asked softly. "This is most unlike you." Harry shook his head again. "This is precisely like me," he said. "You are just typically not around to witness it." Ernest frowned, more confused and worried than ever before. "What on earth are you talking about?" he asked. Harry sighed. Ernest could see him trying to collect his thoughts, so he kept silent. He instead kept his hand on his friend's shoulder as a comfort, and Harry gave him a small, grateful smile. After a moment, Harry nodded. Ernest slowly dropped his hand from Harry's arm and nodded with encouragement. "I detest being a Duke, Colborne," he said. Harry's voice sounded resigned and strained. "I am weary of people who approach me with no interest in anything but my title. You are my only true friend. The women here are only concerned with my being a Duke." Ernest blinked at his friend, stunned. "I beg your pardon?" he asked dumbly. Harry put his own hand on Ernest's arm and looked at him intently. "You should take my place," he said, ignoring Ernest's question. Ernest's mouth fell open. The words coming from his friend's mouth made no sense. "Have you gone mad?" he asked, his senses returning to him in a wave of incredulity. Harry's face suddenly brightened, which worried Ernest even more. He put his arm around Ernest's shoulder and smiled at him. "You should take my place," he repeated. Ernest shook his head, not believing what his friend was saying any more the second time around. "You have definitely gone mad," Ernest said again, shaking his head slowly. "And why would you ever think that such a thing would work?" Harry shrugged. "Why not?" he asked. Ernest's eyes widened. He made a mental note to try and coax Harry into visiting an asylum. He paused a moment longer, waiting for his old friend to tell him that he was joking. When no such words came, he grabbed Harry by his shoulders. "No," he said firmly, "absolutely not. This is insane. You are insane." Harry did not seem taken aback. In fact, his face brightened even more. "Why not?" he asked again. "It would be most beneficial for both of us." Ernest gently shook his friend, praying that Harry's senses would return to him. "Because I behave nothing like a duke," he said bluntly. He realised that their voices had raised when he saw a gentleman nonchalantly walking sideways towards them, rather than up the stairs to Dartmouth Hall. He dropped his voice to a whisper. "In fact, I really should not be here at all." Harry laughed, and Ernest winced, fearing the attention it would draw. "Nonsense," he said jubilantly. "I will not leave your side. We will simply switch identities for one night. I will be Ernest Colborne, landowner, and you will be the Duke of Stanhope." Ernest shook his head. "It would be an instant failure," he said. "People would recognise me, and they would certainly recognise you." Harry laughed again. "That's just it," he said. "I have been away from London for far too long, and I made very few appearances before my departure. I would wager my entire fortune that no one remembers my face. They only care about my title." Harry paused for a moment, then nodded decisively. "Yes, this will work. This is what we will do." Ernest started to protest again, but Harry looked at him knowingly. "You will surely meet a suitable woman to court," he said. Ernest opened his mouth, then closed it. It was true that his current prospects for marriage were not good, but he did not want to begin a relationship with a woman under false pretenses. "This could get us into serious trouble," he said at last. Harry waved his hand dismissively. "No harm can come from this," he said. We will be careful." Ernest started once more to try to talk sense into his friend, but Harry put his hands on Ernest's shoulders. His face changed, and his eyes were now pleading and hopeful. "Please, my friend," he said, his voice regaining some of its earlier distress. "I am not ready to be flocked by women vying for my affection and title. I am in a different mindset right now." Before Ernest could say anything more, Harry took off his jacket and unbuttoned Ernest's. Ernest stood motionless, realizing that there was nothing he could say to change Harry's mind. When Harry handed him his jacket, Ernest dutifully put it on. Once Harry finished buttoning up the confiscated coat, he handed Ernest his cane, then pushed him towards the door of Dartmouth Hall. "Remember," Harry whispered as they entered the ball, "you are Harry Wilson, Duke of Stanhope." "I know nothing about how to carry or present myself as a duke," Ernest said sullenly. Harry stopped walking, looking thoughtful. "You are right," he said. Then he lowered his voice. "All right, listen well. Stand tall and straight. Make solid eye contact and carry yourself with high confidence. When you bow, do so from the waist and keep your back straight. Smile often and acknowledge everyone who speaks to you." Ernest felt dizzy. He knew this terrible plan would never work, and he wanted more than anything to flee from the ball and his completely mad friend. "How do I speak like a duke?" he asked, defeated. Harry paused again. "Say as little as possible," he said, "and, when in doubt, remain vague or silent. Aloof answers, or none at all, will be far less noticeable than wrong ones. Now, you should be ready." Ernest glared at him, but Harry paid him no mind. He wanted to shake his friend again for thrusting this insane plot on him, and then not giving him any time to prepare himself before expecting him to pass for a duke. Harry would owe him dearly for such a wild favour, if that was, they even managed to pull it off. As the men entered the ballroom, Ernest tried to put all of his attention into taking in his surroundings and off his racing heart. The mansion was luxurious and immaculately clean. Silver fixtures and decorations littered the place, and the deep blue and soft yellow colours were vibrant and rich. Once more, Ernest felt awkward and out of place. He had never seen a house so lovely. Its beauty was rivalled only by the attractive and sophisticated women and men that filled the ballroom. He felt the colour drain from his face. Perhaps this was a mistake, he told Harry, his eyes wide. Once more Harry ignored him. A voice from beside them made Ernest jump. A tall gentleman announced them to the crowd, and Ernest feared, for a brief moment, he might faint when he heard himself introduced as Harry. He leaned heavily on the cane for support as Harry half dragged him towards the dance floor. "Relax," Harry whispered as they walked around the clusters of people milling about. "No one even gave us a second glance." Ernest snorted. "We only just arrived," he muttered, "and no one has heard us speak yet." Harry nudged him, and Ernest felt another strong urge to shake him. He might have truly considered it, but just then they spotted a group of young women standing together, away from the rest of the ball guests. One of them, a lovely young woman with ginger hair, said something, and all the women laughed merrily. Even from where they stood, Ernest could see how beautiful she was, and he stared at her. "Found you a lady, have you?" Harry teased. Ernest blushed and looked down at the ground. "No," he said quietly, hoping the floor would open up and allow him to fall in. Harry nudged him again. "Of course, my lord," Harry said loudly, earning them the attention of the women. They ceased talking and laughing immediately, and looked at the two men curiously. Harry urged Ernest forward. With the eyes of all the women now on them, Ernest could not resist. He followed behind Harry, trying his best not to look as reluctant as he felt. "Good evening, ladies," Harry said, his voice mild but confident. "I would like to introduce His Grace, Lord Harry Wilson, Duke of Stanhope." The women exchanged looks and began to giggle and blush. The ginger-haired one stepped forward, smiling brilliantly. As she curtsied, Ernest saw precisely how beautiful she really was. Her eyes were almost black, a stark contrast to her pale skin. Her gold and cream dress complemented her red hair and appeared to be made from satin. Ernest's heart caught in his throat and he smiled at her.
Thank you for watching. Before we continue into the story, do us a favor. Like this video and hit the subscribe button because it helps very much with YouTube's algorithm. Thank you again. Now back to our story.
"It is a pleasure to meet you, my lord," she said, her voice as musical as it was clear and confident. "I am Rose Seton." Ernest bowed as Harry had told him to, his smile widening. "The pleasure is mine, Lady Rose," he said. From the corner of his eye, he could see Harry give a small nod of approval before performing a bow of his own. "And this," Ernest said, gesturing to Harry, "is my friend, Ernest Colborne." Rose curtsied and the other women briefly followed suit, looking at Harry almost expectantly. Harry gave a small bow. "It is a pleasure, ladies," he said. The women exchanged disappointed looks. Ernest understood that they had realised Ernest's name held no title. That was the exact reaction Ernest had been expecting directed at himself. But Harry did not seem fazed at all. In fact, he was looking at one of the women in particular with a crooked grin and a twinkle in his eye. She had hair very similar in colour to Rose's, and their cheekbones were strikingly similar. Sisters, if Ernest had to guess. The other women slowly moved away from the men, whispering amongst themselves. But Rose and the other red-haired woman, who was smiling and blushing at Harry as she curtsied, stayed. "Good evening, Mr. Colborne," she said. "I am Lily Seton." Ernest's guess was confirmed then. Indeed, she was Lady Seton's sister. He bit his lip to hide a smile. It would figure that he and his friend would take an interest in a pair of sisters. Lily was pretty too, but Rose's countenance held strength and pride, whereas Lily's was soft and sweet, a delicate flower. "It is truly a pleasure, Lady Lily," Harry said, his smile widening. Just then, the next dance began, and the two red-haired women curtsied again and excused themselves. Ernest's heart fell until Rose glanced back at him briefly and smiled at him once more. Heavens, he thought, she is so beautiful. And she was, indeed. She was ethereal, graceful, and her eyes spoke of intelligence and shrewdness. Ernest was certain that she was the most beautiful woman he had ever met. He and Harry mingled and spoke with other people. Women approached Ernest often, and he was certain that they were all hoping that he would ask them to dance. But he paid them no mind. He politely ignored the question in their eyes and moved away from each one as quickly as he could. Fortunately, Harry seemed happy enough not to linger with any of those women either. He had seemed quite taken with Lily, and Ernest knew that he himself was completely smitten with Rose. He could not wait for another opportunity to speak to her. Chapter 4. Rose felt a surprising sense of disappointment as she walked away from the Duke. She found him unexpectedly intriguing, and she wished she could have stayed and talked to him more. Her dance car was nearly full, but she made a vow that she would seek him out before the end of the evening, nonetheless. She glanced at Lily, who was looking intently at her, her cheeks flushed with excitement. "Oh, weren't those two gentlemen wonderful?" she asked. Rose smiled at her sister. "The Duke was certainly very charming," she said, trying to hide the blush creeping into her own face. "Mr. Colborne was rather delightful as well," Lily said, her expression becoming dreamy. "You are not disappointed in his lack of a title?" Rose asked, though she already knew the answer. Lily shook her head, still clearly enthralled by the man. "Titles do not matter to me, Rose," she said. "He is very handsome and witty, and he made excellent conversation. A title is just a word." Rose gave her sister another small smile. She disagreed with her sister's point of view, but she did not wish to shatter her fantasy. Lily was more sensitive and romantic, which Rose suspected had a great deal to do with all the romance novels she read. Perhaps she would become wiser as the season continued, and she met more gentlemen, and she would come to see, as Rose had, that marrying well for the sake of duty and family was what mattered. Still, Rose could not help but hope that her sister would be fortunate enough to marry for love as well. Despite her views on love and marriage, Rose noticed that her thoughts kept drifting back to Lord Wilson. She had only talked to him for a few moments, but he was everything that a duke should be, if a little bit shy. He was handsome, charming, warm, and elegant. Despite dancing with many men within her first couple of hours at the ball, none of them had elicited the same feelings as Lord Wilson. One dance partner in particular was rather insufferable. He was too skinny, his dull eyes were sunken, and he wished to talk about nothing but himself. Rose was content to let him chatter on as she scanned the ballroom for Lord Wilson. She looked carefully through each group of people she saw, but she could not spot him. Her heart sank, fearing that he had already left, and she prayed that the song would end quickly so that she could look for him. After several more painstaking moments, the dance did end. She gave her insufferable partner a brief curtsy, then hastily departed from his presence. She scanned the ballroom, at last spotting Lord Wilson standing with his friend Ernest. She relaxed, pleased to see that he had not left. Just then, Lord Wilson looked up and saw her. He smiled brightly and excused himself from his companion. Then, he began making his way to her. Before he could reach her, however, one of her new friends, Jessica Weston, stepped in front of her. A tall man stood with her, blocking Lord Wilson from her sight. She looked up, more than a little annoyed at the intrusion. She gave her friend and the man a small forced smile. "Excuse me," she said. "I did not mean to impede your path." She tried to step around the pair, but they stepped to the side, once more stopping her movement. "Well," Jessica said, "I was actually hoping to speak with you." Rose stifled a groan. The only thing she wanted was to speak with Lord Wilson again. "Forgive me," she said, "but I was on my way to speak with someone." Jessica blushed and squirmed uncomfortably. "Forgive me, Lady Rose," she said. "I just wanted to introduce you to Lord Arthur Sinclair." Rose gave him another smile. If she was not mistaken, he was the son of the Earl of Ramsbury. He was not unattractive. His blonde hair was neat, and his brown eyes shone with sharpness and wit. But he simply was not Lord Wilson, with whom she very much wanted to dance. Jessica seemed to sense the tension. Her flush deepened and she gave a sudden curtsy. "Forgive my hurry," she said, "but I must go speak with someone. I do hope the two of you have a wonderful conversation." With that, Jessica rushed off, leaving her standing there with the tall gentleman. Rose looked at him again, and something about him made her uneasy. Still, she put on her best smile and prepared to offer a proper but brief greeting. She was blissfully interrupted before she could do so, however. "Hello again, Lady Rose," Lord Wilson said, at last approaching where Rose and Lord Sinclair were standing. Rose beamed and took an instinctive step towards him. "Hello, Lord Wilson," she said. Lord Sinclair moved again, keeping Lord Wilson at some distance. "Excuse me," he said curtly. "The lady was just about to dance with me." Rose looked at Lord Sinclair, shocked. He was as rude as he was handsome, and Rose opened her mouth to openly reject his dance request. "Oh, do forgive me," Lord Wilson said meekly. "I shall wait until you have finished your dance, Lady Rose." Rose looked at him and saw that his face was deeply flushed and his gaze was cast downward. Her heart squeezed and she turned to glare at Lord Sinclair. "Indeed, you shall," he said, taking her hand and pulling her away from Lord Wilson. She considered halting her steps and refusing to dance with Lord Sinclair, but she did not wish to make a scene, especially since Lord Wilson had already been so humiliated by the Earl's son. She bit her lip and let Lord Sinclair lead her onto the dance floor. She rigidly positioned herself for the dance and followed his lead once the song started. Fortunately, much like the first man with whom she had danced, Lord Sinclair was happy to talk only about himself. Rose was bored with his chatter, as well as being angry with him for his behaviour, so she said nothing as they danced. When the dance did at last end, she quickly excused herself and rushed away from Lord Sinclair. It did not take her long to lose him in the crowded ballroom, and she made her way out onto the balcony to get some fresh air. She still wanted to find Lord Wilson, but she also wanted to give Arthur Sinclair enough time to stop searching for her. She hoped that Lord Wilson had not decided to leave after the abhorrent way her dance partner had spoken to him. Just then, Rose heard someone clear his throat behind her. She whirled around, afraid that she would see Lord Sinclair approaching, but she did not. Instead, she saw Lord Wilson. She smiled and walked to him. "I apologise for that arrogant man earlier," she said. He grinned, and her heart began to race. He truly was handsome. "You have no reason to apologise," he said, "although I believe that now you owe me a dance." Rose giggled at his sheepish remark. It was clear that he was very timid rather than arrogant, and Rose thought that made him even more attractive. "Well," she said, "then I should not keep you waiting any longer." He smiled again, a bit more confidently this time, and Rose noticed how beautifully the moonlight shone on his face and in his eyes. She had never felt so attracted to a man, and certainly not so quickly. There was something about him that went against everything she had previously thought about love, and she was beginning to like the feeling. "Shall we, then?" Lord Wilson asked, offering her his arm. She blushed and slipped her arm through his. "Lead the way, my lord," she said. Lord Wilson danced very well. Rose felt as though she were weightless as they circled the dance floor. She was becoming more mesmerised by him with each passing moment. She hoped that Lily was having a great night as well, and she could not wait to tell her sister about her impression of Lord Wilson. As if on cue, Rose saw movement out of the corner of her eye. Lily was waving at her, wearing a bright smile. Rose saw that Ernest was standing next to her, and Lily looked at him with wide, doting eyes as he leaned down and said something. Rose smiled warmly at her sister, giving her a little wave in return. "Your sister seems to be enjoying herself," Lord Wilson said. Rose looked at him with a smile. "Your friend seems to have made quite an impression on her," she said. Harry glanced at the pair again. "It would appear so," he said, grinning. Then he looked at Rose. "And what about you? I trust that you are having a lovely evening as well?" Rose blushed. "I certainly am, Lord Wilson," she said. Harry smiled warmly at her and nodded. "I am glad," he said. The dance ended, much too soon for Rose. When Lord Wilson gestured towards the balcony, Rose beamed and followed him back outside. She was surprised at how pleased she was that he wanted to continue talking to her. The night was clear and warm, and the scent of flowers drifted up from the gardens below. With the gentleman standing next to her and her growing attraction to him, it felt like something straight out of her sister's romance stories. Maybe I should write about this, she thought. "Lady Rose?" Lord Wilson asked, bringing her out of her thoughts. "Is everything all right?" Rose smiled sheepishly at him. "Oh, yes," she said. "I was just thinking about a poem I would like to write." Harry's face brightened. "You write poetry?" he asked, his eyes wide. Rose bit her lip, wishing she had not mentioned her poetry. "Yes," she said softly, "but it really is not very good." Harry smiled reassuringly at her. "I am sure anything that comes from you must be just as beautiful as you," he said. Rose blushed deeply. He was as charming as he was handsome, and she liked it. "Well, I'm better at reading poetry than writing it," she said, making him laugh. "You should let me read a poem or two sometime," he said. "I enjoy poetry a bit myself." Rose's blush deepened. "So," she said, "what else is there to know about you, besides the fact that you like terrible poetry?" Harry laughed heartily again, which made Rose giggle. "Well," he said, I am usually rather uncomfortable and unhappy at events such as this." Rose giggled. "I can see why they would have more appeal for the ladies of the ton," she said. "But you dance very well." Harry blushed and grinned at her. "Now, which one of us enjoys terrible talents?" he asked. Rose laughed. "What about plays?" she asked. "Do you enjoy the theatre?" Harry thought for a moment before nodding. "I do enjoy seeing a good performance on occasion," he said. Rose nodded. "Do you attend with your family?" she asked. Harry's face fell. "Both of my parents died when I was a child," he said. Rose gasped and covered her mouth with her hand. "Oh my," she said. "I am terribly sorry." The grin returned to Harry's face and he shook his head. "You could not have known," he said. "I loved my parents dearly, but I grew up well, despite their deaths." Rose nodded, unsure of what to say next. She cursed herself for having hurt him. She must have hesitated a moment too long, because he gently touched her arm. "It is all right," he said, "truly." She looked up at him and smiled meekly. "You are very kind, my lord," she said. He smiled dreamily at her. "And you are very beautiful," he said. "And I really would love to read some of your poems sometime, if, that is, you will agree to see me again." Rose blushed again. She had never thought much about letting people read her poems, because she truly did not believe they were any good. She just wrote them as a way to pass the time. But she did very much wish to see Lord Wilson again. Perhaps they could laugh together over some of the silly things she had written. Or he might surprise her and actually enjoy them. One thing she knew was that she liked him a great deal. "That sounds wonderful," she said. "I would very much like that." His whole face lit up at her words. "Wonderful," he said. "I shall call upon you very soon. I think you are a very interesting lady, and I would very much like to get to know you better." Rose smiled. "I think that I would like that very much too," she said. Just then, Lily rushed up to her. Her face was flushed and her eyes were sparkling. She looked absolutely smitten, and Rose could not help but laugh. "Forgive me, my lord," Lily said, curtsying to Lord Wilson, "but Rose and I must be going." Rose's heart fell. She had lost all track of time. She glanced behind her sister and saw that a vast number of the ball guests had already left. Lord Wilson bowed to the women. When he stood back up, Rose saw that he too looked disappointed. It seemed that he truly did like her, and that made her heart race. "Then I shall bid you good night," he said, taking her hand and giving it a gentle kiss. She ignored Lily, who gasped beside her. "Thank you for a wonderful evening, Lord Wilson," she said. "It was my pleasure, Lady Rose," he said, "and good night to you, Lady Lily." Lily giggled and curtsied. Then she took Rose's arm and led her toward the front of the ballroom. Before Lily could begin interrogating her, however, Lord Sinclair caught up to them. "I was hoping to catch you again this evening, Lady Rose," he said. Rose smiled apologetically. "I am sorry, my lord," she said, "but I really must go. Thank you for the dance." Without waiting for the insufferable man to say anything more, Rose let Lily tug her out of the room and into the warm, breezy night air. Chapter 5. Ernest watched Rose as she exited the ballroom. He saw Arthur Sinclair try to speak to her again, and he was surprised to find that watching Lord Sinclair approach her made him a bit jealous. He was even more surprised at the relief he felt when Lady Rose dismissed Lord Sinclair and left the ball. She was truly the most beautiful woman he had ever met, and he could not wait to see her again. A hand on his shoulder caused him to start. He turned around to see Harry's cheerful face. "Are you ready to leave, now that your lady friend has departed?" he asked. Ernest blushed. "It would seem that you have found yourself a lady friend as well," he retorted playfully. Harry laughed. "Come," he said, gesturing towards the front door. "We can discuss everything over brandy at home." When they arrived, Harry had his servants prepare some cakes to be served in his study. As they waited for the food, he poured both of them snifters of brandy. Then, he sat opposite Ernest behind the desk and looked at him expectantly. Ernest chuckled. "You are looking at me as if I might suddenly grow an extra limb," he said, still feeling pleasant and jovial after meeting Rose. Harry laughed. "You are behaving as if you might," he said. "I have never seen you so happy, and certainly not at a ball." Ernest blushed, but his grin widened. "Well, I have never met anyone quite like Lady Rose before tonight," he said. Harry nodded. "I shall wait right here, not patiently, I might add, until you tell me all about her," he said. Ernest shook his head at his friend. He knew that Harry would, indeed, try to keep him there all night, unless after Ernest told him what he wanted to know. In truth, he wanted to tell Harry about it, but he did not know if he could ever put something so incredible into adequate words. "She is wonderful," Ernest said. Harry stared at him. "That is it?" Harry teased. "All you have to say is that she is wonderful." Ernest laughed. "It would seem that she writes poetry," he said, "but she is very modest about it." Harry nodded knowingly. "Lady Lily mentioned her sister's poetry," he said, "and she says it is really quite good." Ernest nodded. He truly was very attracted to Rose, but his thoughts began turning on him. He had, after all, lied to her about who he was, and he could not keep up the charade forever. Did Lady Lily happen to say what her sister will think when she finds out the man she met tonight is a terrible liar? He asked mournfully. Harry blinked at him. "Do you truly think that a title would matter to someone like Lady Rose?" he asked. Ernest shrugged. "I honestly do not know," he said. "But one thing I do know is that I wish to see her again." Harry sipped his drink. "Did you ask her about calling on her?" he asked. Ernest nodded. "Yes," he said. He was trying to push away his negative thoughts, but he was afraid that Rose would reject him. "And?" Harry asked. "What did she say?" "She said she would love for me to call on her," Ernest said. Harry laughed jovially. "There, you see?" he asked. "She must like you as much as you like her if she said that." Ernest sighed. "But she thinks that I am you, remember?" he asked. Harry walked from his seat and put his hand on Ernest's shoulder. "I really believe that you are worrying over nothing," he said. Ernest shrugged again. "Perhaps," he said, "but I wish to tell her the truth as soon as possible." Harry leaned against his desk. "It would likely be best to do that sooner rather than later," he said. "Truthfully, I have been thinking about how I plan to tell Lady Lily." Ernest found the opportunity to get his mind off his woeful thoughts. "Yes," he said, "and you have yet to tell me about Lady Lily." It was Harry's turn to blush. "She is truly magnificent," he said. "I have never met anyone who was so sweet and pure. She's so innocent and kind, and she has no interest whatsoever in titles." Ernest smiled sadly. It would figure that his friend, with the titles and wealth, would meet a woman who did not care about any of it. "Well, are you not the lucky one?" he said. Harry looked at Ernest, regret filling his eyes. "This is my fault," he said. "But what if I told you that I believe I can help you make things right?" Ernest frowned at his friend. "What scheme are you contemplating now?" he teased. Harry shook his head. "No more schemes," he promised. "But what if we call on both of them at the same time and we tell them the truth together?" Ernest raised his eyebrows at Harry, some of his apprehension slipping away. "You would do that?" he asked. Harry nodded. "Of course I would," he said intently. "I created this problem. I was selfish and foolish. I could never have dreamed that both of us would meet such wonderful women tonight. But now, I can do this for both of us and make things right." Ernest took a deep breath. He felt better knowing that he would have his friend's help and support, but he still had a nervous flutter in his stomach. After meeting Rose, Ernest could not imagine not having her in his life, and there was a very real possibility that she would never want to speak to him again. However, he felt a stronger sensation in his heart, one which he could not ignore. He could not give up on Rose just because he thought she might be upset with him. "All right," Ernest said at last. Harry's grin returned, and he raised his glass to his friend. "Very good," he said. "We can call on them first thing tomorrow, if you like." Ernest nodded. Tomorrow morning did not seem soon enough, but he raised his own glass in a toast to his friend. "Tomorrow morning," he said. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The next day, Ernest arrived early at Harry's house, pleased to see that his friend was already dressed and finished with breakfast. Ernest had skipped his meal and not slept a bit because he was getting more nervous by the minute. He waited impatiently in the entryway of the house for Harry to get his coat and cane. Harry pulled on his coat, then put his hand on Ernest's shoulder. "You must calm yourself, my friend," he said gently. "Things will work out for the best. Trust me." Ernest sniffed. "Would that I could be as confident as you," he said. Lily and Rose Seton lived in the centre of London, which gave Ernest plenty of time to plan what he would say to Rose. Harry let him think in peace, no doubt daydreaming about Lily. By the time they arrived at the Baron's estate, Ernest was equal parts excited and nervous. He tried his best to find some of the confidence that being with Rose the night before had given him. But as they stood in the entryway while the butler announced them, Ernest's heart began to race, and all he could hear was the blood rushing in his ears. Moments later, Lily and Rose descended the stairs. When Ernest set eyes on Rose, who was wearing a lovely, pale blue gown, his racing heart stopped. She was even more beautiful than he remembered, and in that moment, nothing mattered to him except her. The women reached the bottom of the stairs and approached their respective men. "Good morning, Lady Rose," Ernest said, bowing as he had done the night before. "This is truly a pleasant surprise, my lord," Rose said as she curtsied. Lily gave a brief curtsy to Ernest. "Good morning, Lord Wilson," she said quickly. Then she turned her attention to Harry, who was grinning so widely that Ernest thought his face might become stretched. "Good morning, Mr. Colborne." As they finished their greetings, 2 more people appeared at the top of the stairs. Ernest looked up to see a man and a woman, dressed very elegantly and smiling warmly at the quartet. Rose followed his gaze, and she gestured to the couple who had now almost reached them. "Lord Wilson, Mr. Colborne," she said, "I would like you to meet our parents, the Baron and Baroness of Wilmington." Ernest bowed, trying to swallow his heart, which had leapt into his throat. "Good morning," he said. Lady Seton curtsied and smiled warmly. "It is a pleasure to meet the 2 of you," she said. The Baron stepped forward and greeted the 2 men. "Please," he said kindly, "will you both join us for tea?" "Thank you, my lord," Harry said gratefully. "You are most gracious." As he followed the group into the drawing room, Ernest thought that their hosts were indeed very gracious. They had only been in their home a few moments, but he already felt welcomed and accepted. Everyone seemed so happy and warm, and it reminded him of his parents. Lord and Lady Seton proved to be just as courteous as he expected, as they asked Ernest and Harry about themselves. They all listened very politely and intently, and had nothing but nice things to say in return. Ernest was very careful not to say anything that would either continue or contradict the charade. He also could not help but notice that Rose was listening with special interest to everything he said, and Lily was equally as devoted to Harry's every word. "Tell me," Harry said, looking at the Baron, "it must have been a great privilege to raise such beautiful and sweet daughters." The Baron and Baroness exchanged looks, then laughed. "Well," the Baroness said, "these 2 could be quite the handful when they were children." Lily gasped and blushed at her mother's words. Rose hid a giggle behind her hand. "We were not," Lily said. The Baroness laughed. Then, would you care to explain the time that you tried on my wedding dress when you were 5? She asked, dabbing tears of humour from the corner of her eyes. Lily's blush deepened, making Rose laugh even harder. I told her that Mother would be angry with her, and she said, well, then I must get married so that she will never know. Everyone laughed, including Lily, though she glared playfully at her sister. Do you remember when you pulled off all of the buds from one of Mother's rose bushes because you thought that you could start growing flowers in your hair? She retorted. Rose blushed then and glanced up at Ernest. He had never seen her look so beautiful, and he wished more than anything he could kiss her. Perhaps you would like to tell these gentlemen about the time you ended up falling face first into a big mud puddle when we went for a picnic, Rose retaliated. Lily's face became redder than it had before, and Rose dissolved into another fit of laughter. Ernest noticed the Baron and Baroness holding hands and watching their daughter's playful banter with sheer adoration. Ernest's heart swelled. He felt nothing but comfortable in their presence, and he said a silent prayer that things could continue to be this perfect after the truth was known. Chapter 6. Rose, came an urgent whisper from the other side of Rose's closed bedroom door. She was already awake, unable to stop thinking of the joy that Lord Wilson's visit had brought her. She climbed from her bed and hurried over to her door before the voice on the other side could rouse her parents from their slumber. She opened the door to find her sister's flushed, grinning face, staring back at her. Did I wake you? Lily asked. Rose returned her sister's smile and shook her head. No, she said, but you should come in here before you wake the whole house. Lily covered her mouth and rushed into Rose's room. She waited until Rose closed and locked the door before she continued speaking. Ernest is the most amazing man I have ever met, she said, unable to keep the excitement out of her voice. Rose giggled. We could see that you and Ernest were quite taken with each other, she said. Lily smirked at Rose. We? She asked. Rose blushed, realizing her words. I just meant that all of us could see how well the two of you were getting on, she said, looking at the floor. Lily snorted. As if no one could see how you and Lord Wilson were looking at one another, she teased. Lord Wilson is quite a gentleman, Rose said, blushing. Lily giggled and took her hand. He certainly seems that way. It is easy to see why he and Ernest are friends. Rose nodded. Lord Wilson and Ernest do seem to be quite close, she said. Despite Ernest's lack of title or wealth, it is clear that Lord Wilson cares a great deal about his friend. Lily nodded knowingly. That is because not everyone is enraptured by titles. Rose sat thoughtfully. She understood what her sister was saying, but she could not help but think about Lord Wilson. He not only had the title she sought in a husband, but he was also kind, charming, and witty. She briefly considered mentioning those points to her sister, but Lily took her hands and smiled. I do not mean to offend your way of thinking, she said, but not everything in the world has to do with money or a name. Rose nodded thoughtfully. She could not argue how happy Ernest seemed to make her sister, despite his lack of wealth. She could not truthfully say that she understood her sister's interest in a man with no title or no claim to wealth, but it did warm her heart to see her sister so happy. Perhaps it would pave the way for her sister to find true love with a titled man if she realised that she could feel so happy with a man as charming and handsome as Ernest. I take no offence, she said, and I am glad that you are enjoying Mr. Colborne's company. Lily sighed. He truly is a gentleman, she said. Then she looked at Rose pointedly. And Lord Wilson seems to be quite a gentleman as well. One who is rather taken with you. Rose blushed, unable to hide a giggle. Well, she said, I suppose that I am rather taken with him as well. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Rose and Lily spent the following morning strolling leisurely through their gardens and talking about Ernest and Harry. Rose was content to let Lily chatter away excitedly, not failing to repeat how wonderful she thought Ernest was. She had wholeheartedly meant it when she told Lord Wilson that she could not wait to see him again. Lily was in the middle of talking about the things she hoped she and Ernest would do together if they began courting, when one of the servants rushed up to them. "Forgive me, milady," she said to Rose, "but there is a gentleman here to see you." She exchanged a look with Lily, who was grinning broadly at her. "It would seem that Lord Wilson already cannot get enough of you," she said with a giggle. Rose rushed inside with Lily following closely behind, her heart racing. She was thrilled at the idea of seeing Harry again so soon. However, when she reached the entryway where the gentleman caller was waiting, her heart plummeted into her stomach. "Good day, Lady Rose," Arthur Sinclair said, bowing exaggeratedly. Rose stood staring at him for a moment, trying to swallow the disappointment she felt at not seeing Harry there waiting for her. "Good day, my lord," she said, forcing herself to curtsy. "What brings you here to my home?" Lord Sinclair smiled brightly. "I wished to call upon you," he said, as though it was exceedingly obvious. Rose stifled a groan. She wanted nothing more than to send him away, but politeness dictated otherwise. She gave him her best fake smile. "Will you join us for tea?" she asked. Lord Sinclair's smile widened. "That sounds lovely, my lady," he said. Lily gasped softly beside Rose, who looked at her sister with wide, distressed eyes. Blessedly, Lily seemed to read Rose's thoughts. "I shall go fetch Mother," she said. "I am certain that she will wish to meet you." Lord Sinclair held his head high as Lily went to find their mother. Rose's stomach ached at the arrogance of the gesture, and she wished that her mother would find some reason to send him away. Rose silently led Lord Sinclair into the drawing room, summoning the servants to prepare tea and cakes. She waited for Lord Sinclair to take a seat, then chose one as far away from him as she could. He looked as though he intended to move to a seat closer to her, but fortunately, Lily and their mother entered the room. Rather than switch seats, Lord Sinclair simply rose and bowed. "Good day, my lady," he said. Lily moved to Rose's side quickly, gesturing to Lord Sinclair with a limp hand. "Mother," she said, "I would like you to meet Lord Arthur Sinclair, Earl of Ramsbury. Lord Sinclair, this is our mother, Lady Christine Seton." Lord Sinclair gave their mother a broad, toothy smile. "It is a pleasure, Lady Seton," he said. His voice was patronising and cool, and Rose felt her blood heat up. The Baroness, however, smiled at Lord Sinclair and curtsied elegantly. "Charmed, I'm sure," she said. "My husband is in town on business, so he will not be joining us, but I trust that you will feel comfortable nonetheless." Lord Sinclair turned to look at Rose and smirked again. "I am sure that everything will be perfectly wonderful," he said, reclaiming his seat before the ladies had taken theirs. The servants entered with the tea, and Lord Sinclair was quick to help himself. Rose glanced up at her mother, whose smile had quickly faded into an expression of cool disdain. They sipped their tea in silence for a few moments. Then Christine set down her cup and looked at Lord Sinclair. Her smile had returned, but her eyes remained scrutinous. She seemed to be considering something. Then she turned her attention to Rose, giving her an almost imperceptible wink. Rose blinked at her, confused. Lord Sinclair did not seem to notice their non-verbal communication. He had launched into describing some grand business deal he had made, his face taking on an arrogant smirk as he spoke. Rose held her breath as her mother stood, another gesture that Lord Sinclair failed to see. "That is very interesting," Christine said quickly. "Rose, darling, do forgive me for interrupting, but I just remembered that you are needed at the seamstress's shop within the hour." Arthur looked perturbed at being interrupted. He cleared his throat and opened his mouth to speak. Rose, however, at last understood what her mother was doing. She glanced at her gratefully, before turning a honey-sweet smile on Lord Sinclair. "Oh, goodness," she said sweetly. "I do apologise. It seems that the appointment slipped my mind as well." Lord Sinclair glanced between the two women, no doubt looking for signs of deception or jest. Then he put down his cup loudly and huffed. "I do apologise for keeping you from something so important," he said dryly. Rose stifled the urge to roll her eyes. "I apologise for my forgetfulness, my lord," she said. "We shall be happy to walk you out," the Baroness said, gesturing for Lord Sinclair to follow her. No one spoke a word until they reached the door. Lord Sinclair turned before making his exit and gave Rose a stiff bow. "Hopefully, our next visit will be a good bit longer," he said. His voice had regained some of its charm, but Rose had already seen enough of his true character. "Good day, my lord," Rose and Christine said, almost in unison. With another bow, Lord Sinclair walked away briskly and climbed into his carriage. The Baroness had closed the door before the coach had pulled away. She looked intently at Rose. "Please, darling," she said, "whatever you do, stay away from that man. There is something very strange about him, and I do not believe that he has anything to offer you." Rose smiled, grateful to her mother for seeing how rude Lord Sinclair was. "I shall stay far away from him, mother," she said resolutely. "I promise." Of course, there was no seamstress appointment that day. So, when Lily invited her to go for a walk at the Royal Gardens, she gladly accepted. She was anxious for some fresh air after her strained visit with Lord Sinclair. She changed and got ready in a rush, then met her sister at the bottom of the stairs. On the way to the gardens, Rose gave her sister a brief summary of Lord Sinclair's visit. Lily listened with the same expression of distaste that their mother had displayed. "Well," she said when Rose had finished, "at least you will never have to worry about him or any other man like him." Rose bit her lip, feeling her face grow warm. "You seem to be equally as lucky in that regard," she said. The two women giggled, enjoying the beauty of the day as they walked. When they arrived at the gardens, Rose looked around in awe. She had seen many beautiful gardens, but the royal gardens never failed to take her breath away. She and Lily walked in silence for a few minutes, enjoying the sweet mingling fragrances emanating from all the lovely plants. They turned the corner and nearly walked straight into two familiar faces. "Oh," Lily exclaimed, grinning widely. "Good afternoon, Lord Wilson and Mr. Colborne." The two men saw the women and started. Rose smiled at Harry, who suddenly looked as though he had seen a ghost. "Good afternoon, ladies," Ernest said, his expression matching Harry's. Lily did not seem to notice. She approached Ernest, beaming at him. "Good afternoon, Lord Wilson," Rose said, approaching him with a bit more caution. "Hello, Lady Rose," he said. He smiled so brightly then that Rose could not help wondering if she had imagined the brief awkwardness. She spared a glance at Ernest, who was also looking at Lily with deep affection. "What a pleasant surprise," Ernest said, giving Rose a warm nod. "Would you ladies care to join us?" Rose and Lily agreed emphatically. Each gentleman offered the respective women their arms, and they continued their walk together. The gardens were especially busy that afternoon, but Rose was not surprised. It was a lovely, warm spring day, and the music of the birds alighting on the bushes was soothing and inspirational. She and Lord Wilson walked in comfortable silence for a while. It was clear to Rose that Ernest and Lily were flirting with one another, and she could not help but smile. She still did not agree that the match was ideal because of the difference in status between the two of them, but her sister seemed genuinely happy, and Ernest seemed to sincerely care about Lily. As long as Ernest continued to treat her sister well, Rose supposed that she could be happy for her. Lord Wilson brought Rose out of her thoughts with a flower. She looked down at the beautiful red rose he was holding, then up into his eyes. "A rose for a rose," he said, grinning. Rose blushed and smiled. "This certainly is a beautiful rose," she said, reaching to take it. Lord Wilson gently pulled it away from her. Then, He touched the stray hairs on her cheek, tucking them and the stem of the rose behind her ear. "It is even more beautiful right here," he said as he finished putting it in place. Rose took a deep breath, feeling as though her heart might burst from her chest. No man had ever been so thoughtful or sweet, and he had shown himself more open and honest about his feelings and thoughts than anyone she had ever known. Everything she learned about him made her want to learn more. She had never felt so intrigued by someone, and she only wanted to strengthen that connection. They walked and talked for another hour before Rose and Lily had to return home for dinner. The gentleman bade them goodbye, and they began their trip home. "Today was positively magical," Lily said. Rose looked at her, seeing for the first time that Ernest had put a white lily in her hair. She grinned broadly, feeling more certain than ever that they both had wonderful men in their lives. "Yes," she agreed. Chapter 7. The next day, Harry sent a letter asking Ernest to meet him at the same gentleman's club where they had gone the day he returned from France. Ernest reluctantly sent word that he would, regretting having to postpone his plans to visit Rose. Harry was already inside and seated when he arrived. Ernest waved to his friend, noting the eyes of the wealthy men on him as he made his way through the club. Harry stood and greeted him, which immediately took those eyes off him, but he still felt a bit uncomfortable. Harry gestured for a waiter to bring Ernest a drink. Then he turned to his friend. "Good day, Colborne," Harry said cheerfully. "You certainly love this place," Ernest murmured, still feeling people staring at him, even though they had all lost interest. "Do you not?" Harry asked. Ernest shrugged. "It is quite nice," he said. Just a bit too nice for someone like me, he thought. "Well, I brought you here because I seek your advice on something," Harry said. Ernest frowned. "And you did not think that you could ask my advice at your home?" he teased. Harry smiled. "Of course, I could have," he said. "But this is a much more pleasant atmosphere, and they have excellent Scotch." "You have the best Scotch available," Ernest thought to himself. "This place is quite pleasing," he said aloud. Harry nodded fervently. "And I thought it the perfect place to suggest that we should ask the ladies to attend the theatre with us," he said hurriedly. Ernest blinked, staring at his friend in bewilderment. "I beg your pardon?" he asked. Harry nodded. "I thought that might be your initial reaction," he said. Ernest nodded slowly. "Well, you thought correctly," he said. "And my answer is an unwavering no?" Harry locked his gaze onto his. "Do you not think that the ladies would enjoy the theatre?" he asked. Ernest's heart tugged, looking at his friend's genuinely confused expression. "No," he said truthfully. "I am certain that they would love it. I simply do not think it is a good idea." Harry studied Ernest for a moment. Then he smirked as though he knew some secret that Ernest did not. "Are you sure that it is not because you dislike the theatre?" Harry asked. Ernest looked at his friend mournfully. They had never explicitly discussed topics such as theatre, but he had hoped that such noble pursuits would never arise in their conversations. "I could never hate something about which I know nothing," Ernest murmured. Harry looked at him confused. "What do you mean?" he asked. "How could you know nothing about the theatre?" Ernest swirled his drink in his glass. "Not all of us were fortunate enough to be able to afford such luxuries growing up," he said. He had not meant any malice with his words, but Harry flinched just the same. "I apologise," he said. "I forgot myself. I was not thinking—" Ernest smiled sadly at his friend. "You did not forget yourself," he said. "You merely forgot me." Harry shook his head. "Of course I did not," he said. "I just thought that you had seen a play or two in your life." Ernest shrugged. "I have not seen any theatre performances since my parents died," he said. Harry took a long sip from his drink and then slammed his glass down on the table. "Then I believe that it is time that you do," he said. Ernest looked at him, his expression blank. "Time for me to see a play?" he asked dumbly. Harry nodded enthusiastically. And not just see a play, he said, but to see a play with the woman you are courting. Ernest choked on his drink. I have not yet asked Lady Rose to allow me to court her, he said. Harry smiled mischievously. You have not, he agreed, but I believe that this would be the perfect opportunity to do so. Ernest glared at his friend, but he could not remain angry. He understood that Harry was trying to help him, even if Ernest did feel as though Harry were going about it all wrong. And, in truth, any excuse to see Rose again was a good one. He truly was unsure whether he should attend the theatre as though he was a rightful member of the ton, but he felt sure that Rose would enjoy a play. At last, Ernest sighed. All right, he said, I will attend, if Lady Rose expresses an interest in going. Harry smiled brightly once more. You will not regret it, he said. I shall write to them and extend the invitation for this evening. Harry was true to his word, and within 2 days' time the women had responded to the letter. They enthusiastically accepted the invitation, and Ernest felt both thrilled and nervous. He supposed that part of him had hoped that Rose would say no, and that he could make other plans with her, but he was also as good as his word, and he told Harry once more that he would also attend. The night of the play, Harry was to arrive early to retrieve Ernest, so that they could pick up Rose and Lily on time. Ernest was dressed and waiting for his friend when he arrived. Pacing nervously in his small entryway, as he had the night of the ball, he considered changing his mind and refusing to go to the play. However, unlike before the ball, he had Rose's lovely face to look forward to, which, ultimately, gave him the courage to give the theatre a chance. As soon as he heard the carriage arrive in front of his door, he went outside to greet his friend. He boarded the coach silently, and Harry gave the signal to the driver that they were ready to depart. Harry looked Ernest over approvingly and grinned. Do not look so thrilled, he said cheerfully. Ernest glared at Harry. Whatever do you mean? He asked dryly. I am overjoyed. Harry laughed. Well, if you are not just now, you certainly will be when you see Lady Rose, he said. Ernest flushed and continued the trip to the Wilmington estate in silence. When they arrived, the two women were descending the stairs, before the butler had even finished announcing their arrival. The moment Ernest set eyes on Lady Rose, all trepidation vanished. She looked even more stunning than ever before, with strands of her ginger hair hanging elegantly on either side of her face from her simple but lovely hairstyle. Ernest had to bite back a chuckle when he saw his own expression mirrored on Harry's face as he watched Lily approach him. But then, he thought he probably looked just the same, watching Rose gliding towards him. You look beautiful, Lady Rose, Ernest said, surprised at his sudden confidence. Harry also seemed surprised at Ernest's words. He looked at Ernest once more with great approval, then turned to Lily. And you look positively radiant, he said, kissing her hand. Then he stepped back and looked at the others. Are we ready? He asked. The women nodded enthusiastically, and Ernest followed suit. Well, let us be off, Harry said, his voice joyful and warm. Ernest let Harry and Lily enter the coach first. Once they were seated comfortably, he helped Rose inside. As she stepped into the carriage, she turned and smiled at him, and his heart melted completely. With a crooked grin of his own, he followed Rose into the coach. The theatre was rather crowded, but at first Ernest barely noticed. Rose took his breath away with her beauty and grace, and, in his mind, nothing existed in that moment except for her. He handed her ticket after seeing Harry do the same with Lily, and Rose smiled brightly once more. She leaned closer so he could hear her over the roar of the chatter around them. What is the name of this play? She asked. The Comedy of Errors, he said. Rose's eyebrows furrowed as she considered the title. It does not sound familiar to me, she said thoughtfully. Have you ever seen it? Ernest's face fell. No, he answered truthfully. I am afraid that I know nothing about this play. Rose saw his crestfallen expression and laughed. "It is all right," she said. "That simply means that we will get to experience it for the first time together." Ernest smiled gratefully at her. She truly was as sweet as she was beautiful. "You are quite right, my lady," he said. "Besides," Rose continued, "I believe that real life is more interesting than any production. Plays are scripted and planned, but one never knows what may happen in life." Ernest's heart began to pound as Harry's and his deceptive charade returned to the front of his mind in a rush. "I have found that in real life people sometimes assume roles in front of others," he said, struggling to keep his guilt from surfacing. Rose shook her head firmly. "No one should ever have to wear a mask for anyone," she said. Then she tapped his shoulder playfully. "That is, unless your secrets are truly terrible?" Ernest laughed, but it was forced and hollow. Fortunately, Rose did not seem to notice, but he felt terrible nonetheless. As they made their way to their seats, Ernest became acutely aware of all the wealthy people at the theatre. He adjusted his coat nervously and tried to avoid making eye contact with them. Harry had gotten them wonderful balcony seats, which seemed to thrill the ladies. Harry led their group to the balcony, but when he glanced back at Ernest's nervous expression, he fell back. "You are doing well, my friend," he said, keeping his voice low so that the women did not hear him. Ernest gave Harry a weak smile. "I believe we have vastly differing definitions of well," he said. "Nonsense," Harry said. "Look how happy the ladies are." Ernest looked at the women again, noting how excited they were as they greeted people they saw at the ball. Once more, Rose's beauty melted Ernest's nervousness, and he let himself relax, if only marginally. Up in the balcony, Ernest's heart began to race as Rose chose a seat next to him. Her sister sat on her other side, and Harry sat on the far end. Shortly after, the volume of the talking crowds throughout the theatre began to lower, and everyone looked toward the stage in silent anticipation. Even Ernest found himself preparing to enjoy the production. As the play went on, however, Ernest found it quite difficult to focus on it. Instead, he was mesmerised by Rose. She was very much fascinated with the production, laughing musically at the comical parts and gasping and cooing at other parts. Her face was bright with enthusiasm, and he was utterly enthralled. In that moment, he realised that he would do anything for her. He knew that more than anything, he wanted to spend the rest of his life with her. He knew that he would be taking a major risk by telling her the truth about his identity. But he felt that perhaps if he showed her his true self, before he gave her such difficult news, she might be willing to forgive him. On a few occasions, Ernest thought that he saw Rose stealing glances at him as well, and each time he could feel his cheeks warm. If she was as interested in him as he was in her, he felt that he was the luckiest man alive. At one point, Rose put her hand delicately on his, and his heart skipped a beat. He only realised that the play had ended by the eruption of applause around him. He rose from his seat with everyone else and clapped along with them. In his heart, however, he was applauding Rose. She had fully captured his heart, and he was more awed by her than ever before. As they exited the theatre, Rose took his arm gently. He looked down at her exuberant smile and sparkling eyes, and he fought an overwhelming urge to kiss her. "Thank you so much for such a lovely evening," she said. "As always, I had a wonderful time with you." Ernest smiled back at her. "It was truly my pleasure, Lady Rose," he said fondly. "It is most delightful being with you." Rose blushed, and he gently patted her hand. On the carriage ride back to Rose and Lily's home, the two women talked excitedly about the play. He glanced at Harry, who was watching Lily as intently as Ernest had been looking at Rose all evening. He hid a small, secret smile, glad that his friend seemed to be as happy as he was. He made a mental note to tell Harry that he was, indeed, glad that he had agreed to go to the theatre that night. They walked the ladies to their door. Ernest took Rose's hands in his and smiled at her once more. "I would like to call on you tomorrow, if that is all right," he said. Rose's face brightened further, and Ernest felt as though the sun had come out at night. "I would love that," she said. "I very much look forward to it." Ernest's smile widened. "Wonderful," he said. They exchanged reluctant goodbyes, and then Harry and Ernest boarded the carriage. Harry was staring at Ernest expectantly. "Yes," he said with a chuckle. "I am very glad that I agreed to go to the theatre tonight." Harry laughed heartily. "I knew you would be," he said. "Now, let us return to my..." Chapter 8. "Good morning, girls," Christine said as Rose and Lily entered the breakfast room the following morning. The Baron rose from his seat and kissed both of his daughters on the cheek. "How was your evening at the theatre?" he asked while pulling out their respective chairs before returning to his own. Lily sighed. "Oh, it was wonderful," she said, gushing. Rose nodded dreamily. "The play was very entertaining," she said, "and the gentlemen were perfectly marvellous." The Baron and his wife exchanged surprised glances. "Marvellous?" their mother echoed. Rose blushed and Lily giggled. "Oh, yes," Lily chimed in, looking at Rose with amusement. "They are both very charming, are they not?" Rose's blush deepened, but her dreamy smile widened. "They are both marvellous," she said again. Her parents looked at their daughters with bright smiles. "That is wonderful news, girls," their mother said. "Have you considered allowing them to court you?" Lily smiled impishly and shared another look with Rose. "Oh, I do not think that will happen," she said. The Baron raised his eyebrows with curiosity. "Oh," he asked, "why is that?" Lily's face broke out into another beaming smile. "Because I believe that they will soon be proposing marriage," she said. The Baroness's mouth fell open. "Oh, my," she said, looking at her daughters. "That is wonderful news." "It is a very happy prospect," Rose said, unable to contain her excitement. "And Lily and I have both already decided that we will say yes." The Baron smiled affectionately at his daughters. "If you girls wish for marriage to these men, then I shall be happy to give my blessing," he said. "But I do want you to wait a little longer before you draw any conclusions." Their mother nodded in agreement. "It is wonderful that you two are so happy," she said, "but we do not wish to see your hearts broken if the gentlemen do not extend an offer of marriage as quickly as you are expecting." Lily waved her hand. "Oh, that will be of no concern," she said. "Mr. Colborne is a true knight. I am certain that he would never break my heart." Rose bit her lip to hide a laugh. She believed that her sister was right, but Lily speaking to their parents with such perceived wisdom made her both proud and amused. The Baron looked at Rose and tilted his head. "And what of Lord Wilson?" he asked. Despite his concern, there was a twinkle of humour in his eyes. Rose pushed her food around on her plate and sighed. "I really like him," she said. "I could not imagine a man more perfect for me. He is very proper and well-mannered. He is a man who has it all," she added silently. He was, in fact, very sweet and handsome, and, unlike all the other dukes she had ever encountered, he was shy and humble. He was the exact opposite of most other men of his status, and, for the very first time, Rose was thrilled about the prospect of marriage. She even felt that her parents were being needlessly cautious. She understood that they simply loved their daughters and did not wish to see them get hurt. But for the first time in her life, she felt that caution was unnecessary. "I believe that everything will work out quite well," she added, looking at her parents with a bright, sweet smile. The Baron and Baroness looked with pleasant surprise at their oldest daughter. Then they exchanged another look and a smile. "Well," the Baron said, "we love you both and shall support you, no matter what." Lily clapped her hands again and hugged Rose tightly. She grinned widely at her parents. "I love you both," she said. Rose and her parents laughed with great affection. The following day, Rose's maid was finishing helping her dress when she heard the butler announce the arrival of a visitor. She could not be sure, but she thought she heard Lord Wilson's name. She looked at her maid inquisitively. "Yes, my lady," she said with a warm smile. "I believe that Lord Wilson has just arrived." Rose nodded with excitement. She smoothed out her dress and tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. "Thank you," she said kindly to the maid. Then she rushed out of her room and down the stairs. When Lord Wilson made eye contact with her, he gave her a small smile. He looked happy to see her, but his eyes were dark and troubled. "Good morning, my lord," she said. "It is wonderful to see you." Lord Wilson bowed. "Good morning, Lady Rose," he said. Rose then noticed that his friend, Ernest, was not with him. She frowned in confusion. "Will Mr. Colborne be along?" she asked. Lord Wilson shook his head. "I came to see you alone," he said. "May we talk?" Rose's heart leapt into her throat. It was clear that something was bothering him. Had his friend decided he was not interested in Lily? Rose smiled warmly at Lord Wilson, hoping to put him at ease. "Of course," she said. "Would you like to join me in the drawing room?" He nodded, looking relieved. "That sounds perfect," he said. He followed her into the drawing room silently. When they reached the room, her maid stood just inside the open door to chaperone, and she and Lord Wilson took seats across from each other. Instead of relaxing and making himself comfortable, he leaned forward in his chair. He looked intently into Rose's eyes, and she was instantly reminded of how handsome he was. "I came to speak to you alone for a reason," he said. Rose nodded, her eyes widening. "Feel free to tell me anything you wish," she said, keeping her voice soft and reassuring. He nodded. "Thank you," he said. "But before I say more, it is imperative that you understand something." Rose's heart began pounding. She could not read his thoughts, but it was clear that what he had to say was important. "Please go on," she said. Lord Wilson took a deep breath. "Lady Rose," he said, "I really like you. I think you're a brilliant, splendid young lady, and I want you to know that my intentions towards you are nothing if not serious and genuine." Rose's breath caught in her throat. Was he about to ask to court her? She smiled warmly at him, feeling her cheeks warming. "I feel the same for you, Lord Wilson," she said. He flinched and Rose frowned. "Is something the matter?" she asked. Before he could answer, however, there was a gentle rapping on the open door. Rose looked up to see her mother entering the room. When Christine recognised who Rose was talking to, she smiled brightly. "Lord Wilson," Christine said, curtsying deeply. "What a pleasure to see you." Lord Wilson rose quickly from his seat and bowed, smiling sincerely at the Baroness. "The pleasure is mine, Lady Seton," he said. Rose noted the change in Lord Wilson's demeanour, and she knew that whatever he had been about to say would have to wait. She pushed it from her mind, however, as her mother approached and took a seat. Once she was seated, Lord Wilson returned to his chair. "I do hope I am not intruding," the Baroness said, looking inquisitively at her daughter. Lord Wilson shook his head. "No intrusion at all, my lady," he said warmly. "It truly is a pleasure to see you again." Christine smiled warmly once more and looked at her daughter with fond approval. Rose wished that she could tell her mother that Lord Wilson had just been about to tell her something important, but it was nice to see that her mother had taken such a liking to him. She hoped that it would put her parents' minds at ease if they saw more of how interested the gentleman was in her. They talked for well over an hour about the upcoming balls and dinners. All the while, Rose could not help but notice how Lord Wilson looked at her with great endearment each time she spoke. His eyes were doting and kind, and the blush never left her cheeks throughout the entirety of his visit. By the time he left, She had all but forgotten his earlier seriousness. The Baroness stood by her daughter as they bade goodbye to Lord Wilson. As his carriage pulled away, Christine looked down at Rose, wearing a large, knowing smile. "He is even more charming than I remember," she said, "and he does seem very taken with you." Rose blushed. "He is perfect," she said dreamily. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. After dinner, Lily and Rose sat in the drawing room, sipping champagne. Lily looked at Rose knowingly. "Are you going to tell me about Lord Wilson's visit?" she asked teasingly. Rose blushed. She had not said anything about the visit since Lord Wilson had come alone, and Lily had spent the day with friends. But it seemed that their mother had told Lily when she returned. "He simply came for a brief visit," she said. Lily giggled. "I would hardly call almost 2 hours a brief visit," she said. Rose hid a smile. "Have you spoken to Mr. Colborne today?" she asked. Lily nodded. "I saw him for a few moments while I was in town," she said. "He told me that he would come calling very soon to make plans to go out." Rose breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed. "That is wonderful," she said. "Truthfully, I was a bit worried when Lord Wilson arrived alone today." Lily giggled and shook her head. "Well, there is no need to worry now," she said. "So, are you going to tell me what happened?" Rose glared playfully at her sister. Then, she remembered Lord Wilson's odd behaviour before their mother had joined them. "Actually, it was rather strange," she said. "When he first arrived, he seemed disturbed about something. He was very serious and insistent on speaking with me alone." Lily gasped and covered her mouth with her hand. "Oh my," she said. "Do you think that he was about to ask for your hand in marriage?" Rose thought for a moment. She supposed it was possible, but she could not shake the idea that whatever he had to say was more intense than a marriage proposal. But what could it have been? "I truly do not know," she said honestly. "But it was certainly something of great importance." Lily clapped her hands together. "Oh, it must have been something regarding courtship or marriage," she said. "He looks at you as though you are the son, and even mother and father can see it." She took Rose's hands excitedly. "I am certain that we will be courting our gentleman very soon, and, once we are engaged, we absolutely must plan to be wed on the same day." Rose laughed. As always, her sister's enthusiasm was infectious. She would certainly be thrilled to accept an offer of courtship or marriage from Lord Wilson, but she knew that it might take a bit more time yet, and that she needed to give Lord Wilson the opportunity to speak about whatever had been on his mind. "Pace yourself, dear sister," Rose said, letting her practicality speak for her. "Let us first focus on courting them, before we begin planning our wedding." Lily rolled her eyes and gently shook Rose's shoulders. "Look at you," she said. "You have a wonderful man with whom you seem completely infatuated, and you still won't allow yourself to give in to a fancy or two." Rose looked at her sister, thinking carefully. Of course, Lily was right. She had never felt as attracted to a man as she was to Harry, and she felt certain that no man had ever been so interested in her for who she was. Maybe it was time to allow herself to succumb to that dreamy love in which Lily believed. Rose closed her eyes and took a deep breath. "You are right," she said. Lily squealed and embraced her tightly. Rose laughed with the joy she had only begun to feel since meeting Harry. "I am so glad to hear you say that," she said. "Now, which flowers should we choose for our wedding?" Rose dissolved into a fit of giggles, and Lily clapped with delight. Chapter 9. Ernest saw Rose nearly every single day for the rest of that week. The more time he spent with her, the more he fell in love with her. She was practical and logical, not at all like the typical women of the ton who were only preoccupied with looking pretty and being compliant in order to find good husbands. She was also as smart as she was beautiful, a fact which he learned more about each passing day. Despite his happiness about Rose, he could not shake the sting of guilt. He had thought so many times about speaking to Rose privately and telling her the truth. He had never meant to let things progress so far or so quickly without telling her who he really was. He knew that the longer the deception continued, the greater the risk that Rose would never wish to speak to him again. However, he could not seem to talk to her without others being present. The last thing he wanted to do was to tell her at a large social event in front of so many people and embarrass her as well as hurt her. And deep down, he was becoming too afraid to take the risk of her never wanting to see him again, as selfish as he knew that was. The next week, Harry invited him to his home for dinner. Ernest accepted gladly. He hoped to speak to his friend about their mutual predicament. He was no longer angry with Harry for initiating the charade, but he did feel as though Harry should help him explain everything. When he arrived at Harry's estate, the butler led him into the dining room, where Harry was already awaiting his arrival. Harry greeted Ernest with a hearty handshake and a clap on the back. "Good evening, old friend," he said cheerfully. "Thank you for inviting me to dinner," Ernest said, his friend's high spirits becoming infectious. Harry gestured for Ernest to sit, then he took his own chair. The meal was served as soon as they were seated, and Harry raised his glass to toast Ernest. Ernest picked up his glass, confused. "What is the occasion?" he asked. Harry grinned. "This is to the two beautiful women we have in our lives," he said, touching his glass to Ernest's. Ernest smiled, feeling his cheeks heat up at the mention of Rose. "I can certainly drink to that," he said, returning his friend's toast and taking a sip. Once the two men put down their glasses, Harry cleared his throat. "Speaking of those lovely women," he said, "it would seem that there is a masquerade ball at Fendworth Castle, to which everyone in the ton has been invited." Ernest groaned. He should have known that Harry did not simply want his company for dinner. "Oh, no," Ernest said. "There is no way that you are convincing me to attend another ball, and certainly not one being held in a bloody castle." Harry chuckled. "I guessed you might say that," he said, "which is why I feel it is my duty to tell you that Lady Lily and Lady Rose received invitations, and they are quite looking forward to attending." Ernest glared at his friend. "How much longer do you intend to use such blackmail to get me to attend these events?" he grumbled. Harry laughed. "For as long as it takes until you stop fighting me on attending," he said. Ernest looked at his friend seriously and more intensely this time. "We still must talk with Lady Lily and Lady Rose," he said. Harry, too, grew serious. "You are right," he said. "I just fear breaking Lily's heart. It is the last thing I wish to do." Ernest shook his head. "Do you think that it will not be ever more difficult for both of them the longer we wait?" he asked. Harry sighed and nodded. "I know that it will be," he said. Then he brightened. "I will make you a deal. If you will agree to attend the ball, we shall tell them the following day." Ernest thought for a moment. He truly did not wish to put off the unpleasantness of telling Rose any longer. But the idea of having one more lovely night with her before possibly losing her forever held some appeal. After a moment, he sighed. "Very well," he said, "but you must promise me that we will tell them immediately following the ball before we attend another event with them." Harry nodded solemnly. "I promise you that we will tell them as soon as possible after the ball," he said. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The night of the ball, Harry arrived at Ernest's small home early, carrying a bundle of clothing in his arms. Ernest welcomed his friend inside, looking at him curiously. "What is this?" he asked. Harry held out the clothing to Ernest. "I wanted you to have an outfit in which you felt comfortable," Harry said. "So, I brought you some of my things to borrow." Ernest inspected the outfit. The shirt felt as though it was made of silk, and the material of the jacket and trousers was like soft velvet. The mask, too, was exquisite. An off-white eye mask with intricate designs carved into it, He looked at his friend, feeling both grateful and embarrassed. "Thank you, Harry," he said. Harry smiled kindly. "Not at all," he said. Then he grinned impishly. "Now, go get yourself dressed, Colborne." Ernest excused himself and went to his room to change. As he pulled on the breeches and shirt, he thought about how he had never felt anything so fine against his skin. Once he was completely dressed, save for the mask, which he held in his hand, he inspected his reflection. In Harry's clothes, he certainly looked as though he belonged at events as grand as a castle masquerade ball. He felt like a fraud, and wished more than anything that the clothes would help him feel more confident. He wondered what William would think to see his charge dressed in such fine attire. Ernest realised how much he missed his guardian, and he made a mental note to visit the gentleman very soon. He returned to Harry, who was waiting for him just by the front door. Harry looked him over and nodded. "Those fit as nicely as I had hoped," he said. "Are you ready?" Ernest shook his head, giving his friend a small smile. "As ready as I'll ever be," he said. He and Harry said very little on the way to the ball. For the first time, Ernest saw apprehension on Harry's face when faced with the prospect of seeing Lily. Ernest felt certain that it was the result of the guilt of their deception at last beginning to worry Harry. Perhaps it had been bothering him this whole time, as it had Ernest, and Harry had simply chosen to enjoy his time with Lily, as Ernest had chosen to do with Rose. Ernest began to feel bad for bringing it up again when Harry invited him to the ball, and he wished that he could offer his friend some comfort. But he found that he could not console himself, let alone Harry. All his thoughts were drowned out as they approached Fendworth Castle. It appeared to loom for miles above its arriving guests, and its expanse was more vast than anything Ernest had ever seen. Even Harry seemed impressed as they examined the castle, or what could be seen of it, as they exited the carriage. "Have you ever been here?" Ernest asked, surprised by his friend's awestruck expression. "No," he said. "I know people who have, but I travel too much to attend the rare events that are hosted here." Ernest opened his mouth to tease his friend, but just then his attention was drawn elsewhere. The two of them looked to the side where Lily and Rose were approaching. Ernest had to bite his tongue to keep his jaw from hitting the ground. From the sharp intake of breath coming from the other side of him, it seemed that Harry shared his sentiment. Rose looked just like a fairy in the outfit she had chosen. She even appeared to glide like one. She was positively radiant, and Ernest felt his heart pound in his chest. "Good evening," she said, curtsying to Harry before taking Ernest's arm. "You look absolutely ravishing," Ernest blurted. Harry also seemed flustered. He stammered a greeting to Rose and Lily before clumsily offering Lily his arm. "Shall we?" Ernest said, trying to give his friend a moment to collect himself. "Indeed," Lily said, the excitement clear in her voice. The group walked inside together. Ernest was instantly overwhelmed by the number of people, as well as the lavishness of the castle. Harry seemed impressed, but he was recovering quickly and clearly not too far outside of his comfort zone. As Harry greeted people he knew, Ernest watched Rose. She had the attention of nearly every man they passed, and his heart squeezed. She deserved any one of the men who were mesmerised by her, certainly more than she deserved to be stuck with a man like him. But rather than give them more than a passing acknowledgement, she chose to look at Ernest and give him that beautiful, special smile. Suddenly, Lily pulled Rose over to a large group of women who were fawning over Rose's outfit. Ernest smiled fondly as she promised a quick return, and he used the time to take in more of his surroundings. The castle truly was beautiful, and he could not help wishing that he could provide something like that for Rose. Harry tried to invite him into a conversation he was having with a couple of gentlemen, but Ernest merely bid a silent greeting, opting instead to watch and wait for Rose. A moment later he spotted Lily approaching without her sister. Lily headed straight for Harry, and Ernest scanned the rapidly growing crowd for a glimpse of Rose's face. When he saw it, he grew instantly alarmed. She was talking alone with a tall man, and she looked intensely uncomfortable and unhappy. She seemed to be looking around for a way to escape the conversation, and before he could think about it, he wove his way through the crowd of people to rescue her. As he approached them, Ernest realised that it was Arthur Sinclair, the man Rose had been avoiding since he met her. He flushed with anger and reached for Rose as soon as he was close enough to her. "Are you ready, my lady?" he asked, trying to make a point of ignoring Arthur. The man would not be so easily dismissed, however. "Forgive me, good sir," Arthur said. "The lady and I were just having a private conversation, if you do not mind." Rose was looking at Ernest with great relief and gratitude, which gave him a boost of confidence. "I apologise, but Lady Rose promised me a dance," he said, "and that dance is just beginning." Lord Sinclair studied Ernest for a moment. "Do I know you?" he asked, his tone implying that he was not at all trying to make friendly conversation. "I do not believe so," Ernest said, struggling to maintain his confidence. "Perhaps we went to school together," Arthur said. "Where did you study?" Ernest looked at the man's eyes, which were glowing maliciously. Suddenly, Ernest felt very sure that Lord Sinclair knew exactly who he was and what he and Harry had done. He wished fervently that Harry was with him. His friend would know much better than he how to handle this man. "We really must be going," Rose chimed in, seemingly oblivious to the odd tension between Ernest and Lord Sinclair. Before he could say anything more, Rose dipped her head, took Ernest's arm, and allowed him to lead her away from the man and into the large ballroom. Fortunately, as Ernest had told Lord Sinclair, a dance was just beginning, and Rose gently tugged him onto the dance floor. As they began to dance, Rose smiled apologetically at him. "I am sorry," she said. "That dreadful man is relentless. I apologise if he made you uncomfortable." Ernest pushed away his concerns. "Not at all," he said. "I was merely concerned that he was troubling you." Rose smiled again. "Well, you certainly came to my rescue," she said sweetly. Ernest grinned at her. "It was my pleasure, my lady," he said. When the dance was over, Rose took his hand. "Would you like to get some fresh air?" she asked. It was Ernest's turn to smile gratefully at her. "I would love to," he said. They made their way outside, deciding to take a leisurely stroll about the castle grounds. Even the shrubs were large and impressive, and the decorations and plants were immaculate. They walked in silence for a few moments, and Ernest stared in awe as the moonlight shone beautifully on her face. Rose did not notice as she took in all the flowers and stone statues scattered around. Overcome with love for her, Ernest tugged her to a stop in front of a statue of an ancient Roman warrior. She turned to him, her eyes wide and sparkling. "The human heart has hidden treasures, in secret kept, in silence sealed. The thoughts, the hopes, the dreams, pleasures, whose charms were broken if revealed," he said. Rose gasped and put her hand over her chest. "That is beautiful," she said. "What is that?" Ernest blushed. "It is called Evening Solace by Charlotte Bronte," he said. Rose clasped her hands in front of her chest. "That is one of the most beautiful pieces I have ever heard," she said. Ernest smiled softly. "Your beauty far surpasses any words," he said. Rose blushed and bit her lip. He had never wanted to kiss her more than he did in that moment. But in the last second, he composed himself and took both of her hands. The poem he quoted had been his subconscious thoughts, screaming to be freed of the secret he was keeping from her. But he could not bring himself to do it. He could not bring himself to hurt her so, and he certainly could not bear to lose her. "Let us go back inside," he said. As they re-entered the ballroom, Ernest and Rose both spotted Lily and Harry dancing. The couple was grinning at each other as though they were the only ones in the room, laughing and looking at one another with what could only be described as true adoration. Beside him, Rose sighed. "They make a nice couple," she said. Ernest smiled fondly at his friend. He had never seen him so happy, not even when he spoke of his travels abroad. "He is a very good man," Ernest said truthfully. "I believe that he could make Lily very happy." Rose looked up at him and smiled, and once again, only the two of them existed in Ernest's world. Just then, a commotion disrupted all the dancing couples. Ernest looked up to see Lord Sinclair stumbling to where they were standing. "Lady Rose!" he shouted through a small crowd of people, a few paces away from the two of them. "Please, I must speak with her." His speech was slurred and his shirt was wrinkled and untidy, and Rose covered her face with her hand. "Oh my," she said, "what on earth is he doing?" Arthur reached them, the smell of liquor strong on his breath. "Lady Rose," he repeated, "dance with me. Just one dance." He reached for her hand, but she battered him away. "My lord, you are embarrassing yourself," she said. "You should go home and get some rest until you feel better." She took Ernest's arm and gripped it tightly, and the two of them rushed away from the drunken man as quickly as possible. However, it did not matter where they went in the castle. He insisted on following them. Rose and Ernest did their best to ignore him, but his persistence was worrisome to Ernest. Not only was he upsetting Rose, but he possibly knew the one thing that Ernest did not wish for Rose to know. He could not allow Lord Sinclair to speak to Rose alone until he had the chance to come clean with her first. He closed his eyes and prayed that the terrible man would not get the chance to poison Rose against him. Chapter 10. Rose thought about Lord Sinclair as she dressed for bed that evening. She almost pitied him, despite his unseemly behaviour. It was clear that he had taken an interest in her, and that he wanted very much for her to reciprocate his feelings. But she was falling very quickly for Harry, and there was no way that she could ever love a man like Lord Sinclair. The following morning, she dressed quickly and hurried through breakfast. She and Lily had made plans to go for a nice walk, and then to tea in downtown London afterwards. She was very anxious to talk with Lily more about Ernest and Harry. Lily must have been excited as well, because she ate her breakfast quickly, with hardly a word. Once the girls finished eating, they rose from the table and gave their parents quick kisses and farewells. They had reached the entryway when Lily stopped Rose. "I have forgotten my parasol," she said. "I must go upstairs and retrieve it." Rose giggled. She was not surprised at her sister's forgetfulness. Lily had been rather preoccupied with Ernest lately, and Rose wondered with amusement if Lily would forget to leave the house properly dressed, were there not people there to remind her. "All right," she said. "I shall wait for you in the carriage." Lily nodded and rushed up the stairs. Rose watched her hurry away, then she opened the door to step outside. She gasped when she nearly ran straight into a tall figure, standing on the other side of the door. "Oh," she said, looking up into Lord Sinclair's face. "You startled me." Lord Sinclair bowed, taking her hand. Rose pulled it away awkwardly before he could kiss it. "Forgive me, Lady Rose," he said. "I assure you that was not my intention." Rose forced a smile. "It is all right," she said. "But I am just on my way into town." "What are you doing here?" Arthur gave her a mournful look. "I came to apologise," he said. "My behaviour last night was uncouth and despicable, and very unlike me. My heart is aching, and I started drinking and acted very poorly. I do hope that you can find it in your heart to forgive me." Rose nodded, hoping to be rid of Lord Sinclair as quickly as possible. "Thank you," she said, "and I accept your apology." Just then, Lily returned, smiling widely. Her smile faded, however, when she saw Lord Sinclair standing in the doorway. Rose smiled gratefully at her, taking her by the arm. "I do not mean to be rude," she said, "but my sister and I have plans to go for a walk, and we must be on our way." Lord Sinclair brightened instantly and smiled. Rose's stomach twisted, and she regretted telling him their plans. "Might I join you, ladies?" he asked. I believe that a nice stroll on such a lovely day and with such good company will help me think a bit more clearly. Immediately, Rose opened her mouth to tell Lord Sinclair that he was not welcome to walk with them, but Lily tugged on her arm. She glanced at her sister, who was looking at her with sympathy. Rose supposed that the easiest way to be rid of Lord Sinclair would be to give him what he wanted, at least for a short time. She forced another smile. "I suppose there is no harm in you joining us for a little while," she said. "But we have other plans for the rest of the day, so we cannot walk with you for long." Lord Sinclair smiled, and Rose felt a little bad. He truly was not wholly unattractive, but he was nothing like what she sought in a man. "Wonderful," he said, offering her his arm. "Shall we?" Rose refused his arm, electing instead to hold on to her sister's. Lord Sinclair put on a wounded expression, but he smiled apologetically at her. "I understand how disappointed you must be in me," he said. "And again, I sincerely apologize about last night." Rose smiled tightly at him. "I am sure that you are not the first person to have wine go straight to their head," she said. Lily snickered, hiding her laughter behind her hand. If Lord Sinclair noticed, he didn't react. "But I am supposed to be a gentleman," he said, "and I should certainly set a better example for you." Rose bit her lip to keep from laughing. Did he really think she was interested in him? The previous night notwithstanding, she found him to be a total, arrogant bore, and not at all the type of man to whom she could stand giving any of her time, let alone the rest of her life. "We shall pretend that last night never happened," she offered, hoping that some reassuring words might make him vanish. Her words did seem to satisfy him. His face instantly returned to its typical smug sneer, and he tried to take her arm again. Once more, she moved out of his reach, doing so in such a way that it appeared as though it could be accidental. "You are too kind," he said. "And, since last night did not happen, I will be expecting to dance the first dance with you at the very next ball." Rose smiled nervously but did not answer. Arthur seemed to take her silence as agreement, and he cheerfully continued talking. Rose exchanged a pained look with her sister, who seemed just as uncomfortable and distressed as she felt. Lord Sinclair tried several more times to offer his arm or take her hand, and each time she pulled away, feeling more agitated and invaded. After just half an hour with him, Rose could stand no more. She thought about what her mother had done the day he had tried to speak to her alone at their home. She put on her sweetest, most apologetic smile and turned to face him. "It is just about time for our walk to end," she said, making her voice as sweet as she could. "After our walk, Lily and I were going to go into town with our mother to take care of some business." Lord Sinclair studied her, clearly suspicious. This was the second time she had blown him off, and she was certain that he was catching on. "Oh?" he asked, his voice as suspicious as his expression. "What kind of business?" Rose waved her hand, instantly regretting her word choice. If she said the wrong thing, Lord Sinclair would surely invite himself to come along. Or he would catch her in a fib, and then he would never leave her alone. "Some business," she said dismissively. "Mother said she would tell us more about it when we got into town." Lord Sinclair nodded slowly. It was clear that he was about to say something more, but Rose grabbed Lily's arm tightly. "It was lovely to see you again, but we really must be going," she said quickly, all semblance of politeness gone from her voice. Before he could stop them, she and Lily rushed away. They wove through the crowds of people milling about on the streets until they felt sure that they had lost him. Only then did Rose dare to slow down and try to calm herself. Lily frowned, keeping her arm locked firmly around Rose's. "Why on earth is that awful man so persistent?" she asked. Rose shook her head. "I do not know, but I certainly wish that he would not be," she said. Just then, their favourite place to have tea, the tea house, came into view. "Let us have some tea," Lily said. Rose nodded firmly in agreement. I believe we deserve tea more than ever after that terrible encounter, she said. Once inside, they sat and enjoyed some fresh tea and sweet cakes in silence for a few moments. Then, Lily's face lit up. Oh, she said, her voice once more excited, I forgot to tell you that Mr. Colborne has invited us to join him horseback riding. Rose smiled. She liked horses, though she had not ridden since she and Lily were children. The idea did sound quite lovely and pleasant, and it would mean that she got to spend more time with Harry. Rose looked at her sister, who was watching her with intense excitement. I think that would be a lovely idea, she said. I am so glad, she said. I shall write him an acceptance this evening before bed. After they finished their tea, they slowly made their way home. Rose thoroughly enjoyed the days she got to spend bonding with Lily. They had always been close, and she hoped that would continue as they grew older, and even after they were married. If Lily did end up marrying Ernest, and Rose were wed to Harry, she believed that they would always have plenty of time together. That gave her even more reason to hope for that future, even though she was still struggling to admit to herself that the status difference between her sister and Ernest did not matter. What should we do now? Lily asked. Rose smiled fondly at her sister, glad that their time together meant as much to her as it did to Rose. How about we practice the pianoforte? She asked. Lily's eyes lit up. Oh, yes, can we? She asked. It would be so wonderful to learn some songs we can play for Mr. Colborne and Lord Wilson. Rose giggled. She liked the pianoforte as well, but she had never enjoyed it quite as much as her sister. However, as they played the day away, laughing and talking about how happy their respective gentlemen made them, Rose felt for the first time true pleasure and passion while playing. She realized. Chapter 11. Horseback riding? Ernest asked, looking at his friend with sheer exasperation. Could you really think of nothing else? Harry laughed. Well, he said, our ladies seem to love horses. What was I supposed to do? Tell them that we did not approve? Ernest grunted. He would rather die than refuse Rose anything. But that did not change the fact that he knew nothing about riding horses. He could not blame Harry. His friend did not know that he had never ridden a horse. But that made it all that much worse for Ernest. He detested telling his friend just as much as he would loathe having to tell Rose. Harry studied him carefully as he stewed in his thoughts. What is it, my friend? He asked. Ernest sighed. Better that he speak up now rather than humiliate himself in front of Rose. I cannot ride a horse, he mumbled. Harry stared at him in disbelief. Surely you jest, he said. Ernest glared at him. Would that I was, he said. But why would I jest about something like this? Harry looked at him sympathetically, which only irritated Ernest further. Please, Ernest, Harry said, do not think that I wish to make things difficult for you. I simply did not know. Of course you didn't, Ernest snapped. How could you know when I have never had cause to tell you? Harry's face paled, and Ernest's stomach twisted with guilt. Forgive me, Harry, Ernest said, his agitation giving way to remorse. You could not have known. It is not your fault. Harry sat in silence for a few moments, and Ernest desperately wished that he could take back his words. Yet, as was Harry's typical fashion, his expression had gone from one of regret to one of deep concentration. What if I teach you how to ride? He asked. Ernest looked at his friend as hopeful as he was frightened. You would do that for me? He asked. Harry smiled warmly at him. My friend, he said, I would have done this long ago, had I only known. Ernest felt great affection swell for his friend. He knew that Harry loved him dearly and that it was only himself who kept ever mindful of the difference between their stations. Harry truly saw him as a brother, not as some lowly landowner to whom he felt an obligation. I know, Harry, Ernest said. And yes, I would be forever grateful for some riding lessons. Harry grinned, and Ernest felt an immediate sense of relief. He did not wish to make his friend feel guilty for his advantages in life. All right, then, Harry said. I insist that you spend the night with me tonight, so that we can begin first thing in the morning. Ernest laughed at his friend's enthusiasm, feeling at last as though he was not a burden. If you insist, Wilson, he said cheerfully. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. True to his word, Harry was dressed and ready to go riding at dawn the next morning. He and Ernest had a quick breakfast, and then they went straight to his stables. Ernest was instantly impressed by all 4 of the horses. They were in excellent shape, their thick muscles flexing as they saw their master approaching and became excited. Harry pointed to the first horse, a beautiful steed with a white stripe on his nose. This is Jonesy, he said, stroking the white stripe gently. The steed gently patted the ground with a front hoof and held his head up high. Ernest reached out his hand. Harry stood back and watched as he mimicked the same stroking motion that Harry had used. The horse sniffed his hand, grazing it with his upper lip. Harry laughed. He seems to like you, he said. He walked to a large barrel and extracted a handful of oats, which he put gently in Ernest's hands. Be sure to keep your palms as flat as you can as he eats, Harry coached softly. Ernest did as Harry said, and the horse took the oats greedily. When he was finished, he nudged Ernest's head, softly tugging at his hair with his lips. I believe that I like this big guy as well, he said. Harry nodded. That is probably best, he said, pointing to the solid white horse, and a dark brown one in the 2 middle stalls. The white one is Harriet, and the dark brown one is Betsy. These ladies are very gentle, but rather picky. They tend to prefer female riders, in fact. As if on cue, the 2 female horses whinnied indignantly and stomped their front hooves, turning up their noses at Ernest as he looked at them. And this, he said, walking to the final stall, where a cinnamon-coloured horse stood motionless, is my horse, Grady. Grady regarded Ernest with stoic curiosity. He reached out to touch the horse, but the animal turned his head away quickly and approached the side of the stall gate where Harry stood. Harry patted the side of his face, and Ernest thought that if horses could smile, that one just did. He, too, is a gentle beast, he said. I just seem to be his favourite person. Ernest nodded with a smile. It seems that he has excellent taste in friends, he said. Harry led Ernest back to the front of the stables, where he fetched 2 brushes and 2 buckets of oats. For a few moments, he and his friend groomed the horses, letting them graze from the oats as they did so. Then, Ernest watched with keen interest as the stable hands saddled up the horses. Before mounting Grady, Harry helped Ernest into the saddle. Jonesy was clearly excited to go for a ride, but he stood perfectly still as Ernest settled in on his back. Harry stood back and observed Ernest for a moment. Then, he reached up and gently lifted the reins. You do not want to grip the reins too tightly, he said. It displays tension and uncertainty to your horse, and he may become nervous too. You could also accidentally tug them when you do not mean to. Loosen your grip and hold them more with your fingertips rather than in your fist. Ernest frowned, his apprehension returning. The horses seemed calm enough, but he was suddenly aware of how high off the ground he was. He began to wonder if he had made a mistake. Harry smiled at him warmly. I assure you, all of these horses are perfectly trained, he said, and they are young enough to be in excellent physical condition without being too young to handle. Ernest took a deep breath and tried to relax. He patted the top of Jonesy's head, which earned him a gentle but excited nudge. He truly does seem to like you, Harry said again. That will make it even easier for you to learn to ride him. Now, just follow my lead. Harry gently tugged Grady's reins, sending the horse into a slow, easy strut. Ernest copied his friend's movement, and Jonesy immediately began to move at the same pace as the other horse. Ernest quickly saw how easy it was to ride the black horse, and he began to relax. "Are you ready?" Harry asked. Ernest patted Jonesy again, then nodded, smiling. "I think I am," he said. Harry grinned. "Then, follow us," he said. Harry flipped the reins, and Grady's pace picked up into a confident but leisurely gallop. Ernest followed suit, surprised at how quickly he began to enjoy riding. Harry and Grady led the way across the grounds until they came to the mouth of a wide, lovely riding trail. Then, Harry fell back so that he could ride side by side with Ernest. "You are doing quite well for your first ride," Harry said, smiling. "How does it feel?" Ernest grinned broadly. "I love it," he said. "I cannot believe it took me this long to try riding." A sly smile crept onto Harry's face. "How about a race?" he asked. Ernest thought for a moment. Then he smiled smugly. "You're on, Wilson," he said. Harry laughed. "Very well," he said. "On my count, we shall begin." Harry waited until he and Ernest were positioned a reasonable distance apart, and that their horses' noses were precisely even with one another. "Ready, set, go," Harry said. The men guided their horses into a trot, then into a run. Ernest could feel the wind blowing through his hair, and he could not help but laugh. He imagined that this would be what it was like to fly, and he felt freer than he had in as long as he could remember. As the horses' hooves pounded the ground, Harry pointed to a clearing up ahead, indicating where the race would end. Ernest nodded and nudged Jonesy's flank gently with his heel. The horse increased his speed, putting him slightly ahead of Harry and Grady. From behind him, he could hear Harry laughing, and then the sound of Grady's hooves closing the distance between them. Just before they entered the clearing, Harry and Grady overtook Ernest and Jonesy, narrowly winning the race. Ernest pulled back on the reins, bringing Jonesy to a halt. He lurched forward ever so slightly in the saddle, and the horse stomped to show his disapproval at having to suddenly cease his run. However, when Ernest patted his head once more, Jonesy pushed his head up gently into Ernest's hand, accepting the affectionate gesture. Harry climbed down from Grady's saddle and lightly applauded Ernest. "That was an incredible first race, Colborne," he said. "For a moment there, I was certain that you would beat me." Ernest smiled proudly and prepared to dismount as Harry had done. "That was the biggest thrill I have had in quite some time," he said. He put one foot in the stirrup and swung his leg over the other side of the animal. However, as his foot sought the ground below him, he slipped, landing on his backside rather than his feet. The incident spooked Jonesy, and he took off at full sprint back down the riding trail and toward Harry's estate. Ernest leapt up from the ground, eyes wide, but Harry simply laughed and shook his head. "Do not worry, my friend," he said. "Jonesy knows the way home, and the stable hands will catch him and put him back in his stall. He will be fine." Ernest breathed a sigh of relief and began brushing himself off. Beside him, Harry snorted and began laughing again. "I'm a bit concerned about the seat of those breeches, however," he said. "I thought it was a flawless dismount," Ernest grumbled, knocking the dirt from his clothes. Harry burst into fresh laughter. "I cannot recall when I have seen a more graceful sight," he said through guffaws. Ernest glared at Harry, but he too began to laugh. "Let us make sure that we never speak of this to anyone," he said. "They might get quite jealous over such a feat." The two men continued laughing as Harry took Grady's reins, and they headed back to the stables. But Ernest's earlier self-consciousness began to creep back in. He had done fairly well riding that day, but his clumsy impact with the ground made him nervous about riding with Rose. He hoped that he had learned enough to impress her. Most of all, he could not bear the thought of embarrassing himself in such a way in front of her. Harry's laughter eventually died down, and he clapped Ernest on the shoulder. "Do not worry," he said, his face warm and free from amusement. "I will help you practice dismounting when we return." Ernest nodded gratefully. "Thank you, my friend," he said. By the time they returned, Jonesy was calm and seemed happy to see Ernest again. As he promised, Harry worked with Ernest for about an hour on his dismount, until Ernest was able to climb down from the horse without hesitation or slipping. Then, they turned the horses over to the stable hands and made their way inside the house. "Are you up for a game of chess?" Harry asked. Ernest smiled widely. "I am always up for chess," he said. Ernest set up the game as Harry poured them each snifters of brandy. Ernest hid a sly smile. He knew that chess was one competition at which he always beat Harry. His pride was hardly wounded for losing the horse race, however. He felt proud of his newfound riding skills. He had even begun to find the humour in his graceless dismount. They played 3 games of chess, talking and laughing and enjoying the brandy, and, as Ernest had predicted, he beat his friend in all 3 matches. Harry, as always, was very good-natured about losing, and when the 3rd match was finished, he refilled their brandy glasses and toasted Ernest. "Well," he said, "you may not yet outmatch me in a horse race, but I do not stand a chance against you in this game." Ernest grinned smugly and reciprocated Harry's toast. "I dare say that you do a far better job at being a duke than I do," he said. Harry put down his glass and looked at Ernest seriously. "You really should be more confident, my friend," he said kindly. "You do not give yourself enough credit about anything." Ernest shook his head. "It is true," he said. "You were born and raised to become a duke. I was not. I am a simple landowner, nothing more." Harry shook his head firmly. "That is not all you are," he said. "You are a wonderful friend. You dote on your guardian. You would do anything for the people you care about, and—" He paused, raising his eyebrows. "You seem to make a wonderful partner for Lady Rose." Ernest flushed at his friend's kind words. Harry had always been good to him, but he could not recall a time when Harry had ever been so forthcoming with his words. Ernest was so touched he could not respond, but Harry did not seem to mind. "Status is nothing but a hollow title, Ernest," Harry said. "What truly makes a man is his morals and character." Ernest nodded, looking at his old friend affectionately. He felt exceedingly grateful to have Harry in his life. "And you, my friend, have an excellent character and admirable morals," he said. "I do not know what I would have done without you all these years." Harry flushed and averted his gaze. Then he chuckled. "Likely you would be completely sane and utterly boring," he teased. Ernest laughed. "I will certainly toast to that," he said, raising. Chapter 12. Rose was finishing getting ready when there was a knock on her door. The excitement behind the knock told her precisely who it was. "Come in, Lily," she said as the maid finished tugging her riding habit over her torso. Lily burst through the door, fully dressed and ready, with an expression of pure delight on her face. "The carriage is here," she said, her voice sounding childlike. "Are you ready?" Rose giggled and motioned to the maid that she was fine. "Yes, dear," she said. Lily clapped her hands. "Then let us go," she said, grabbing her sister's hand and dragging her from the room. Rose followed her sister and mother to the waiting carriage and climbed inside. Lily's face was brighter than she could ever recall seeing it. For the first time in as long as she could remember, Rose felt that everything was right with the world. To Rose's surprise, they travelled to Lord Wilson's estate in complete silence. She and Lily both seemed content to sit and daydream as the carriage bounced along, and their mother seemed content to study her daughters in reverent quiet. It seemed as though the sisters had a mutual understanding of their feelings about the men they were going to see, and in their excitement about the day ahead. The men were awaiting their arrival when the carriage pulled up. Rose was the first to exit the carriage, trying her best not to rush up to Harry and take his hands. Instead, she waited for Lily and her mother to exit the coach, then approached slowly. Lord Wilson and Mr. Colborne were quick to take the hands of their respective ladies. They gave each of them a quick kiss on the hand before bowing greetings to Christine. "Good day, Lady Seton," Lord Wilson said, bowing formally. "Good morning, my lord," the Baroness said, smiling warmly. Lily clasped onto Rose's arm, looking at Mr. Colborne and Lord Wilson with wide eyes. "I do hope it is not a problem, but I have never ridden a horse before," she said. Rose bit her lip and averted her gaze, but she hesitated long enough to see Mr. Colborne smile sweetly at her little sister. "It is quite all right," he said. "I am more than prepared to teach you." Lily beamed at him, and Rose could barely suppress a giggle. "And what about you, Lady Rose?" Lord Wilson asked. Rose blushed. "I have ridden before," she said, "but it has been quite some time." Lord Wilson took her hand and kissed it gently. "Well, that makes two of us," he said, "but Mr. Colborne here has assured me that he can help all of us, should we need it." Rose smiled warmly at Mr. Colborne. Despite his lack of title, she was fast warming up to him. "That is very kind," she said. "Thank you." Mr. Colborne gave her a charming smile and dipped his head. "It is my pleasure, Lady Rose," he said, "and it is the least I can do to thank Lord Wilson for bringing us here to ride today." "Not at all," Lord Wilson said. He then looked at the Baroness, still smiling sweetly. "Will you be riding with us, my lady?" he asked. Christine laughed heartily. "No," she said. "It has been too many years since I was on a horse. I shall follow in the carriage." Lord Wilson nodded elegantly. "As you wish, my lady," he said. "In any case, I am honoured that you have joined us today." Christine smiled and gave him another curtsy. "You are most gracious, my lord," she said. Mr. Colborne folded his hands in front of him. "Might I suggest a walk through the garden while we wait for the horses to be readied?" he asked. The group agreed enthusiastically. Lily put her arm through Rose's, her excitement barely contained. The men walked beside them and their mother behind them, everyone engaged in light-hearted banter. Rose was in awe of the expanse of Lord Wilson's estate. It was very grand and large compared to her family's more modest home. It was also very beautiful. As they exited the garden maze, a short, stout man briskly approached the group, holding a basket on his arm. "Your Grace," he said in an authoritative voice. Both Lord Wilson and Mr. Colborne turned in unison to look at the man. Rose watched the interaction with interest. She figured that the man must be Lord Wilson's valet. But why did both of the men turn to him when he spoke? The valet, too, seemed to be a bit confused. He studied the men curiously before speaking again. "The horses are prepared, my lord," he said carefully, "and lunch shall be ready by the time you return." Lord Wilson stepped forward, his hands outstretched to take the basket from the man. "Thank you, Edgar," he said, his voice a bit unsteady. The interaction seemed to baffle the valet even more. He looked behind Lord Wilson to Mr. Colborne, who was looking intently at the short man. Reluctantly, he gave the basket to Lord Wilson. Then, he turned around slowly and went back toward the house, pausing a few times to glance back with a perplexed expression. Rose frowned, not understanding the strange encounter. Did the valet not recognise his own master? Perhaps, after all the time that Lord Wilson spent travelling, the valet did have a bit of trouble recognising him. For the first time, Rose noticed the similarities between Lord Wilson and Mr. Colborne. They looked, in fact, like siblings. She took a deep breath, almost convinced that Lord Wilson's long absences were the reason for the confusion. Lord Wilson peeked inside the basket. Then he gave a weak smile to the group. "Well," he said, "it looks as though we have some lovely snacks to tide us over until we return for lunch." Mr. Colborne patted him on the back, and Rose noticed the men exchange an odd look. However, before she could dwell any further on the curious events, Lily squeezed her arm. "Today is sure to be splendid," she said. Rose smiled at her, pushing aside her thoughts. It certainly will be, she said. Moments later, they arrived at the stables. Lord Wilson was introducing his horses to the group, but Rose was already transfixed by one. And by the way that the chocolate-coloured horse was studying her, she thought the animal might like her too. Lord Wilson stepped away from the horses, letting Mr. Colborne and Lily pet and get acquainted with the animals. He walked over to Rose and took her hand. "It would seem that you have captured Betsy's attention," he said warmly. Rose looked at him. "She is beautiful," she said, her eyes sparkling. Lord Wilson shook his head gently. "She is nowhere near as beautiful as you," he said. "Would you like to meet her?" Rose blushed and bit her lip, nodding enthusiastically. Lord Wilson walked with her to where Betsy stood. As soon as Rose approached, the mare began stretching her neck forward. With no hesitation, Rose reached out and stroked the horse's dark fur. Betsy firmly nudged her hand, encouraging her to continue. "She is amazing," Rose breathed. Lord Wilson watched her fascinated. "She prefers the company of a lady rider," he said, "and it seems that she has taken a special liking to you." Beside her, Lily giggled. "Look at this one, Rose," she said. Rose looked at her sister and saw her with the white horse's head in both of her hands. The white animal, whose name Rose recalled was Harriet, was giving her sister much the same treatment that Betsy was giving her. The gentleman laughed. "Well," Mr. Colborne said, gesturing to the horses, "it would seem as though the ladies have made fast friends." Lord Wilson nodded, beaming at Rose. "They certainly have," he said. Once the ladies had chosen their respective horses, the men helped the women mount them. Rose was settled in Betsy's saddle in no time, and she could feel the horse quiver with the excitement of the promise of a ride. Lily, however, had some trouble. Mr. Colborne almost had her atop the saddle, but she slipped and fell back to the ground. Fortunately, Mr. Colborne had his arms around her, which prevented her from falling. Harriet stomped her front hoof, and for a moment, Rose feared that the horse might kick her sister. She opened her mouth to say something, but she also feared spooking the horse any further. Instead, Harriet turned her head around and nudged her sister gently with her muzzle, as though encouraging her to try again. Then, the horse opened her mouth and grazed the sleeve of Lily's riding habit ever so gently with her lips. Lily giggled and threw her arms around the horse's neck, which the animal seemed to relish. All the others exchanged a look and began to laugh at the cuteness of Lily's excitement. After another attempt, Mr. Colborne successfully helped Lily into Harriet's saddle. Lily was glowing with pride and glee, and Rose's heart swelled with love for her sister. The men then mounted their steeds, and the group headed in a slow trot to the nearby forest. It did not take Lily long to get the hang of horseback riding, and Rose found that she remembered what to do instantly. Within moments, the foursome was off, riding at a pleasant trot down the beautiful riding trail in a small, forested area. The bright colours and deep green of the foliage enchanted Rose, and Lord Wilson looked like a prince as he rode expertly on his horse. The earlier discomfort forgotten, she watched him, as enthralled with his countenance as she was with the scenery around them. The trail widened off onto the bank of a stream. The bubbling sound from the water and the deeper green plants along each side were even more breathtaking than the trail. Lord Wilson and Mr. Colborne brought their horses to a stop and dismounted. Then they helped Lily and Rose down from their animals. Rose stroked Betsy's nose again, to which the animal responded with great enthusiasm. "I thought this would make a lovely spot for us to enjoy our picnic before we ride back," Lord Wilson said. Everyone nodded in agreement. Rose and Lily stood stroking the horses while the men put down the blanket and spread out the snacks. It was a lovely spread of cakes, some of which Rose had never seen before, and a bottle of sweet red wine. When everything was ready, the women went to the blanket. Each took an empty wine glass as they sat. The men poured wine for them, and then poured their own as they took up spots beside the ladies. Lord Wilson was even gracious enough to walk to the carriage where the Baroness sat and offer her some of the treats. Rose could not hear the conversation, but when he returned to his spot beside her, he was smiling. "The Baroness has politely declined to join us, but she told us to enjoy ourselves," he said. Lily reached for the cakes, giggling. "I know that I most certainly will," she said. Everyone laughed. As they ate and conversed, Rose kept stealing glances at Lord Wilson. Each time she did, she discovered him glancing at her too. Rose was thinking of a witty remark to make about the exchange of looks, when she saw something on his face. She looked more closely and saw that he had a drop of jam on his nose. She bit her lip, trying to remain quiet until he finished speaking to Mr. Colborne, but a giggle escaped her lips. Everyone turned to her, looking at her curiously. "Do forgive me," she said, looking at Lord Wilson again and bursting into fresh laughter. "What has gotten into you?" Lily asked, giggling despite not knowing what her sister found so funny. Lord Wilson brushed his nose lightly. Then he looked at Rose with feigned innocence. "What is it?" he asked. "Is my hair amiss?" Everyone then looked at Lord Wilson and, upon seeing the jam, began to laugh along with Rose. Lord Wilson made a grand show of wiping it off and laughing. "Forgive me," he said. "It would appear that I nearly forgot where my mouth is." This caused everyone to laugh harder, and Rose sneaked another look at him. His cheeks were flushed, his eyes sparkled, and she felt that she had never wanted him more. Upon returning to the mansion, Lord Wilson extended the invitation for them to join him for lunch. Everyone, including the Baroness, graciously accepted, and they followed him inside. As the valet had promised, the meal was ready to be served when they entered the dining room, and it was as enjoyable and pleasant as the rest of the day had been. After lunch, her sister and mother retired to the drawing room with Mr. Colborne. Rose started to follow them, but Lord Wilson touched her hand. "Would you like to see the library?" he asked. Rose's eyes lit up. "I would love to," she said. After one of the maids served champagne to the trio in the drawing room, she escorted them to the library. Rose gasped upon entering the room. Her family had a library at their home, but it was a great deal smaller. She had never seen so many books in a single room, and she stared in awe. "You must have every single book ever written in here," she breathed. Lord Wilson blushed modestly. "There are certainly a great many books," he said. "Would you like to see a couple of my favourites?" Rose nodded, clasping her hands in front of her. She followed Lord Wilson to one of the bookshelves across the room. He stood there, looking up at them for a moment, his brow furrowing in concentration. He said, suddenly sounding nervous. "I do not seem to be able to find it." Rose tilted her head. "He can't find one of his own books," she thought. He ran his fingertips over the spines, becoming more flustered with each book he passed. At last, his face lit up and he pulled one from its place. Rose looked at it carefully, noting that it was a collection of Shakespeare's work. She smiled and touched the book gingerly. "I love Shakespeare as well," she said. Lord Wilson chuckled nervously and put the book back on the shelf. He brushed his hands down the front of his jacket, suddenly unable to meet her gaze. "I seem to be unable to find my other favourites," he said. "Perhaps the servants relocated them while I was away." Rose blinked, unsure if there was truth to his words. She put her hand on his shoulder. "What is troubling you?" she said. Lord Wilson looked at her again, his face a mixture of emotions. He stared at her for several moments. Rose was preparing to repeat herself when he at last spoke. "It is nothing," he said. Rose waited, hoping for further explanation. None came, however. Instead, he put on his best smile and gestured back toward the door. "We should rejoin the others," he said. "Certainly, before they drink all the champagne." Rose tried to laugh, but his strange behaviour was bothering her. Deeper than that, however, was her overwhelming urge to comfort him and attempt to get him to open up to her. She was becoming more attached to him every day, and seeing him so distressed and confused hurt her. She decided that the next opportunity she got to speak with him alone, she would coax him into talking about what was troubling him. "You are absolutely right," she said, smiling warmly. "I fear too much will go straight to Lily's head." The pair laughed and exited the library to join the others. Shortly after, the women rose to leave. The men escorted them to their carriage, where they exchanged farewells and affectionate gestures. Before helping her into the carriage, Lord Wilson reached into his pocket and pulled out a folded piece of paper. "Lady Rose," he said, suddenly looking sheepish and shy, "I want you to have this." Rose smiled curiously at him. "What is this?" she asked. Lord Wilson tucked the piece of paper into her hands. Then he kissed them and walked away before she could ask anything else. As the carriage pulled away, she unfolded the page. It was a poem, and she blushed deeply. "I've always enjoyed the warmth of the sun, the light and life its rays bring, but never have I known someone who channels sunshine when she sings. That is, my dear, till I met you. A beauty that rivals all the world. There is nothing I would not do to see your dreams and joy unfurled." Rose's heart pounded in her chest as she read the words. Never had anyone said such lovely things to her, and they had certainly never written such things. His words were breathtaking, and his passion was clear in his expression. She read the poem over and over, tears of joy filling her eyes. He truly did care for her. "What is it?" Lily asked, her eyes wide and focused on the page. Rose held the paper to her chest and sighed. Chapter 13. "Colborne!" Harry called. Ernest rolled his eyes, a smile on his face. He finished straightening his jacket and then met his friend at the front door of his home. "Come right on in, Wilson," Ernest said, narrowing his eyes teasingly at his friend. Harry laughed. "What do you mean? The butler let me in," he said, gesturing to the tall coat rack by the door. Ernest chuckled. "Well, if a maid ever tries to bring you cakes, you had better run," he said. The two men laughed. "Are you ready?" Harry asked. "We want to get good seats at the racetrack." Ernest nodded enthusiastically. "Well, what are we waiting for?" he asked. The racetrack was comfortably crowded. Ernest took a deep breath, enjoying the sights and sounds. The horse track was one place where Ernest never felt out of place or awkward. There were plenty of wealthy people in attendance, but there were just as many men like him as well. And, unlike the social events of the ton, he never had to interact with others. He could blend in and simply enjoy himself. As he and Harry took their seats, Ernest felt a tug at his heart. He looked at the empty seats beside them, wishing that Rose had been able to join them. The ladies had plans with their family that day, but they had promised to be available the next time the men called on them. Ernest marvelled at how incomplete he felt without Rose by his side. He glanced at Harry and saw a sad expression on his friend's face. He had been so focused on Rose that he had hardly taken notice of Harry's relationship with Lily, but it seemed that he was truly as taken with her as Ernest was with Rose. Minutes before the race began, more people began seeking seats. Ernest watched in quiet anticipation until he felt a pressure on his knee. He looked up to see Arthur Sinclair attempting to push past him. "Pardon me," he said dryly, looking at Ernest with disdain. Ernest glanced around, noting how many other, easier-to-reach seats there were, and he looked with agitation at the tall, blonde man. As though, seeing the men for the first time, Lord Sinclair gave Ernest a snide sneer. "Oh, forgive me," he said. "I did not recognise you without Lady Rose." Ernest rose from his seat, irritated by the arrogant man and desperate to be done with the strange interaction. "Forgive us for impeding your path," he said, gesturing for Lord Sinclair to pass. "Please, by all means." Harry slowly stood, watching Ernest and Lord Sinclair with wary curiosity. Lord Sinclair huffed as he started to move past them. Ernest felt sure that it was no coincidence that he had chosen their row to find a seat. His theory was confirmed when the gentleman turned back to look at Ernest, his expression even more smug than before. "Did you know that the horse with the most strength and integrity is the one guaranteed to win the race?" he asked, raising an eyebrow. Ernest felt a chill up his spine. It was clear that Lord Sinclair was not making a reference to the race. But why was he acting so strange? What could he possibly know? Without another word, Lord Sinclair continued past the men and walked away. As Ernest suspected, Lord Sinclair exited their row at the other end and made his way to a different section of seats. Ernest sighed heavily and reclaimed his own seat. The confrontation had taken much of the thrill of the race from him, but he tried his best to shake it off. Harry put his hand on Ernest's arm, smiling warmly. "Do not pay any attention to him," he said. "He is clearly jealous." Ernest tried to smile, but he was not convinced. Something else was driving Lord Sinclair's hostility. He was just not sure what. Shortly after that interaction, the race began. Ernest put all his concentration on watching the horses, letting the pounding of their hooves soothe his nerves. Yet, despite his efforts to ignore Lord Sinclair, he could feel the man's eyes on him. He tried his best to enjoy the day and the atmosphere, but Lord Sinclair's presence put a dark cloud over him that he could not shake. When the races ended, Harry turned to Ernest as they exited the track. "Would you like to join me at the gentleman's club for a drink?" he asked. Ernest thought for a moment. Then he shook his head. "Thank you," he said, "but I believe that I will pay a visit to Lord Howley." Harry smiled fondly. "Do send him my greetings and best wishes," he said. Ernest smiled. "I am certain that he would like to see you some day soon as well," he said. Harry nodded. "I will visit him the very next time that I have a day to myself," he said. Ernest nodded, clapping Harry on the arm. Then he bid his friend goodbye and boarded the carriage to make the trip to his childhood home. A wave of nostalgia overtook Ernest as the coach pulled up in front of the familiar estate. Though the large house was old, it was well tended and it held many of Ernest's most pleasant memories. He was overcome with the excitement of seeing his beloved guardian, and he quickly bounded out of the carriage and up to the front door. He knocked, and it was opened seconds later by the butler. The man smiled broadly when he saw Ernest. "Mr. Colborne," he said warmly, bowing. "Good day," Ernest said. "I hope I am not here at a bad time." The butler shook his head, gesturing for Ernest to come inside. "Not at all," he said. "Lord Howley is in his study, and he will be thrilled to see you." Ernest sighed with relief and followed the butler inside. As he glanced around at the familiar walls and furnishings, he could not help feeling bad for William. He felt certain that the elderly Duke must feel so lonely, being all alone in this big, empty house. The butler led him to William's study door, even though Ernest knew the way well. Once they had reached the office, he bowed quickly and left Ernest alone. The door to the study was cracked, and he knocked gently. "Come in," William Howley said. Ernest pushed open the door. He had barely made it inside the doorway before William rose from his seat and made a beeline for the door. "Ernest, my boy," he said, briefly embracing his charge, "it is wonderful to see you." Ernest smiled fondly at the elderly man. "I hope I am not interrupting anything," he said, gesturing to the desk. William shook his head firmly. "Not at all, Ernest," he said. "How have you been faring?" Ernest's smile began to falter. He had not had the time to tell his guardian about anything recently, including Rose. Now that he was there, he was not sure he wanted to. In the comfort of his childhood home, it was easier than ever to let the pretenses fall away and dwell on his guilt. William regarded him with scrutiny and guided him to a seat. Rather than taking up his chair on the other side of the desk, he sat down beside Ernest. "What is troubling you, my boy?" he asked. Ernest looked at his guardian, suddenly too guilt-ridden and sad to keep it to himself any longer. Surely, if anyone would understand, it would be William. I have made a terrible, foolish mistake, he said. William frowned, alarmed. Are you in trouble, Ernest? He asked, his voice full of concern. Ernest put his hand on the elderly man's arm. No, he said, reassuring his guardian. It is nothing like that. William relaxed, but only marginally. He motioned for Ernest to wait a moment, rose and walked to his liquor cabinet, from which he produced a bottle of scotch and 2 glasses. Ernest smiled at him gratefully as William brought a drink to him. The elderly man raised his in silent response, gesturing for Ernest to carry on, which he did. He explained in specific detail all of Harry's plan and the events that had unfolded since the night of the ball. William listened carefully, letting Ernest get it all out of his head. At last, Ernest took a deep, heavy breath. Whatever his guardian said to him, he had to admit that it felt good to get everything off his conscience. William took a long sip of his drink. Then he took a deep breath and began to laugh. That sounds like precisely the sort of antics that you and Harry would get up to, he said, laughing harder as he spoke. Ernest looked at William perplexed, but beginning to smile as well. Yes, Ernest said, and now it seems to have gotten us into a bit of trouble. William let his laughter subside. Then he clapped Ernest on the arm. My boy, he said, this is hardly the worst thing you could ever do. While it was certainly not well planned, and you really should be more careful, you must not be so hard on yourself. Ernest sighed, feeling a sense of relief at his guardian's words. You are right, he said, but I cannot help thinking that Lady Rose will not find it so amusing. After all, it isn't as though we merely changed names. We changed titles as well. That makes a drastic difference to any woman who marries us. William looked at him seriously for a moment. Does it? He asked. Ernest opened his mouth, then closed it as realization dawned. Doesn't it? He asked. William smiled warmly at him. You tell me, my boy, he said. You have always been a sensitive man, dreaming of love and romance and everything that entails. Ernest blushed, knowing the elderly man was right. Lady Rose seems to be of the same mind, he said. William took a sip of his drink. I almost envy the pure view of life and love that you have always had, he said. I believe that it helped you through the deaths of your parents. Ernest smiled sadly at the memory of his parents. Briefly, he wondered what his mother and father would advise him to do in this situation, if they were still alive. I've always known that they would want me to enjoy life and find happiness, he said softly. William nodded at him knowingly. And that is what I say to you now, Ernest, he said. You must follow your heart wherever it leads. And, most importantly, you must not allow yourself to get in your own way. Ernest nodded slowly. Lady Rose is certainly special, he said. In fact, I have never met anyone like her, before or since the ball. William smiled. It is clear how special she is, just by the way your face lights up when you speak of her, he said. Ernest blushed again, but he laughed. He thought for a moment, considering everything that William had told him. She is precisely what I want for my future, Ernest continued. I just fear telling her about this whole scheme. I do not want to hurt her. William nodded again. The right woman will love you no matter what, he said. That which we call a rose, by any other name would smell as sweet. Ernest smiled as the elderly man quoted one of his favourite Shakespeare passages. You are right, he said. I must trust that her feelings for me are as strong as mine are for her. William smiled. Precisely, he said then. He held up his finger. But you should speak with her as quickly as possible and tell her the truth. Do not allow someone else to be the one to tell her everything. Ernest nodded, thinking instantly of Lord Sinclair. Any chance Ernest might have at keeping Lady Rose's trust would be ruined if someone like Lord Sinclair spoke to her first. He vowed that even if he had to confess everything in a note, He would tell her before anyone else could. Chapter 14. As Rose and Lily entered the tea house early in the morning, Rose could not help but hope that they might run into Lord Wilson and Mr. Colborne. They had plans with the gentleman for later that week, but every moment without Lord Wilson tugged at her heart, and she spent each one counting down until she would see him again. The tea house was only mildly crowded, so it was easy to see that Lord Wilson was not there. However, as the sisters looked around for a nice table, Rose saw someone else. She gripped onto Lily's arm and turned to face her. "We should leave at once," she whispered. Lily frowned, confused. "Why?" she asked. "We only just got here." Rose slowly turned Lily until she could see the seat where Arthur Sinclair sat. Her sister's face paled, and she nodded cautiously. The women locked arms and turned to head back towards the door. Unfortunately, they were a moment too late. "Lady Rose?" Lord Sinclair called. Rose froze, cursing herself for having been too distracted to spot him sooner. "What do we do?" Lily whispered frantically. Rose debated for a moment. They could easily pretend they had not heard him, but he would surely follow them out into the street, and Rose had little desire to make her interaction with him so grandly public. Against her better judgment, Rose turned towards Lord Sinclair's voice and gave her best smile. "Good morning, Lord Sinclair," she said without a curtsy. Lord Sinclair smiled broadly. "Please," he said, bowing with great exaggeration. "Won't you join me, ladies?" Rose rolled her eyes, once again wishing that she had seen him sooner. "We really must be going," Lily said hollowly. Rose bit her lip to stifle a groan, knowing well that Lord Sinclair had seen them enter moments before, and that he would know that they had nowhere pressing to be immediately. "It is all right," she said, looking pointedly at her sister. "Mother said we did not need to meet her for about another hour." Lily looked at her, clearly baffled. Rose gave her another sharp, knowing look. "We can leave soon," she whispered. "Just not yet." Lily looked at her, doubtful but understanding. She nodded imperceptibly. With her sister temporarily pacified, she turned to Lord Sinclair. "Is there something we can do for you?" she asked, a bit more loudly than necessary. Part of her hoped that someone would hear her and intervene, but she had no such luck. "I was hoping that we could have tea and talk for a few moments," Lord Sinclair said, bowing grandly. Rose sighed. She wanted nothing more than to tell him that they were leaving, but she knew that it would do little good, now that she had engaged with him. She looked Lord Sinclair in the eyes, with the sternest expression she could muster. "We have a few moments, I suppose," she said. Lord Sinclair looked as though he had won some great victory, making Rose wish even more she had exited the tea house when she had the chance. "Wonderful," he said, gesturing towards the direction from which he had come. "I have a table. Please do join me." Rose rolled her eyes again, not bothering to hide her discontent with the situation. Lord Sinclair, however, either did not notice or pretended not to. He led the women back to his table and sat down. Rose and Lily seated themselves, exchanging identical looks of disdain and repulsion. Once more, Lord Sinclair did not react to their discomfort. "I must say that I am rather glad for this chance encounter," the blonde man said, giving Rose what she was sure was supposed to be a charming smile. "Oh," she said, unable to keep the disinterest out of her voice. "Indeed," he said, "I have been wishing very much for the opportunity to speak with you." Rose stifled a groan. "About what, my lord?" she asked. Truthfully, she did not care what he had to say, but if he would get to the point quickly, perhaps he would allow her and Lily to leave. Rather than answer her right away, Lord Sinclair reached out and put his hand on hers. Rose recoiled in shock and tried to pull her hand away, but he held on firmly. Rose could feel the colour drain from her face. She looked at her sister, who seemed as frozen with shock as she. Lord Sinclair took her stunned silence as his opportunity to continue speaking. "I have been patiently waiting for the chance to tell you how I feel about you," he said. Rose felt her stomach drop. She supposed that it should come as no surprise, especially with his incessant persistence and his behaviour at the masquerade ball. But she had hoped that she was wrong. "My lord," she began, but the man held up the hand not currently pinning hers to the table. "Please," he said, his voice soft but his tone condescending. "I must say this before I lose my nerve." Rose bit her lip to keep from laughing. She thought it very unlikely that Arthur Sinclair ever lost his nerve or found himself at a loss for words. Nevertheless, she forced herself to meet his gaze and remained quiet. "Lady Rose," he said, pausing for dramatic effect. Rose stifled another urge to roll her eyes. "I am in love with you." Despite knowing what he had been about to say, Rose paled at his words. Her first instinct was to leap from her seat indignantly and give Lord Sinclair the tongue-lashing she felt he so richly deserved. However, no proper lady would ever do such a thing. She took a deep breath and gave the horrid man her best, most sympathetic smile. "You flatter me, my lord," she said diplomatically, "but I am afraid that I am already being courted by someone else." Lord Sinclair sneered. "Surely you do not mean that Lord Wilson?" he said with a chuckle. Rose's blood heated, but she maintained her smile. "I do mean Lord Wilson," she said. Arthur scoffed. "Your Lord Wilson is not the kind of man you should have in your life," he said. Rose stared at him, once again stunned. Who was he to tell her who she should have in her life? At last she found the ability to pull her hand away from Lord Sinclair. She looked at him, no longer bothering to pretend to be kind and sympathetic. "You know nothing of him," she said, putting her hands in her lap, well out of the blonde Duke's reach. Lord Sinclair raised his eyebrows and laughed once more. "I have a great deal to tell you about him," he said. Rose could not read his expression, but she was liking his approach less and less. She stared at him silently, praying he would just leave. "I have much to show you," he continued. "I have much I wish to give to you." She had had all she could tolerate of the man. She rose quickly from her seat. "I have made my decision," she said, her voice low but cold. "And, as a gentleman, you really should respect it, rather than continuing to push me." Lord Sinclair stared at her, but not with the shock she had hoped. Rather, he seemed to be studying her like she was an item in a shop. Instead of continuing the argument, Rose looked silently at Lily, who rose from her seat at once. "We really must be going," Lily said, moving between Rose and the Duke. To Rose's relief, he did not stand or try to stop them. Without another word, the two women made a quick exit from the tea house. As they walked away, Rose huffed. "What an atrocious man," she said. Lily nodded, moving quickly to keep pace with her sister. "Who does he think he is?" she asked. Rose shook her head. "I know who he is not," she said. "He is not the man for me. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk." Rose was still aggravated when they arrived back at their home. Their mother was walking down the stairs when they entered the house, and she greeted her daughters with a concerned expression. "What's happened?" she asked. Rose took a deep breath and explained her latest encounter with Lord Sinclair. Her mother listened with growing disgust, shaking her head as Rose spoke. When she was finished, the Baroness hugged her daughters. Then she took Rose's hands and smiled warmly at her. "Do not let that awful man upset you so," she said. "Ignore him from now on if you must, but do not give him the power to upset you." Rose nodded, at last beginning to calm down. "He is just utterly infuriating," she said. Lily nodded. "And he spoke as though his feelings for Rose were some great honour for her," she said, indignant for her sister. The Baroness waved her hand. "Forget about him," she said. Invest your time in Lord Wilson. He cares a great deal about you, and he is truly a wonderful gentleman. In fact, I would like to invite him and Mr. Colborne to come to dinner soon." Rose embraced her mother, grateful for her approval. "Thank you, Mother," she said. Lily hugged Rose briefly, then took her by the hand. "Come," she said excitedly. "Let us prepare invitations for them." Chapter 15. Ernest changed clothes for the 7th time, examining himself in the mirror. For the 7th time, he frowned, just as unhappy with the outfit as he had been with the first one. He knew that he could have asked Harry to borrow a suit, but his pride did not allow him. As such, he was standing in front of his mirror, trying on all of the outfits he had, and attempting to decide which one looked presentable enough to wear to dinner with Rose and her parents. At last, he settled on the jacket he was wearing the night of the ball, the one that had so perfectly matched Harry's own coat. He felt a tug of guilt as he donned the jacket, unable to push away the thought that, if he had not worn that coat that night, his friend would have never come up with the scheme that had created such turmoil now. He shrugged on the jacket, understanding that what was done, and that he would simply have to do whatever was necessary to make things right. If that was, he could ever bring himself to talk to Rose about it. Harry had business obligations until late that evening, so he made the trip to the Seton estate alone. Ernest did not mind. He was not sure that he was in the mood to listen to Harry go on and on about how wonderful things were, and how everything would work out fine. Ernest was no longer certain about that, and he was growing more convinced every day that they should have never agreed to switch places in the first place, not even for a single night. Harry was just arriving when Ernest's coach pulled up in front of the house. Ernest felt a small bit of relief. His stomach was rapidly becoming knotted, and he was glad that he did not have to enter the Baron and Baroness's home alone. Harry waited for Ernest to exit his carriage and shook his hand heartily. "You look rather nice," Harry said. Ernest smirked, beginning to relax in his friend's presence. "You are not about to propose marriage, are you?" Ernest asked, teasing. Harry knocked on the door, then pretended to consider his friend's question. "Let us get through our courtship first," Harry retorted. They both laughed. The butler answered the door and led them inside, announcing their arrival. Ernest glanced around the house, once again marvelling at its beauty. The entire family greeted Harry and Ernest at the bottom of their staircase. The Baron bowed graciously, and the women curtsied politely. Ernest caught Rose's eye, and his heart melted. She was even more beautiful than he remembered, and she looked genuinely thrilled to see him. It was clear that Lily was equally as happy to see Harry, and Ernest smiled. "Good evening," the Baron said warmly to them. "Dinner shall be ready any minute. Please come into the dining room and make yourselves comfortable." The Baroness smiled and sweetly beckoned for the men to follow them. Harry walked with Lily and Ernest with Rose, each smiling brightly at their partners. Ernest looked up as they entered the room and saw the Baroness smiling contentedly at them. The meal was a bit simpler than those served at Harry's estate, but it was delicious nonetheless. The Baroness and her daughters shared more stories from when they were young, and the Baron told humorous tales of his business ventures. Harry conversed well with the Baron, especially about business, but he kept the details vague so as not to give away his identity as a duke. While Ernest had not felt so at home since before his parents died, he could not shake the cloud of guilt lingering over him. By the end of the meal, it was clear to him that the Baron and Baroness liked him, which only intensified his remorse. But Rose was positively radiant, and her laugh was truly infectious, and he allowed her brilliance to temporarily chase away the heaviness he felt in his heart. After dinner, the Baron and Baroness invited Harry and Ernest into the small drawing room for champagne, to which they earnestly agreed. While they waited for the servants to return with the drinks, Lily tugged at Rose's arm, pulling her toward the pianoforte. "Can we play a little?" Lily asked. She glanced at Harry as she spoke and blushed when she saw that he was watching her with doting affection. Rose laughed. "I suppose that we can practice a song or two," she said. Lily squealed with delight and took her place on the bench. Rose took hers and shuffled through the sheet music on the stand. Ernest and Harry looked at each other, exchanging excited grins as the ladies readied themselves. A moment later, sweet notes drifted from the pianoforte, and Lily began to sing. Ernest watched as Harry stared, completely transfixed by her voice. If Ernest had not known better, he might have thought that his friend had been placed under a spell. Ernest's attention was quickly pulled from his friend, however, as Rose's voice joined her sister's. Ernest suddenly felt as though he had been transported to heaven. Lily's voice was sweet and high, but Rose's smooth, sweet alto sounded like he imagined an angel's might. While she played and sang, it was like nothing else in the world existed, except for his certain and irrevocable love for her. If it were a spell the ladies were casting on him and Harry, he prayed that it would never be broken. When the song was over, Ernest leapt to his feet as he applauded. He heard warm laughter around him, and he realised that while everyone else was also clapping, he was the only one who had risen from his seat. He blushed and glanced down at Harry, who still looked too awestruck to tease him. He sat down quickly, but Rose had seen his reaction. Her cheeks were flushed, and she was smiling at him in a way he had never seen before. His heart pounded in his chest, and he had to resist the urge to rush to her side and kiss her. While the ladies played, champagne had been brought in. Ernest took 2 flutes and handed one to Rose when she approached to join the gentlemen and her parents. "You were magnificent," he said. Rose giggled, no doubt thinking of his inappropriate standing ovation. "You are too gracious, my lord," she said, winking at him. Then she raised her eyebrow at him. "Do you play chess?" Ernest grinned widely. "I play quite often with Mr. Colborne," he said. Harry laughed. "What he means to say is that he beats me at chess often," he said. Everyone, including Ernest, laughed. Rose's eyes widened. "Well," she said, "I challenge you to a game of chess. Right now." Ernest nodded quickly. She could have asked him to follow her off a cliff just then, and he would have agreed. "All right, my lady," he said. "I accept your challenge." Rose smirked and retrieved the game from a nearby cabinet. She set it up rather quickly, and Ernest wondered if he might have found a true match for his chess skills in this wonderful woman. "Ladies first, of course," he said, gesturing to the board once it was set up. "Is that why you always insisted on me making the first move?" Harry asked from across the room. This earned more laughter, and Ernest's heart swelled with the pleasure of the evening. As it turned out, Lady Rose was an incredible chess player. They played 3 matches, and she beat him each time. He stared in awe at the skill with which she played, and he found that he could, in fact, fall harder for her than he already had. With that single thought, his earlier guilt returned with a vengeance. He pushed it down, determined not to let it ruin the evening. "Well played, my lady," he said, rising to bow to her. Rose stood as well, smiling broadly. "You were certainly a worthy opponent," she said. Harry was staring, dumbfounded. "Lady Rose," he said, rising and bowing to her as well, "I am in awe of your skill. You must teach me how to beat him. I have not beaten him once in all the years we have played." Rose laughed. "I would be happy to teach you," she said, "and perhaps we can teach Lily as well." Lily rolled her eyes. "I do not like chess," she said. She too rose and walked back to the pianoforte, caressing it fondly. "I prefer music." Harry walked over to her and took her hands. "Well, you certainly play it beautifully," he said. Lily blushed and giggled. Ernest glanced at the small desk on the other side of the room, on top of which sat a fresh stack of stationery and an inkwell. While everyone was distracted by the tune Lily had just begun playing, he hastily scribbled a note to Rose on one of the pages. He folded it up into his hand just as Rose turned to look at him, an inquisitive expression on her face. "Are you all right?" she asked. Ernest smiled, but truthfully, he was anything but all right. As earlier, however, he was determined not to show it. "I used a piece of the stationery on the desk," he said sheepishly. "I hope that is all right." The Baroness heard him, and she walked over, smiling warmly. "It is perfectly all right," she said. "Please, treat this as you would your own home, Lord Wilson." Ernest's stomach twisted, but he once more swallowed the nauseating remorse that threatened to overwhelm him. "You are very kind, my lady," he said, bowing to give himself a chance to regain control of his facial expression. To try to settle his nerves, he stood beside Rose and listened to Lily complete the song she was playing. When she was finished, he clapped along with everyone else. But, for the first time that evening, he prayed that the night would end soon, even though a bigger part of him wished that it could last forever. Shortly after Lily's final song, he and Harry prepared to leave. As the Baron and Baroness said their goodbyes to Harry, Ernest slipped his note into Rose's hand. She glanced down at it and smiled brightly. "What is this?" she asked. He put his hands behind his back to keep from stroking her cheek. "Read it later tonight," he said. "I had a wonderful time." Rose blushed, and he thought that her smile had never been brighter. "As did I," she said. As he exited the modest home with his friend, Ernest came to a decision. He must tell Rose who he really was. He could no longer lie to her. What should have been the most joyous time of his life was mixed with guilt and self-resentment, and he felt that he could hardly give Rose the affection she deserved while he felt so terrible. In the meantime, he would devote the vast majority of his time to his work, though he already knew that nothing in the world could ever take his mind off Rose. Chapter 16. Rose tucked the note Harry gave her in the pocket of her dress. As excited as she was to find out what it said, she wanted privacy when she read it. She waited patiently for her opportunity to bid her family good night. Then, she rushed to her bedroom and hastily pulled the letter from her pocket. Despite her excitement, she unfolded it carefully. She sat down on her bed to read it by the dim lighting of a candle still burning on her bedside table. She covered her mouth with her hand as she read, "Dearest Rose, please forgive my forwardness, but there is something I must tell you. I think that I am falling for you. I hope this does not come as unwelcome news, and I pray that you feel the same. Do not feel obligated to respond to this. I just could not go one more day without telling you how I feel. Forever yours." Her heart pounded fiercely in her chest, burning with longing and affection for Harry. She reread the note several times, with tears of joy in her eyes, until she had every word memorized. When her maid came to help her dress for bed, she tucked the note into the drawer of the bedside table. When she was ready for bed, Rose lay beneath her blankets, wide awake. She kept repeating the words from the note in her head, and each time they filled her with fresh waves of love and bliss. Yet there was something else too. She did not doubt Harry's words in his letter, but she could not forget how strangely he had been behaving after dinner. He had seemed very anxious and become restless and withdrawn. In fact, until she read his letter, she had wondered if she had done something to make him uncomfortable. She thought again about the letter. Surely he would not have written her such a thing, let alone right in front of her, if she had done something to bother him. And he had seemed to enjoy their chess matches as much as she did. He had also done a fair bit of smiling at her, and their playful teasing was exactly the same as it had always been. She thought more carefully about his behaviour and his face. She recalled noticing dark circles under his eyes, and the times recently that she had felt that his energy was lower than usual. She concluded that he must just be tired, and she made a mental note to gently chastise him about getting more rest, even if she had to stay away from him for a day or two to allow that to happen. The next day, as she made her way downstairs to join her family for breakfast, the butler handed her a note. She quickly opened it, remembering the love letter from the previous night. However, it was simply a single sentence, with Harry asking her to meet him for a walk that morning. Lily was visiting relatives all day, and Rose's parents would be departing immediately after breakfast to tend to errands in town, so she was thrilled to accept the last-minute invitation. She was especially excited for another chance to spend time with Harry. She hurried through breakfast, kissing each of her family members on the cheek when she had finished, and then she rushed upstairs to get changed. An hour later, she and her maid arrived at the park. It did not take her long to spot Harry, seated on a shaded bench beneath a large, beautiful tree. When he saw Rose approaching, he rose and smiled warmly. "I am so glad you came," he said, taking her hands. "I am glad that you invited me," she said, beaming at him. He dipped his head. Then he offered his arm. "Shall we?" he asked. Rose put her hand through his arm and nodded. Harry smiled again and led her down a stone path that ran along the outer perimeter of the park. They walked in silence for a few moments. Rose kept glancing at Harry, but she noticed that he was not reciprocating. In fact, he seemed just as distracted and withdrawn as he had been after dinner the evening before. She stroked his arm and looked at him with all the affection she could muster. "Your letter was incredible," she said. She hoped that, if he was nervous because he thought she did not love him, perhaps she could reassure him and lift his mood. "And I adored the poem you gave me the other day." Harry smiled brightly at her, the first full, genuine smile she had seen on his face in several days. "I am glad you liked them," he said, "and I meant every word." As suddenly as his face brightened, the dark cloud returned. He once more returned his gaze to the ground and his posture stiffened. Worried and desperate to do something to help Harry feel better, Rose put her other hand on his arm and gently tugged him to a stop. "Please tell me what is wrong," she said, her eyes pleading. Harry looked at her and gave her another smile, but this one was much less convincing. He patted her hands gently and shook his head. "Forgive me," he said softly. "I have a lot on my mind as of late, but overall, I am all right." Rose studied his face carefully. Instead of looking away again, Harry's face softened, his smile once more looking real and pleasant. "Do not worry," he continued. "Everything will be all right." Rose paused for a moment. Then she nodded. "All right," she said, "but if there is something I can help with, please let me know." Harry patted her hands once more. "Seeing your beautiful face helps more than you could ever imagine," he said. Rose blushed. "I am very glad," she said. She still was not sure if he was being completely honest, but he had told her that there was something bothering him, rather than trying to hide it from her. With that, and his assurance that he would be fine, she would have to be satisfied. They walked a little while longer in silence. The quiet was marginally more comfortable this time because Harry had returned to looking at her dotingly. Despite her apprehension over Harry's behaviour, she enjoyed that the silence between them was just as comfortable as their conversations. Nevertheless, she hoped that he would begin to feel more like himself soon, and that things would return to normal. A tug on her dress pulled her from her thoughts. She glanced down to see a dirty, stringy-haired man reaching up to her, his hand seemingly pulling on her skirt. She gasped and squealed, jumping backwards and bumping into Harry. Instinctively, Harry moved himself between Rose and the man. He looked down at the man firmly but politely. "Excuse me, sir," Harry said. "We did not see you there." Rose caught her breath and looked down at the man again. She saw that he was not gripping her dress as she had first thought. Instead, shreds of his tattered glove had got stuck on it, likely when he had tried to lift his hand to get their attention. Still, Rose could not help looking at the beggar with shame, and she wished that he would pull back his hand and get it away from her. "Forgive me, good lady," he said, his voice weak and raspy. "Could you spare a little money?" Rose gripped Harry's hand tightly and shook her head. "I'm afraid not," she said, trying to move past the man in the hopes that his hand would become detached. Fortunately, it did. But, to her dismay, the man rose from his sitting position and put his hands in a position of prayer or begging. "Please," he said in the same croaking voice, "surely you have a coin or two. It is not much to ask." Rose continued trying to ease away from the man, still holding on to Harry's hand. Instead of following her, however, Harry gently squeezed her hand and slowly moved closer to the man, still keeping himself between her and the beggar. "We apologise, sir," Harry said, smiling more gently at the man. "You gave us a fright, that's all." The beggar blinked, clearly surprised by the courtesy with which Harry spoke to him. Rose watched with equal shock as Harry reached into his pocket and pulled out a pouch full of clinking coins. He withdrew 4 coins and put them in the beggar's hand, still smiling kindly. "Here you are," he said, gently shaking the man's hand with both of his. The beggar looked at the coins in his hand, then back at Harry. The man's eyes filled with tears, and for the first time, Rose felt her heart squeeze with sympathy for him. "Thank you, my lord," the man said, smiling through his tears. The expression changed his entire face, and Rose could see that the man had likely once been very handsome. "God bless you." Harry gently patted the man's shoulder and nodded his head. Then, he pulled Rose close to him, and they walked away from the beggar towards the town. Rose watched Harry in awed silence as they walked. She was ashamed of her own behaviour toward the man, but Harry had pleasantly surprised her. She was impressed that a man of his status was so humble and caring. His compassion for the man had melted her, and she thought more highly of him than ever. After a moment, Harry looked up at her, flushing under her intense gaze. "What is it?" he asked. Rose smiled. "That was very noble of you," she said. Harry shrugged modestly. "It was nothing special, really," he said. "I was simply helping out a fellow man who was down on his luck." Rose continued staring at him with wonder. She had reacted like a snob when the man had asked for help. But Harry had given assistance without a second thought. She hoped that he did not think less of her because of her behaviour. As if reading her thoughts, Harry pulled her closer still to him and smiled at her with love and kindness. "I have no doubt that you would have done the same thing," he said. "I imagine it was quite a start to see a stranger trying to grab onto you." Rose nodded, recalling the man's pleased and distressed face. "It was," she said. Harry took her hand and patted it gently. "Do not be too tough on yourself," he said. "At least you did not start thrashing and screaming at him." Rose giggled. "Well, with you as my hero, there was little chance of that," she said, blushing. Harry also blushed. "It was my pleasure, my lady," he said. They walked the rest of the way to Rose's house in that same comfortable silence. Rose barely resisted the urge to rest her head on his shoulder as they walked. She had known how kind and good he was, but his donation to the beggar had solidly reinforced that knowledge. Everything he did proved to her that she could not have chosen a better man to court. She felt sure that, if he should ever offer his hand in marriage, she would accept without question. When they reached her front door, Rose turned to Harry, smiling sweetly. "We shall be having tea soon," she said. "Would you like to join us?" Harry gave her a small, sad smile. As he had been doing all day, he averted his gaze.
Before we continue into the story, do us a favor. Like this video and hit the subscribe button because it helps very much with YouTube's algorithm. If you want the audiobooks ads free, visit our website and select our bundles to save more. Thank you again. Now back to our story.
"I appreciate your invitation," he said, "but I must go. I have some things to which I must attend." Rose smiled again, struggling to hide her disappointment. "I understand," she said. "I had a lovely time today." Harry bowed. "As did I, Lady Rose," he said. With that he departed. Rose watched him, an odd mixture of bliss and distress swirling in her stomach. She felt secure in their mutual feelings, but she could not put her finger on what could be troubling him, and it was very unlike him to reject an invitation for tea. She tried to tell herself that he likely just needed to catch up on work. But as she closed the front door, she realised that she could not quite make herself believe it. Chapter 17. Ernest arrived at the gentleman's club before Harry. He had been sleeping very little, and his nerves were tense and raw, so he paid no heed to the strange looks he received from the other patrons. For the first time in his life, his difference in status from them did not matter to him. All he could think about was Rose, and about the toll the continued deception was taking on him. If he did not confess soon, he feared that it would begin putting a strain on his relationship with her. That was the only thought that hurt him worse than breaking her heart with the truth. He had decided to order a drink while he waited, which arrived just as Harry was entering the club. Harry smiled at him, surprised to see Ernest there before him. "Good day, Colborne," he said, clapping him on the back. "I see you decided to start without me." Ernest nodded, looking at his friend with heavy, distressed eyes. "I think that starting at 6 o'clock this morning would not have been early enough," he grumbled. Harry ordered a drink as he took his seat. Then he clasped his hands together on top of the table and looked at Ernest, concerned. "What is it, old friend?" he said. Ernest sighed. He considered not bringing up the subject to Harry again because he did not wish to bring down his friend's mood. But Ernest knew that he must try again to get Harry to see reason and to convince him to tell the ladies the truth. "Lady Rose and Lady Lily seem to be growing rather fond of us," Ernest began. Harry's face grew instantly solemn, and he nodded, understanding at once what Ernest was saying. "They certainly do," he said. He sipped his drink in silence, rather than addressing the thought that was lingering heavily between the men. Ernest stared at his friend, but Harry avoided meeting his gaze. He was too tired to be angry, but he sighed again with exasperation. "And what do you propose we should do about all this?" he finally asked, trying to coax Harry into offering a solution. Harry nodded slowly, still not looking at Ernest. He took another sip of his drink, and Ernest thought that he was going to continue avoiding the issue. However, a moment later, Harry put down his drink and raised his guilt-ridden eyes to Ernest. "I think that perhaps we should not tell them," he said so softly and quickly that Ernest almost did not hear him. Once he processed Harry's words, however, he blinked at him. "Surely you jest," he said incredulously. Harry shook his head. "I certainly do not," he said. "I am not at all certain if we should tell them. I do not want to lose Lady Lily." Ernest scoffed. He had thought his friend insane when he proposed this ridiculous scheme. Now, Ernest was certain that utter madness had claimed him. "You cannot be suggesting that we never tell them," he said. Harry nodded. "That is precisely what I am suggesting," he said. "I mean, why would they ever need to know?" Ernest's mouth fell open. Each word out of his friend's mouth sounded crazier than the last. For a moment, Ernest considered escorting Harry to the asylum personally. He closed his mouth, searching for any words that might get his friend to see reason and understand the new insanity he was now proposing. Harry looked at him expectantly. Ernest ran a hand through his hair and sighed. "I do not know where to begin explaining everything that is wrong with that insane suggestion," he said. "But I will start with the fact that your estate is still yours, and my small, modest home is mine. Do you think that, should we marry them, they will not notice that the houses are disproportionate to our titles?" Harry paused thoughtfully, and Ernest gasped. He could see his friend's mind working, and he knew what he was thinking. "We most certainly will not switch our entire lives and homes," he said with an authority that surprised him. His strong tone seemed to shock Harry as well. The young Duke shook his head, looking at Ernest as though seeing him for the first time. He gave his friend a small, sheepish smile. "Of course," he said. "I do not know what came over me, my friend. Please, forgive me." Ernest softened. Too often, he let himself forget that Harry was as worried about confessing everything as he himself was. Though the entire thing had been Harry's idea, Ernest did not wish to make his friend feel worse. "That is more like it," Ernest said, giving Harry a playful grin. "I was moments away from having you committed." Harry chuckled. His eyes seemed less crazed, but his expression was still sad. "Just please," he said, "give me a little more time. I will tell Lily soon when I feel that the time is right." Ernest eyed Harry suspiciously. He knew that the longer they waited, the more likely it was that Harry would try again to find a way out of telling the ladies. But he knew that pressuring Harry would serve no practical purpose. At last, he sighed and nodded. "All right," he said, "but the sooner we get this over with, the better off we will all be. Please, keep that in mind." Harry nodded in agreement, looking marginally relieved. "I promise I will," he said. After they parted ways, Ernest started toward home. He was, as ever, thinking of Rose, and he felt terrible about rejecting her invitation for tea. She had looked so disappointed, and he feared that she might have thought he was growing tired of spending time with her. In fact, nothing could be further from the truth, despite his burdening guilt. He glanced at his pocket watch and saw that if he hurried, he could likely still join her, if she was not too upset with him for turning down her initial invitation. He made a split-second decision to take a chance and headed instead for Rose's home. The butler greeted him almost as soon as he had finished knocking on the door. When the man saw him, he smiled warmly and beckoned him inside. He led Ernest to the drawing room, where Lily and Rose were having tea and laughing. Ernest entered the room and smiled sheepishly. "Is it too late to accept your invitation to tea?" he asked. Rose grinned broadly at him and rushed to greet him. "Not at all," she said. "Please, come join us." Ernest followed Rose to where she and Lily were sitting. Before taking the seat beside Rose, he bowed politely to Lily. "Good day, my lady," he said. Lily smiled sweetly at him. "Good day, Lord Wilson," she said. "It is wonderful to see you again." Ernest nodded to her, waiting for Rose to reclaim her seat before he took his. He helped himself to some of the tea and cakes and forced himself to relax. The look on Rose's face that morning had told him everything he needed to know about the way he had been acting, and he was determined to give her an afternoon without his misery-inducing guilt. Suddenly, Rose uttered a small gasp and jumped from her seat. "I just remembered that I have something for you," she said, rushing over to the desk. Ernest raised his eyebrows, intrigued. "Oh?" he asked. "Would it be one of the poems you told me about?" Rose's cheeks turned bright red as she rummaged through the drawer. "As a matter of fact, it would," she said. "I wrote this one just this morning." Lily giggled. "I believe that she wrote it for you, Lord Wilson," she said. Rose glared at her sister, but remained silent as she retrieved the paper. She timidly approached Ernest, holding the page out to him shyly. He took it from her and smiled warmly. "Should I wait to read it?" he asked. Rose shook her head, averting her gaze. "You may read it now, if you wish," she said. Ernest nodded, biting back a chuckle as he saw Lady Lily's excitement. He put down his teacup and gently unfolded the page. His heart soared as he read. "I believed you were a dream, a man of love and kindness profound, but you are truly all you seem. In you, true bliss I have found. It came as such a pleasant surprise. How fast you became precious to me, and what I see within your eyes is every place I wish to be." Ernest looked at Rose, who was staring at her clasped hands with intense fascination. He folded up the paper and gently tucked it into his coat pocket. He reached over and took her hand. "That was positively beautiful," he said. "The only thing I know of that is more lovely is your face." Rose giggled, and Lily clapped her hands. Ernest was truly touched, but her words had done more than warm his heart. They had also made it feel as though an icy boulder of dread had taken up residence in his stomach. He was glad that she felt the same way about him as he did about her. But the pressing sensation of needing to alleviate his conscience threatened to suffocate all the pleasant feelings her poem had induced. He thought back to what William had told him, and he was now more certain than ever that his guardian had been right. Since Rose was beginning to open up to him and share her feelings, he knew that he must not wait much longer to tell her the truth. If he did, he risked hurting her badly enough to ruin any chance of his salvaging a relationship with her. Rose blushed, and Ernest tried his best to focus on the present moment. "I told you I am not a very good poet," she said shyly. Ernest patted her hand. "Don't be silly," he said. "You are wonderful with words, and the way that you translate deep feelings into such meaningful words is truly artistic." Rose blushed again, giggling. "You are too kind," she said, looking at him through her eyelashes. Ernest shook his head, smiling warmly. "No, Rose," he said. "I am merely being honest." Beside Rose, Lily gave a little squeal. Rose and Ernest both laughed at her childish excitement as she hugged her sister. The couple shared a look, and Rose's bright eyes made him want to kiss her more than ever. The rest of their tea was full of light conversation and a great deal of laughter. It felt good for Ernest to push away the dread and guilt that haunted him constantly. He enjoyed every single laugh that came from Rose's lips and wrapped himself around every word she spoke. He loved her completely, and he intended to do so for as long as she would have him. As the ladies walked him to the door later that afternoon, Lily gently touched his arm. "I almost forgot," she said, her eyes sparkling. "I am having my birthday ball this weekend. You and Mr. Colborne will attend, won't you?" Ernest smiled at her. Her childlike enthusiasm never ceased to make her sister smile, which, in turn, did wonders for Ernest's heart. "Of course, my lady," he said, bowing. "We would not miss it for the world." Lily clapped and gently squeezed Ernest's arm. "I am glad," she said, "and send Mr. Colborne my affection, please." Ernest smiled at her again. "I most certainly will," he said. Chapter 18. "Rose!" Lily called for the 10th time in an hour. Rose smiled lovingly at her sister's beckon. She had only just walked out of Lily's bedroom a moment before, but Rose was still not surprised that Lily was already calling for her again. Rose walked back into the bedroom, where the maid was trying her best to help a very fidgety Lily into her brand new, brilliant white and pale blue gown. Rose giggled. "I cannot see to the rest of your birthday arrangements if you do not let me do so," she said, "and your poor maid cannot help you get dressed if you keep squirming." Lily only began moving more as she turned her head to look at Rose. "I am not certain that this is the dress I wish to wear," she said, looking distressed. Rose shook her head. "What is wrong with it?" she asked. "This is the one you chose for your party." Lily frowned. "Yes," she said, "but I am not certain that it looks good enough on me." "Well, you cannot possibly know that, since the maid can hardly get the thing over your head," Rose said, laughing. Lily blushed and glared at Rose, but she at last stopped wiggling. Rose watched for a moment as the maid successfully got the dress into place and began work on the blue ribbons. Lily watched in the mirror, and her face gradually began to relax and then brighten. Rose hid another giggle behind her hand. "Now, my lady," she teased, "I must go speak with Mother and see what else needs to be done before tonight. I shall be back up to check on you shortly. But, please, dear sister, you must stop calling me every few moments." Lily blushed, sheepishly this time. "I am sorry, Rose," she said. "I am just so excited and nervous." Rose nodded. She understood her sister's emotions well. A young lady only turns 20 once in her life after all, and, truthfully, Lily's giddiness was refreshing and sweet. "Everything will be fine," Rose said. "Just take a breath and relax and let me do my part." Lily smiled. "What would I ever do without you?" she asked. Rose smirked. I believe that your head would become nothing but air, and you would float away, she teased. The two women laughed. A few hours later, everything was ready for Lily's party. The guests were due to begin arriving at any moment, and Rose found herself feeling apprehensive. They had invited a great many members of the ton, and the event was certainly no secret. The one person who had not been invited was Arthur Sinclair, and Rose prayed fervently that he did not decide to invite himself, as he was wont to do. The first people to arrive were Harry and Mr. Colborne. All negative thoughts vanished as Harry took her hand and kissed it. Good evening, he said. You look as lovely as the dawn. Rose blushed, grinning widely. Good evening, she said, gazing at him with doting affection. Once Mr. Colborne had finished gushing over Lily, Harry bowed to her and smiled sweetly. Happy birthday, Lady Lily, he said. You are positively glowing. Lily giggled, putting her hand on Mr. Colborne's arm. Thank you, Lord Wilson, she said. You are too kind. Harry bowed again. Rose put her hand on his arm and smiled sweetly at him again. The festivities should begin shortly, she said. Would you like to say hello to our parents in the meantime? Harry nodded. I would love to, he said. The foursome sought out the Baron and Baroness, who were in the dining room, giving last-minute instructions to the staff. After the men greeted the couple, Mr. Colborne turned to the Baron. Forgive me, my lord, he said, bowing humbly. Do you have a moment? I wish to speak to you. The Baron smiled warmly. Certainly, Mr. Colborne, he said. We can speak in my study if you wish. Mr. Colborne nodded. That will be perfect, he said. Rose and Lily exchanged confused glances. Then they looked at Harry, seeking an explanation. Harry watched the men exit the room and shrugged. What could they possibly be discussing? Rose wondered. They did not have time to ponder long. Other guests began arriving one after the other, and Rose and Lily mingled amongst them, greeting them all politely and thanking them for coming. Harry stayed right by her side, and Rose used the opportunity to introduce him to some of her good friends. He greeted each person in a warm, friendly manner, and his humour made everyone laugh. It was clear to Rose that everyone liked him, and she found herself feeling a renewed infatuation with his charm. Yet, no matter how many people addressed him, or Rose, she noticed that he never took his eyes off her for longer than a brief moment. Nor did she take hers off him. And much to her relief, she saw no sign of Lord Sinclair. As they finished greeting the guests, Mr. Colborne slipped through the crowd and made his way back to Lily's side. Her face lit up at once, and she took her turn at introducing him to a few of her friends. He, too, was well received by the crowd, and Lily shone as brightly as a star. Rose's heart swelled with joy at seeing her sister look so happy. She smiled up at Harry, who was glancing down at her as though she were the only person in the room. Just then, Mr. Colborne tapped his champagne glass gently. Please forgive the interruption, he said, but I would like to make an announcement. Rose stared at him in stunned fascination. Lily also looked at him, her eyes wide and full of curiosity. He turned to Lily and took her hands. Lady Lily, he said, I wish to let you know that I am madly in love with you, and it would be the greatest of honours if you would agree to what I am about to ask. The entire crowd held its breath. Rose put one hand over her heart and squeezed Harry's arm with the other. Marry me, Lily, Mr. Colborne said. Please say that you will marry me. Lily gasped and covered her mouth with both her hands. Before she could even respond, tears began streaming down her cheeks. She laughed with sheer joy, then threw her arms around Mr. Colborne. Yes, Ernest, she said, I will marry you. The guests erupted in cheers and applause. Rose cast a glance at her parents. Her mother was wiping tears of joy from her cheeks, and her father was looking slyly at Mr. Colborne and winking. Rose then understood what the man must have spoken to the Baron about earlier. She watched as the gentleman gave Lily a sweet, chaste kiss to celebrate her proposal acceptance, and Rose's brow furrowed. She knew he was a good man, but she was still unsure about the match because of his lack of wealth. She did not know whether he would be a good provider for her sister. As much as she wanted to be happy for her, Rose could not help being nervous about Lily's future. A tight squeeze around her neck brought Rose back to reality. Lily had made her way to her and thrown her arms around her in a giddy embrace. "I am getting married!" she squealed. Rose laughed. Her sister's enthusiasm never failed to become infectious. "I am so happy for you," she said as she spoke. She felt the truth of the words wear away at her doubt. Clearly, Mr. Colborne had done well enough at providing for himself, and it was very apparent that he loved and respected Lily more than anything in the world. Rose set aside her personal concerns, choosing to trust her sister's judgment and simply focus on being happy for them. Harry had approached Mr. Colborne while Lily and Rose hugged and talked. He was shaking his newly betrothed friend's hand vigorously and clapping him on the back. The smile on Mr. Colborne's face was wide and full of joy, and Harry seemed to be just as happy for him as she was for her sister. After a few more hugs and giggles, Lily left Rose to go back to Mr. Colborne's side. Rose had to admit that they made a handsome couple, and that she could not imagine two people more in love, aside from their parents, and she hoped herself and Harry. "This is certainly a happy turn of events," Harry said from beside her. She looked up at him, taking his arm in her hands. "It is, isn't it?" she asked. She raised her eyebrows at him. "Did you know he was going to propose tonight?" Harry shook his head slowly. "I had no clue," he said. "He was unusually quiet on our trip here, but I thought he was just daydreaming about Lady Lily again." Rose giggled. "Well," she said, "I suppose that you were not precisely wrong." Harry laughed. "No," he said, "I suppose I was not." Rose sighed. "Well," she said, "I suppose all that is left to do is for me to give my public blessing to Lily?" Harry looked at her puzzled. Rose blushed. "I know it is not required and perhaps not even socially proper," she said, "but I know it would mean the world to Lily." Harry smiled, nodding in understanding. "It certainly would," he said. Rose smiled warmly at Harry as he took 2 champagne flutes from a nearby tray and handed one to her. Then he led the way to where her sister was standing with Mr. Colborne and talking to a group of her friends. Lily saw them approach and immediately excused herself from the women. She smiled brightly at Rose, who raised her glass and tapped it. Once the room was quiet once more, she spoke. "I just wish to tell my dear sister how happy I am for her," she said, choking back tears. "Lily, I love you with my whole heart, and I wish you all the happiness and love in the world, and I am thrilled that you have found such a wonderful partner." Everyone, including Lily, raised their glasses as well. When the 4 of them touched their glasses together, the room filled with the sounds of more cheers. Lily hugged Rose once more. "Thank you," she said, wiping tears from her cheeks. "Of course, darling," Rose said. Mr. Colborne took her hand and kissed it gently. "Thank you, Lady Rose," he said with tears in his own eyes. "I love your sister more than life itself, and I intend to spend the rest of my life proving that to her." Rose fought back a fresh wave of tears. "I believe that you will," she said. As the evening went on, Rose let Lily talk her into playing a few of her favourite songs on the pianoforte. Rose thought that Lily had never played so well or sung so beautifully. By the end of the night, however, Rose was exhausted and her voice was beginning to weaken. From the sound of it, so was her sister's. Mr. Colborne and Harry were the last guests to leave, and after a quick farewell and another round of congratulations to Mr. Colborne, the Baron and Baroness retired. Lily was beaming at Mr. Colborne, and Rose could not take her eyes off Harry. He had truly seemed to enjoy himself, as if some of the darkness that seemed to plague him recently had dissipated, if only for the evening. When they reached the door, he took Rose's hands in his and kissed them gently. "Thank you for being so kind as to invite me to this party," he said. "I had a most wonderful time." Rose smiled, perplexed. "Certainly," she said. "If you had not been invited, with whom else would I have danced and sung?" Harry chuckled. "I would venture to guess that you could dance with anyone in the world," he said. "You are certainly beautiful and talented enough." Rose blushed and giggled. "Well, unfortunately for them, the only person with whom I wish to do those things is you," she said. Harry grinned. "Well, that makes me rather lucky," he said. After they said their goodbyes to the gentlemen, Lily and Rose went straight upstairs to bed. Lily stifled a yawn as Rose hugged her before they went to their separate rooms. "Happy birthday," she said, "and once more congratulations." Lily smiled sleepily. "I do not think that any young woman has ever had such a wonderful 20th birthday," she said. Rose smiled and nodded. Then she went to her room. As her maid helped Rose get dressed for bed, she thought again about the evening's events. The happiness she felt for her sister became tinged with a hint of jealousy. She now knew how Harry felt about her, after the note and poem that he had written. So why would he not ask for her hand? What was holding him back? Chapter 19. Back at home after Lily's party, Ernest thought about the events that had transpired. Rose had seemed genuinely thrilled at the prospect of her sister's marriage. However, she had also seemed a bit sad. Ernest did not need to guess why. He had professed his feelings for her, yet he did not extend the same offer. It must be baffling to her and maybe even a little anxiety-inducing, which added to the guilt that he was already feeling. As he dressed for bed, he decided that he would go visit William again the next day. Ernest had not forgotten William's advice from his previous visit, but he genuinely felt that the torture of keeping the secret and hurting Rose was tearing him apart, and he needed support and guidance more than ever. The following day, he dressed early and began the journey to William Howley's estate. As he rode, his thoughts jumped from blissfully happy ones of Rose to those riddled with guilt and shame. He desperately wished to find peace within himself, but he knew the only thing that would resolve his remorse was to be truthful with Rose. After his conversation with Harry, however, he wondered if that would ever be possible now. William was finishing breakfast when Ernest arrived. He rose from his seat at the table when the butler announced Ernest, and the elderly Duke embraced him fiercely. "My boy," he said, "it is good to see you again. Would you like to join me?" The man gestured to the table. The food smelled delicious, but Ernest's stomach was too much in turmoil. He gave his guardian a small smile. "I ate a quick breakfast before departing," he said, trying to sound convincing. William saw the lie at once. He put his hands on Ernest's shoulders and gently shook him. "You need not lie to me, Ernest," he said kindly. "It is clear that you have not been eating or sleeping well." Ernest's lip trembled at the man's understanding and sympathy. He bit his cheek to suppress the tears that had begun to well in his eyes. "You are right," Ernest confessed. William nodded knowingly. "Is it because of the young lady Rose?" he asked. Ernest nodded, swallowing hard to stifle his emotions. "She is so wonderful," Ernest said, "and it is very clear that she loves me. When I am with her, nothing else in the world exists. If I were to lose her, I believe that I would become lost myself. Forever." William smiled softly. "Have you spoken with her like we discussed?" the elderly man asked. Ernest shook his head slowly. "I wrote her a note, telling her how much I love her," he said, "but I cannot bring myself to bring up the ugly deception for which Harry and I are responsible." William chuckled. "Yes," he said, "it does seem as though he has got the two of you into quite a mess." Ernest snorted. Indeed, he said. And he proposed marriage to Lady Lily last night to boot. Can you believe it? William's face lit up. Harry is getting married, he asked. Well, how about that? I would have never believed that such a thing was possible. Ernest smiled. He recalled how happy Harry had looked when Lily accepted his proposal. He wished his friend all the happiness in the world, but he wished that they had confessed everything to Lily and Rose before Harry proposed. Ernest feared that Harry stood to be even more devastated when he finally did tell her. Or worse, that Harry would continue living the lie and not tell her at all. I just hope that he is not making a mistake, Ernest said softly. William frowned. By being betrothed to Lady Lily? He asked. Ernest shook his head firmly. No, he said. She is a lovely young woman and very sweet and innocent. But I do think that Harry should not have kept our secret this long. William nodded. I see, he said. I trust that you remember what I told you the last time you came to visit? Ernest nodded. I do, he said, and I spoke with Harry, after which he said that we would tell the ladies soon. Then he went and proposed to Lady Lily. Ernest sighed. William nodded again. Do you have any intentions of proposing marriage to Lady Rose? He asked. Ernest looked up at him, his heart racing. Nothing in the world would make him happier, but he could not do such a thing while he still hid such a secret from her. It felt wrong, and he wondered how Harry could have made such a reckless decision. Would that I could, he said, but I must come clean with her first. William looked at Ernest thoughtfully for a moment. I should very much like to meet this young lady, he said. She seems to have a very positive effect on you. Ernest blushed, his guilt temporarily melting. She brings out the best in me, to be sure, he said. William smiled fondly. Indeed, she seems to, he said. I think that I shall host a ball to which you simply must invite her. Ernest looked at William, his eyes wide. A ball? He asked. You have not hosted an event in many years. William nodded. It is true, he said, and I think that it is time that I should... Ernest thought for a moment. He would very much love for William to meet Rose, and perhaps he could tell her after the ball. It would give him some much-needed courage to have his guardian's support when he gave Rose the bad news. William smiled again, seeming to read Ernest's thoughts. It would be a good time to speak with Rose, he said. You really must tell her as soon as you possibly can, because such a thing will never stay hidden for long. And I will be right here for advice and support. Ernest looked at his guardian with deep gratitude. Thank you, he said, for everything you do and have done for me. William patted him on the back. It is a pleasure, my boy, he said. He rose from his seat and put his hand on Ernest's shoulder. Won't you join me for a trip into town and then for dinner this evening? Ernest smiled fondly. Truthfully, nothing sounded better at that moment. I would love to, he said. Wonderful, William said heartily. Let us be off. It had been some time since Ernest had visited the town in which he grew up. Aside from his visits to William's estate, he had not seen many of the nearby sites or places he once frequented in a few years. The town was not far from the estate, so he and William opted to just walk. Ernest was glad to see that little had changed. There was something cathartic about revisiting his childhood memories. Their first stop was to the park where he and Harry often played, and then picnicked and played chess as young adults. He saw that his guardian had the same look of nostalgic reverence as they strolled. I remember that tree, William said. Ernest looked to where the elderly man was pointing, but he already knew which one he meant. The tree was every bit as large as it had always been, and it still had the small statue surrounding it. Yes, Ernest said, approaching the tree's trunk. Harry and I carved our names into the bark with the knife he got for his 14th birthday. William laughed. "You certainly did," he said. "And you said that one day you would like to add your wife's name." Ernest blushed. "Harry laughed at me for days about that," he said. William smiled. Then he brushed his finger along the bark. "Look," he said, "you can still see your carving." Ernest looked carefully. Sure enough, though faded by weather and time, he could see their names scrawled in the tree. "And look there," Ernest said, pointing to a large slanted rock. "That is where you and I used to picnic." William nodded. "And where we first began discussing business when you became of age," he said. Ernest took a deep breath of the fresh, warm air and smiled. Being back in a place that was associated with so many pleasant, happy memories refreshed his soul. "I would have been utterly lost without your guidance," he murmured. William patted him on the back. "No, my boy," he said. "You were always intelligent and wise, and you have a great mind for business. All of your progress thus far has been your own doing. I was simply here to help you grow into the man you would become." Ernest smiled at the elderly man, his eyes stinging with tears. He blinked and looked away to keep his guardian from seeing his emotion. Of course, the elderly Duke was being far too modest. After his parents died, Ernest had felt very lost and uncertain about his future. It was only with William's encouragement and unconditional support and love that Ernest became the man he was. He knew that, without the Duke, he would likely have ended up like the beggar he and Rose had encountered near the park. Suddenly he smiled. He had not thought about his journey in many years, but all the memories returning to him in such vivid clarity helped to remind him of who he was. He might not be rich, but he was making an honest living, and he had everything he needed. What William and Harry had said was true. It is not a title that makes a man, but the man's character and what he makes of his life. For the first time in as long as he could remember, Ernest felt truly proud of himself and where he came from. Dinner with his guardian that evening was just as pleasant and comforting as their excursion into town. They talked about the ball, with William seeking Ernest's thoughts on the menu and flower arrangements, based on what Rose liked. They also talked more about Harry's engagement, and Ernest could not help feeling envious of his lifelong friend. He was certainly glad to see Harry so happy, but he wanted to be betrothed to Rose. He also could not help feeling that Harry had been incredibly foolish to propose before he had confessed everything to Lily. However, he also wished that he had his friend's brazen, risk-taking attitude. If he did, perhaps he could have told Rose already, and asked her to marry him as well. Instead of focusing on those thoughts, however, he engrossed himself in his feelings for Rose. Perhaps, if he simply listened to his heart, as William had suggested, the words he needed when the time was right would come to him. Upon returning home, he set about writing Rose an invitation to William's ball. He thought for several moments about precisely what he wished to say. He had never written an invitation to a ball before. At last, he decided to keep it as warm, but concise as possible. "Dear Rose, I wish to formally invite you and your family to a ball, hosted by Lord William Howley at his estate this coming weekend. I know that it is a bit short notice, but he is like a father to me, and after speaking with him, he is quite anxious to meet you. If you and your family wish to attend, Mr. Colborne and I will arrive to escort you all to Lord Howley's estate at 4 o'clock on Saturday afternoon. He has also extended the offer for you and your family to spend the night at his estate, and will have rooms prepared for each of you upon our arrival. I do hope that you and your family are able to attend. It would mean a lot to him, and to me. Yours, Harry Wilson." Satisfied, Ernest sealed the letter and prepared to have it sent off first thing the following morning. Then he retired to bed, where he slept better than he had in several weeks. Chapter 20. Rose and Lily were enjoying afternoon tea in the drawing room when the butler entered the room. Pardon me, ladies, he said, bowing. This letter just came for Lady Rose. Rose leapt from her seat and rushed across the room to take it from the butler. Thank you, she said, smiling warmly at the man. He dipped his head and exited the room as silently as he had entered. What does it say? Lily asked, also leaving her seat and rushing towards her sister. Rose giggled. I have barely touched it, she said, gesturing for her sister to return to her seat. She did the same before opening the letter. Lily kept peeking over her shoulder, causing her to laugh again. At last she gave up on trying to read the letter by herself and handed it to her sister. Lily took it eagerly from her hands, reading it quickly. Then she gasped. What? Rose asked, reaching to take the letter back from her sister. Lord Wilson is inviting us to a ball at his guardian's estate, she said, unable to contain her excitement. Rose's eyes widened. She at last got the letter from Lily and read it for herself. It seemed that the elderly Duke wished to meet her, and Lily as well. The ball was to be held in 2 days' time, which meant that he must be very anxious for the meeting to take place. Rose's heart began to race. Did this mean that Harry intended to propose at last? Well, we should not keep him waiting, she said. She grabbed Lily's hand and rushed to the desk, where the two women giggled with grand giddiness as Rose penned a response. When it was done, Lily snatched it from Rose's hands and had it sent off at once. The 2 days leading up to the ball were spent hastily buying new dresses and packing for the trip. The letter had extended the invitation not just to Rose and Lily, but to their parents as well, and it had included mention of overnight lodgings at Lord William Howley's estate. Rose was thrilled, but she could not help wondering why the ball would not be held at Harry's home. She supposed that, since Lord Howley was so eager to meet her, it made sense that he would offer to host the ball. In any case, she was beside herself with excitement. The day of the ball, Harry arrived to retrieve Rose and her family. He helped them load their belongings into the carriage, and then helped Rose and Lily board the coach. Rose studied Harry carefully, hoping to see some improvement in his demeanour from his recent melancholy. He seemed to be smiling more, but his eyes were still underlined with dark shadows, and they looked as though there was a dark cloud behind them. She promised herself that at some point during their stay at Lord Howley's manor, she would pull Harry aside and coax him into telling her what was bothering him. Throughout the entire trip, Lily and their parents did much of the talking. As her sister chatted, she looked over at Harry. To her surprise and relief, he had fallen asleep. She smiled fondly at him, clasping her hands in her lap to keep from brushing aside a strand of hair that had fallen into his face as the coach bounced along. She watched him sleep for much of the trip, praying that he would feel a bit more refreshed and be more like himself when he awoke. As the carriage pulled up to the estate, Mr. Colborne had to rouse Harry from his sleep. He must be exhausted, Rose thought. At least, she hoped it was merely fatigue. She hoped that he had not fallen ill. She strengthened her resolve to get him to tell her his troubles during their stay. Harry sat up quickly, glancing round and rubbing his face sleepily. This earned light laughter from the other occupants of the carriage. Once he realised where he was and what had happened, he gave a tired, crooked smile. "Forgive me, everyone," he said. "I hope I did not say anything too incriminating as I slept." Mr. Colborne laughed. "Only that you wished you could fit into a dress," he teased. Harry glared at him, but he was smiling. "Well," he said, "if I wish to ever fit into a dress, I shall simply come rummage through your secret wardrobe." Everyone in the coach laughed again as they exited. Rose giggled and bit her lip, looking at Harry with affection. The young butler was waiting, ready to receive them. The ball would not begin for a couple of hours yet, so they were the first to arrive. The butler warmly greeted them and ushered them inside, announcing their arrival to the master of the house. Moments later, a tall, congenial man with grey hair entered the room. He smiled graciously at his guests and bowed elegantly. "Good day," he said, his voice as warm as his face. "I am so glad that you could all come." Mr. Colborne stepped forward and clapped the gentleman heartily on the shoulder. "It is good to see you again," he said. "You are looking very well." The gentleman smiled affectionately at him. "As are you, young man," he said. Then he turned to Harry, who was looking at the elderly Duke with the utmost adoration. "I trust that your trip went well." Harry nodded, moving forward to shake Lord Howley's hand. "Very well, thank you," he said. The elderly man turned to the others. "Welcome," he said. "I am William Howley, Duke of Highfield. It is truly a pleasure to meet all of you." Rose smiled. She liked the Duke immediately, and she could see some similarities in Harry's and his dispositions and demeanours. Harry had clearly learned much from the elderly man after his parents died, and it was evident that he loved his charge very much. The other introductions were done quickly but politely, and with the same level of warmth. Then Lord Howley instructed his servants to retrieve the group's things from the carriage while he showed everyone to their rooms. "I do hope the accommodations will be to your liking," Lord Howley said eagerly. The Baroness curtsied to him, smiling brightly. "Everything is perfect," she said. The Baron nodded. "You are most gracious, my lord," he said, bowing. "Thank you for your hospitality." As everyone made their way back downstairs, Lord Howley once more addressed the group. "Since we have some time before the ball begins, would you like a tour of the grounds?" he asked. Everyone nodded with enthusiasm. The elderly Duke gave them a pleasant smile and gestured for them to follow him. Rose was already highly impressed by the decor. Although everything was older than the furnishings in her own home, it was well cared for, showing no real signs of wear and tear or neglect. Once they reached the grounds at the back of the house, she saw that they were well tended and maintained as well. The flowers were less exotic than those in Harry's gardens, but they were beautiful nonetheless. As they strolled, Rose gasped at the magnificence of the shrubbery, which was more prominent than flowers. Many of the bushes had been sculpted into various designs and shapes, and with the most careful attention to detail. There were also many statues dotting the expanse of the grounds, all of which looked as well cared for as the rest of the property. Everyone talked excitedly amongst themselves as they walked. Lord Howley explained some of the history of the estate, and about when and where he purchased a few of the statues. The fountain was especially impressive to Rose. It had 3 tiers more than any other fountain she had ever seen. There were 2 angels facing each other, looking as though they were about to kiss. Rose suspected that it might have been something that Lord Howley bought for his late wife, but she did not wish to ask and bring up any painful memories for the Duke. Before Rose knew it, it was time to go back inside and freshen up for the ball. Lily grabbed her arm and tugged her impatiently up the stairs. Lord Howley was kind enough to send 2 of his personal maids to assist the girls in changing into their ball gowns. The maids were efficient and made short work of turning the 2 girls into ravishing beauties. They were descending the stairs as the first of the other guests began arriving. Soon, the mansion was buzzing with people, most of whom Rose liked immediately upon meeting them. As Rose had done at Lily's birthday ball, Harry introduced her to family friends and acquaintances, and just as at every other event, he could not take his eyes off her. Rose met many people she had not previously, and she made many new friends rather quickly. So many of the people to whom Harry introduced her had similar interests, and she realised that she was feeling much of the same giddiness that she used to at balls. She felt completely at ease and able to be herself, and the smile on her face did not fade the entire night. During the evening, Lord Howley requested the attention of all the guests. It took a moment for the excited conversation buzz to quiet, but the Duke waited patiently, smiling warmly into the crowd. Once he had the attention of the guests, he bowed, his smile widening. "I would like to thank you all for coming this evening," he said. "I am sure that many of you thought I had transformed into a wraith." The crowd laughed, Rose and her family included. "And I am grateful that you all came tonight, if only to satisfy your curiosity," he said. Once more the guests laughed. "I would also like to extend a special welcome," he continued, gesturing to Rose and Lily, "to Lady Rose and Lady Lily. It is a true pleasure to have you both, and your family, in my home. Please, treat it as though it were your own. You will always be welcome here." Rose and Lily curtsied slightly, as the guests looked at them with approval and interest. "You are most gracious indeed, my lord," Rose said. The elderly Duke nodded his head. Then he gestured to the crowd. "Thank you for your attention," he said. "Please, enjoy the rest of the evening." Harry immediately took Rose's arm. "May I have this dance?" he asked as the orchestra began its next song. "Let me go ask the other guest I invited first," Rose said. Harry laughed a true laugh, and Rose smiled brightly. As they danced, Rose noticed Harry glancing around as though he were looking for something. A thought occurred to her, and her breath caught in her throat. "Did he invite all of us here to propose to me?" She bit her lip and tried to swallow her excitement. If he had intended to do so, he likely would have done it after Lord Howley's announcement. When the dance ended and Harry excused himself to go speak to the elderly Duke, Rose's disappointing theory was confirmed. She tried to rid herself of the sadness she felt. She knew that when Harry was ready, he would propose. At least she hoped he would. At the end of the night, the servants followed the family upstairs and to their respective rooms to help them all undress. Rose noticed just how many chambers there were in the house, and she thought again about how much grander this mansion seemed than many she had ever seen. As she passed by one of the empty rooms, she noticed a large portrait hanging on the wall. Familiar faces quickly caught her attention. The first was Lord Howley, looking as though he were about a decade younger than he was now. The second was a very young Harry. Rose stopped, staring at the portrait for several moments. It was a very nice picture and hung in an intricate gold frame. She stood, pondering the oddity of it. Harry had told her that Lord Howley was his godfather, but this was the type of portrait that one might have painted with close relatives. Why would the elderly Duke have such an expensive piece made of himself with someone who was just a friend's child? Rose yawned and shook her head. She was very tired, and she felt that she was likely overthinking the portrait. However, she made a mental note to speak with Harry tomorrow and ask him more about his relationship with the Duke. Chapter 21. The following morning, Ernest dressed quickly and hurried down to the breakfast room. After all the weeks of worrying and feeling guilty, he finally had an idea of how to tell Rose who he really was. And being back in the comfort of his childhood home, with the support of William, he had at last found the strength to do it. Even so, as everyone heartily ate breakfast and talked about how wonderful the ball had been, Ernest sent up a silent prayer that he would retain his strength, and that Rose would not hate him as much as he feared she would. As the meal ended, Ernest cleared his throat and rose. "I was thinking of taking a tour of the town," he announced, looking at Harry and the girls. "Would the three of you like to come with me?" Lily and Rose exchanged excited exclamations and nodded eagerly. Harry smiled. "That sounds wonderful," he said. "After all, you will need someone to keep you from getting lost." Ernest laughed. "With the trouble I am sure you can find, who needs to be worried about getting lost?" he asked. This earned laughter from everyone at the table. Lily cleared her throat, smiling shyly. "Could Mother and Father come with us?" she asked. "I'm sure they would love to see the town as well." Ernest smiled warmly. "Of course," he said. "The invitation is extended to them as well, if they wish to join us." The Baron smiled kindly. "You are most generous, my lord," he said, "but the Baroness is anxious to take another peek at the beautiful landscaping here on the grounds." Ernest felt a silent sigh of relief escape his lips. He adored Rose and Lily's parents, but he felt that their companionship this day would make him too fearful to tell Rose what he needed to say. Of course, he also knew that If Rose was upset once he had spoken to her, they would turn against him. He hoped to speak to them about his predicament personally as well. But the important thing was to tell Rose first. William also rose from his seat. "I would like to invite everyone to meet me for lunch at a lovely little cafe in town," he said. Everyone smiled and murmured their approval. William nodded. "Very good," he said. "The name of the cafe is the Sweet Bite. Shall we meet there at, say, noon?" Once more, the group nodded in confirmation. Then, everyone else rose from the table to prepare for the day's activities. Ernest and Harry waited by the front door of the manor as the girls got ready. The Baron and Baroness bid them farewell before beginning their tour of the grounds, and William fetched a maid to escort Harry, Ernest, and the girls into town. Harry looked at Ernest and grinned. "It is good to be back here after so long," he said. Ernest nodded. "It has been cathartic in many ways," he said, "and William seems to adore the girls." Harry smiled giddily. "Everyone is getting along famously," he said. Ernest nodded, looking at Lily and Rose. "And they have never looked quite so happy," he said. Harry turned his gaze to Lily, who was watching him with star-filled eyes. "Yes," he said, not taking his eyes off his betrothed. "I believe you are right." Ernest looked at Rose as she took in the sights. She hung on his every word as he pointed out his favourite places and explained why each one meant so much to him. Her face was radiant with delight, and each glance she gave him was more loving than the last. As she held onto his arm, Ernest realised with startling clarity how well Rose fit into his world. He had never thought that his life was missing anything other than a lady. It was strange to him that he was beginning to feel accustomed to a title that did not belong to him. He had long ago accepted his place as a humble landowner and had abandoned any thoughts of the luxuries that came with titles such as Harry's. William had raised him well, but prudently. He had never been spoiled with unnecessary baubles or indulgences, but he had been well loved. William had also ensured that he got the best education possible and that he grew up to be well-rounded and proud of the man he became. He was very grateful to William for his upbringing, and Ernest did his best to keep making the elderly Duke proud. Ernest glanced at Rose, fully realising how perfect she was for him. He felt in his heart that she thought the same about him, and he hoped that he would not let her down. He prayed that, once he told her the truth, she would not be disappointed by his lack of a title. "Rose really is an exceptional young lady," Harry said, bringing Ernest out of his thoughts. "And she has certainly had a wonderful impact on you." Ernest looked at his friend with a grin. "She certainly is, and I believe that she has," he said. "And I dare say that young Lily has done the same for you. Just weeks ago, you would never have considered getting married." Harry blushed and looked at Lily. "I would follow her to the ends of the earth," he said. He fell into silence once more, content to stare at his beloved. Ernest looked back at Rose, who was taking a deep breath of the fresh air with her beautiful eyes closed. It seemed that she had charmed more than just him. Everyone who mattered most to Ernest also loved Rose. He could not imagine ever loving someone as much as he loved her. He also could not consider letting the lies continue one moment longer. "Rose," he said, "would you join me for a stroll just up that hill?" She smiled brightly at him. "I would love to," she said. "Wonderful," he said. Harry looked at Ernest and winked. "We shall sit here and admire the clouds," he said. Lily nodded in eager agreement. Ernest dipped his head and then led Rose up to the top of the hill. From the top, they could see Harry and Lily talking and laughing below, but they could not hear them. "Good," he thought. "Then they cannot hear us." Before he could change his mind, he took Rose's hands in his. "Rose," he said. She looked up at him, her cheeks flushed and her eyes wide, full of some of the same innocence and excitement that her sister's eyes always held. his heart both swelled and squeezed. He loved her, even as he cursed himself for what he was about to say. He took a deep breath, thinking carefully about his words. He looked at her beautiful face and smiled. "I have never spoken these words aloud to you," he said. "So, I wish to do so now. I love you more than anything in the world. Before I met you, I could not imagine caring for a woman as much as I do for you. And now that I have fallen in love with you, I cannot imagine my life without you." He paused to take a breath, watching her face light up. He thought in that moment that her glow could easily outshine the sun. She did not speak, but she squeezed his hands gently, as if silently encouraging him to continue. "You are beautiful in many ways," he said. "I thought you were incredible when I first met you, yet you continue to amaze me more every single day. You have brought a light into my life that I once believed was impossible for me." Rose gasped, and he could see tears filling her eyes. She smiled up at him, dabbing at her eyes with a slender, delicate finger. "Oh, Harry," she breathed. "I feel the same." Her admission made his heart pound against his ribcage. He feared for a moment that he might collapse with the sheer force of it. He took another deep breath and braced himself, giving her a small smile. "I cannot tell you how happy it makes me to hear you say that," he said. "But there is something you must know." Rose met his gaze, her eyes loving and inquisitive. "Yes?" she asked. Ernest closed his eyes for a moment, saying a quick prayer. If she did not rebuke him as soon as he told her, he vowed that he would propose to her right there on that hill. Before he could continue, however, there was a shrill shriek from the bottom of the hill. Rose and Ernest looked at each other, their eyes wide and frightened. Together, they ran down the hill as fast as they could. The momentum nearly got the best of him, and he tripped. Before he could hit the ground, however, he felt Rose's hands on his arm, helping him right himself. He gave her hands a gentle pat as they continued rushing toward the sound of the scream. When they reached Harry and Lily, Rose collapsed at her sister's side, putting her arms around her shoulder. "What happened?" she asked, searching her sister's face. Lily blushed and bit her lip, looking sheepish. She glanced at Harry, who was gently dabbing at her arm. "She was stung by a wasp," he said, not taking his attention off of his task. Ernest and Rose exchanged relieved looks. Then, Rose looked at her sister with amused puzzlement. "Are you all right?" she asked. Lily nodded, her blush deepening. "I am sorry if I scared you," she said. "I guess it mostly just frightened me." Ernest and Rose watched as Harry finished his work on the wasp sting. He wrapped the handkerchief he had been using to dab the spot around Lily's arm and tucked it inside itself gently. "I removed the stinger," he said, "and I cleaned the wound as best I could. A paste made with raw honey and some tobacco should pull out any poison and ease her pain." Lily and Rose both looked at Harry, impressed. He smiled sweetly at the girls. "I cannot tell you how many wasp stings I had when I was a boy," he said. "My family's butler was the one who told me about this remedy. It works, trust me." Lily put her hand on top of his. "Thank you for taking such good care of me," she said, beaming at him. He squeezed her hand. "I will always take care of you," he said. Rose looked at Ernest. "I am sorry," she said, "but I really should get Lily back home and see if we can get that paste on the sting as quickly as possible. Can we finish our conversation another time?" Ernest nodded, his heart falling. Each missed opportunity to come clean with Rose gave him more time to lose his nerve. However, he knew that tending to Lily must come first, so he simply smiled and nodded. "Of course," he said. "It is nothing that cannot wait." Rose took his hands and smiled at him. "You are so good to me," she said. He looked into her eyes. "You deserve nothing but the best," he said. He and Harry made short work of packing up the items they had brought with them. Then they headed back to Lord Howley's estate. By the time they had reached the mansion, everyone, including Lily, was laughing about her sting. Ernest smiled fondly as he watched the girls bicker playfully about the incident, once more thinking how wonderful it was to see them both so happy. As the group walked up to the front door of the mansion, Rose smiled brightly at Ernest again. "Thank you for such a lovely day today," she said, "and for a magnificent night last night." Ernest bowed, kissing her hand. "Neither were as lovely or as magnificent as you," he said. Rose blushed and laughed. "You really are a dear," she said. "What would you like to do for the rest of the afternoon?" Rose smirked. "How about a little chess?" she asked. "That sounds wonderful," Ernest said, chuckling. "And how was your afternoon?" William asked after greeting them all in the foyer. "Poor Lily found herself the object of a wasp's contempt," she said. Lily glared at her sister, and Ernest and Harry exchanged humoured glances. "Next time, I shall summon the horrible creature's relatives to pay you a visit," she said, making everyone laugh. "Well," William said, "I do hope that you are all right." Lily nodded. "Oh, yes." She turned to look at Harry, smiling sweetly. "Ernest took excellent care of me. He recommended a remedy of raw honey and tobacco to help the soreness." Ernest bit his lip, trying to avoid the glance that William gave him. "I am glad to hear it, Lady Lily," William said. "I shall have one of the servants fetch the things needed to make this remedy." He beckoned to one of the maids, looking at Rose and Lily. "Tea will be served in the drawing room shortly, if you feel up to joining us once you've tended to your wound." They nodded in enthusiastic agreement and followed the maid toward the kitchen. Everyone else made their way to the drawing room. "Could I have a moment of your time?" the elderly Duke asked, looking at Ernest with warm curiosity. Ernest swallowed and nodded, following his guardian into the library. "I take it that you have not spoken with Lady Rose yet," he said. Ernest sighed. "I tried, but Lily's misfortune interrupted me as I was preparing to tell her." William nodded slowly. "Well, they will be here another night," he said. "Please consider telling her before they depart." Ernest nodded, feeling ashamed. "I will," he said. "I promise." Unfortunately, he did not get another moment alone with Rose. They played chess after tea, but Rose did not want to wander too far from her sister. She doted on her as any elder sibling should, and Ernest thought it was noble and admirable. But the guilt was becoming more unbearable by the day. He must tell her the truth soon. The following day, everyone gathered their things and prepared to depart. William escorted them to the door to see them off. "It has truly been a pleasure having you all here," he said kindly. "Please, return any time. You will always be welcome." Everyone exchanged pleasant farewells and promises to return. Then Harry, Ernest, and the Setons left for home. The ride home was cheerful and pleasant, for everyone except Ernest. He kept thinking about what William had said to him, and cursing himself for not getting another chance to speak to Rose alone. He had a dreadful sense that time was running out, and, although he didn't know why, he did know that he must act very soon. He glanced at Harry, who seemed to not have a care in the world. He really wished he had better luck convincing Harry to talk to Rose and Lily together. An hour later, they reached the Seton estate. The Baron and Baroness wished them farewell, then left the men to say goodbye to their ladies. Ernest looked down at Rose fondly, trying to ignore the cold dread. "I do hope to see you again soon," he said. Rose nodded firmly. "You can count on that," she said. Ernest looked at Lily and gave her a small bow. "I hope you get well soon, Lady Lily," he said. Lily smiled warmly at him and curtsied. "Thank you," she said. "You are very kind, Lord Wilson." Rose opened the door and led her sister inside. They waved once more to the men before closing the door behind them. Harry looked at Ernest. "Would you like to come to my house for some brandy?" he asked. Ernest nodded. With the girls now back home, there was something he wished to say to his friend as well. Harry wasted no time pouring their drinks when they arrived at his estate. Ernest sipped his brandy in silence, trying to find the right words. "Is something troubling you?" Harry asked. Ernest nodded slowly. "I am very happy for you and Lily," he said, "but I really think you should have waited to propose to her until we told both the girls the truth." Harry's face fell immediately. "You may not believe me," he said, "but the night that I proposed, I had intended to pull her aside first and tell her before I asked for her hand. Instead, though, I jumped straight to the proposal." Ernest looked at Harry. "Do you regret proposing to her?" he asked. Harry shook his head vehemently. "Not at all," he said. "I just meant to tell her the truth first. But when I asked if I could speak to her, my affection for her and my fear of losing her won over logic and duty." Ernest nodded. He understood well what Harry was saying. Given the choice, he himself would much rather propose to Rose instead of confessing his sins. He felt that hearing the news now would only hurt Lily more. He was sure that if he were to follow in Harry's footsteps, he would propose to Rose instead of telling her the truth. "I almost told Rose yesterday afternoon," he said softly. "Lily's scream interrupted me, though." Harry looked at him. "We will tell them soon, my friend," Harry assured him. "I promise." Ernest nodded, but he could not help wondering about Harry's definition of soon. He had been so close, more than once, to telling Rose, but it seemed there was always an interruption. His heart sank. At this rate, they would be married to the girls before they ever knew the truth. That, or someone else would give them the news before Harry and Ernest could. The thought of that made him shudder. Chapter 22. "Does it still hurt?" Rose asked Lily as she cleaned away the mixture from the previous day and put some fresh paste onto the wound. She gently grasped her sister's arm and examined her work. Lily shook her head. "Not terribly," she said, "as long as I don't put any serious pressure on it." Rose nodded. "It is fortunate that you did not have any adverse reaction to the sting," she said. Lily frowned at her. "You mean besides the excruciating pain?" she asked. Rose giggled. "I do not mean to tease you," she said, "but some people have terrible reactions to the stings. I was afraid that you might have one as well." Lily softened and smiled dreamily. "Ernest was worried about that as well," she said, sighing. "You should have seen how quickly he jumped to my rescue, and his concern for me." Rose smiled warmly at her sister. "He was certainly doting on you when Harry and I reached you both," she said. She recalled how efficiently and affectionately Ernest had helped Lily, which had given her a new appreciation and fondness for her soon-to-be brother-in-law. It was clear that he would do anything for Lily and that he loved her more than anything, and that helped put Rose's mind at ease. Lily winked at Rose. "Speaking of doting," she said, "Lord Wilson certainly seemed to be doing a fair bit of that with you this weekend as well." Rose blushed, grinning widely. "Yes," she said, "and it was very encouraging that he wanted me to meet his godfather." Lily's eyes began to sparkle. "Do you know what that means?" she asked. Rose held up her hand to quiet her sister, but Lily continued, too excited to stop. "He is certain to propose marriage soon," she said. "He has introduced you to everyone dear to him. He would not do that unless he planned to have you in his life forever." Rose bit her lip, trying to stifle her excitement. "Perhaps," she said, "but I still think it wise not to get my hopes up too far until it actually happens." Lily looked at her skeptically. "Your hopes are already up, are they not?" she asked. Rose blushed and giggled. "Perhaps a little," she said. Lily started to say something else, but just then their mother called her from down the hallway. "Then let them stay up," Lily said as she hurried off toward the sound of the Baroness's voice. Rose sighed. Truthfully, her hopes were quite high indeed. She knew without any doubt that she was in love with Harry. The past few days had reinforced that in her mind and heart. She could not see herself with anyone else. There was no other man with whom she would rather continue making wonderful memories, like the ones of the past few days, or with whom she wished to build a future. However, she had already let herself get carried away, which had caused her to be disappointed when Harry had not proposed on the night of Lord Howley's ball. She decided that she would simply continue loving him and wait patiently until he was ready to propose. Only then would she allow herself to feel the giddiness that her sister kept trying so hard to spread to her. As she prepared to spend some time reading in the library before dinner, she heard Lily call to her. Rose headed toward the sound of Lily's voice just in time to see her sister rush around the corner, holding an intricate envelope in her hand. "Look," Lily said breathlessly. Rose took the envelope from her hand, her brow furrowing. "It is from Lord Shelton," Lily continued, her eyes wide and curious. Rose nodded absently as she opened the letter. She had met Nicholas Shelton at a season ball a couple of years prior. She could not imagine why he would be sending her a letter. "Well," Lily asked, impatiently peeking over Rose's shoulder, "what does it say?" Rose laughed. "If you do not calm yourself, I am going to pinch your wasp sting," she teased. Lily glared at her, not moving from her position. Rose giggled again, but allowed her sister to read the letter with her. Both the girls gasped as they read. "It is an invitation to a luncheon at Lord Shelton's estate," Rose said. "Yes," Lily said with her usual excitement. "He has invited you and Harry together, it seems. And he extended the invitation to Ernest and me, and Mother and Father as well. Isn't this exciting?" Rose nodded thoughtfully. This was not the first event to which she had been invited out of the blue. However, it was the first that included Harry as her partner, and it was the first that was not hosted by someone with whom she or her family socialised frequently. Lily was nothing but thrilled, however. She squeezed Rose's empty hand and giggled. "Oh, we must go select some fabric for new dresses," she said. "Lord Shelton always hosts the most extravagant events." As always, Lily's excitement spread quickly. It would give Rose an opportunity to introduce Harry to more of her friends and acquaintances. And perhaps it would give him the chance to propose to her. "Let us go show this to Mother," Rose said. "Show what to Mother?" the Baroness said from behind them, startling her daughters. They both giggled and rushed over to their mother and showed her the letter. The Baroness read it over quickly, then smiled. "Well," she said, smiling, "I guess this means that you will need new dresses." Lily giggled, clearly proud of having foreseen their mother's response. "Can we go into town now, Mother?" Lily asked. The Baroness smiled sweetly at her youngest daughter. "I do not see why not," she said. Lily grabbed Rose's hands. "Let us go," she said. Rose laughed as she allowed her sister to tug her out the front door and into the carriage. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. "Oh, Rose, look," Lily breathed as they perused the fabrics in the seamstress's shop. Rose abandoned a deep crimson cloth she had been fondling and walked over to where her sister stood. Lily pointed to a lovely lilac material. Beside it was a spool of rich purple ribbon. "Can you imagine it?" she asked. "This fabric with some silver lace and completed with that purple ribbon around my waist." Rose nodded approvingly. "I believe that would make the most beautiful gown," she said. Lily giggled with delight. "I am so glad you agree," she said. "What about you?" Rose shook her head absent-mindedly. Truthfully, she kept getting lost in daydreams about Harry. She kept replaying what he had said to her on the hill the previous afternoon, and she felt as though she were floating, rather than walking, through the seamstress's shop. "I cannot decide," she said. Lily studied her with scrutiny. "Where is your head?" she asked. "What did Harry say to you?" Rose bit her lip, feeling her cheeks burn. "He said the most wonderful things I have ever heard." "You must tell me this instant," Lily said, putting her hands on her hips. Rose giggled and recounted what Harry had told her. Lily listened with glee, throwing her arms around her sister when she was finished. "Oh, Rose," she said, "that is wonderful news." Rose gently pried herself from her sister's embrace. She looked at Lily thoughtfully. "It is strange, though," she said. "Before we heard you scream, he was about to say something else, and he looked a bit distressed." Lily covered her mouth with her hands. "Oh, no," she breathed. "I hope I did not interrupt his proposal." Rose shook her head, her brow furrowing at Harry's expression. "I think he was about to say something else," she said. "But what could it have been?" Lily asked. Rose shrugged, turning back to the fabrics and idly touching a dark green material. "I don't know," she said, "but it seemed to be of great importance to him." Lily looked back at her lilac cloth, touching it fondly. "Well," she said, "perhaps you will get the chance to ask him about it at Lord Shelton's lunch party." Rose nodded. "I plan to do precisely that," she said. Lily smiled and squeezed Rose's hands. "Good," she said. "Now, we must find you some fabric. We must both look our best, especially since we are feeling our best of late." Rose smiled at her sister. "You are absolutely right," she said. After selecting the green fabric she'd spotted and some gold lace, she and Lily gave their request to the seamstress. They also made an appointment for the following day for their fittings. Then they made their way home, talking excitedly about their day with Ernest and Harry. Dinner was minutes from being ready when they returned. They walked together into the dining room, still chatting giddily. The Baron rose from his seat to greet his daughters and pull out their chairs. "Good evening, my dears," he said warmly, kissing them both on the cheek as they took their seats. "Oh, Father," Lily said, gushing, "wasn't Lord Howley's estate wonderful?" Rose nodded in agreement. "And he was such a kind and gracious host," she said. The Baron and Baroness nodded. "He is a true, wonderful gentleman," the Baron said. "And he seemed to love you girls," the Baroness added, smiling knowingly at her daughters. The girls blushed. "It was clear that he cares for both Ernest and Harry, even though they are not his flesh and blood," Rose said, recalling how much like his own sons he treated the men. "That is very admirable." Lily nodded. "And today has been perfectly wonderful," she said dreamily. The Baroness leaned forward, curious and intrigued. "Yes, how did the dress shopping go?" she asked. Lily clapped her hands together, describing the material and ribbons she and Rose had picked out. Their mother nodded in approval. "Those sound lovely indeed," she said. "I cannot wait to see them." Rose looked at her mother. "Would you like to go with us tomorrow to our fitting?" she asked. Christine beamed and nodded. "I would be delighted," she said. After dinner, Rose helped Lily wash off the dried paste concoction. She dabbed gently at first, but Lily patted her hand. "It does not hurt at all anymore," she said. "Ernest really knew what he was talking about." When the wound was clean, Rose gasped. Her sister's arm looked as though there had never been a sting in the first place. "It seems that he did," she murmured. "Oh, Rose," Lily said, gushing once more. "I just know that both you and I are going to be blissfully happy, just like Mother and Father, for the rest of our days." Rose could not hide the smile that spread across her face. "I must say that I believe you are right," she said. Shortly after, she bade Lily good night and retired to her own room. She was not quite ready to sleep, however. It was getting harder each day to deny the wonder and joy Harry brought into her life. And she found herself wanting to deny it, less and less. She sat down at her desk and retrieved a fresh page of stationery. The words were already in her mind, so she made short work of her letter. "Dear Harry, I cannot wait to see you. You brighten my day. All my love, Rose." She sealed the short letter in an envelope and put it on her bedside table. so that she would remember to have it sent first thing the following morning. Then she called her maid to help her dress for bed. As she drifted off to sleep, Harry's face and the wonderful life she felt sure they would have together was the only thing on her mind. Chapter 23. Ernest and Harry arrived a bit early to pick up Rose, Lily and their parents on the day of Lord Shelton's lunch. Since it was the first event to which he and Rose had been invited as a couple, he wished to make a good impression. Truthfully, he was also hoping for another chance to talk to Rose privately. He was determined that he was going to tell her before the week was out. Things had gone on long enough, and he could not continue with his desire to marry her until she knew everything. Lord Shelton's estate and mansion were intimidating to Ernest. Not only was it larger and more expansive than any he had ever seen, it seemed to have a darker countenance. It wasn't in disrepair or gloomy, but it did appear to be starker and more rigid than the others. As they exited the carriage, Rose squeezed his arm. He looked down at her, noticing the gleam in her eyes. For the first time, he saw nothing but unabashed adoration and love for him, and he could feel in his heart the depth of her feelings. He considered telling her everything right at that moment before they entered the manor. "Oh, Rose," Lily said before Ernest could begin to speak, "I have never seen a mansion quite like this one." Rose's eyes roamed up the front of the mansion. "I do not believe that I have either," she murmured, "but Lord Shelton is very polite and poised. I am certain that this afternoon will be lovely." Lily nodded silently. Ernest noticed that she was not quite as excited as usual. In fact, she seemed ill at ease standing in front of the strict manor. He looked back towards the mansion as they approached the door, and a chill ran down his spine. In an instant, the air around the mansion went from merely stringent to almost oppressive. Ernest could not figure out why, but he suddenly had a terrible feeling. He glanced at Harry, who, much to his dismay, had a solemn expression of his own. Ernest took a deep breath and led Rose inside, holding his head up high and trying to shake off the foreboding feeling building in his stomach. "Good day, everyone," Lord Shelton said as the butlers ushered the group inside. "I am so glad you could all attend." Ernest noticed that his voice was not precisely abrasive or callous, but it lacked the warmth with which William and the Setons always spoke. Ernest thought that perhaps Lord Shelton was just a bit more reserved or aloof than the people Ernest knew. He did not sense anything about the man that should set him on edge. Nevertheless, he could not shake the dread that was steadily building within him. They made short work of the introductions. Lord Shelton was coolly pleasant to each of them, showing no particular disdain or favouritism. Instead of staying and chatting with them, however, he beckoned that they show themselves around the estate, then excused himself to prepare for the other guests. The group split into their respective couples and decided to explore the mansion together. Ernest noticed that the decor and furnishings were not as severe as the outside of the house implied, but they were far from bright and lavish. The cushions on the benches and high-backed chairs were soft and appeared to be rather comfortable, but the only 3 colours all throughout the mansion were brown, gold and black. Ernest also noticed some statues that bore chipped spots that had yet to be tended. Each room was pristinely clean, however, and there were many expensive-looking paintings hanging on all of the walls. Ernest supposed that the gentlemen might simply not have any interest in bold, bright decor. The grounds were as bland as the interior of the mansion. There were only a few various white flower bushes against the walls of the large house. The gardens were little more than neatly trimmed bushes, and a grand maze consisting of the same. "Oh," Lily exclaimed, "let us explore the maze." Rose and their mother both laughed. The Baroness shook her head. "Can you imagine the horror if we should get lost in there?" she asked. Lily frowned but nodded. "You are right," she said. "How would we ever live down the shame?" Everyone laughed as they turned to walk towards the stables. Ernest let Harry and Lily continue ahead of him and Rose, and the Baron and Baroness fell behind. He saw that she was as aware of the plainness of the estate as he was. She glanced up at him and gave him one of the brightest smiles he had ever seen. The innocence and purity of the love he saw there made his heart race furiously. He could see how much she trusted him, and he knew he could not risk breaking that trust. He made up his mind. He was going to tell her everything right then. "Honoured guests!" a voice called from behind them as Ernest opened his mouth to speak to Rose. Everyone turned around to see the head maid standing near the back door of the mansion. "Lunch will be served in 10 minutes, she said. Lily exclaimed excitedly as she and Harry came back and caught up with Ernest, Rose, and the Baron and Baroness. Ernest cursed himself for missing yet another opportunity to confess to Rose. With a desperate determination, he decided that he would tell Rose later that day, no matter what happened or how many more interruptions they endured. As they entered the house, Ernest saw that the other guests had arrived rather quickly. They had not been outside more than half an hour, but the house was teeming with people. Movement from the corner of his eye caught his attention, and Ernest turned his head. He saw the back of a very familiar head, but the man turned away before Ernest got a clear look at his face. The feeling of cold dread returned, though Ernest could not figure out why. Inside the dining room, people were beginning to take their seats. Lord Shelton approached the group and struck up a conversation with the Baron and Baroness. He chuckled at something the Baron had said, and the Baroness gazed at her husband lovingly. Ernest smiled, allowing himself to imagine himself and Rose being just like them one day. Metal clinking against glass drew the attention of everyone in the room. The guests who were seated remained so, but those who were still milling about paused their search for seats. Ernest looked around for the source of the sound, and his stomach dropped. Standing near the head of the dining room table was Lord Arthur Sinclair. He was the man Ernest had seen as they entered the house, and, he was now certain, was the source of his terrible feeling. Ernest was vaguely aware of Rose holding onto his arm, but he felt numb, rooted to the spot. Lord Shelton was the first to turn his full attention to Lord Sinclair. He smiled at the gangly man with a bit more warmth than he had for the other guests, and Ernest understood then that the two dukes were friends. He swallowed a lump in his throat as the room gradually quieted and everyone began to wait expectantly for whatever Lord Sinclair had to say. Suddenly, the man looked directly at Ernest, his gaze accusatory and piercing. He gave Ernest a wicked smirk and raised the glass in his hand in a mock toast. Whatever Lord Sinclair was up to, Ernest knew it could not be good. Once the guests were silent, the blonde Duke bowed deliberately. "Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen," he drawled. "Thank you kindly for your prompt attention." Everyone in the room, except for Rose and Ernest, raised their glasses, waiting for Lord Sinclair to continue. As he spoke, he began walking slowly but surely towards Rose and Ernest. Ernest could feel his heart trying to beat its way out of his chest, but he kept his face as straight and bland as possible. "First, I wanted to say how lovely it is to be invited to such a grand feast," the Duke said, gesturing to the meal, which was being delivered to the table as he spoke. "It is truly an honour to be surrounded by so many important people." Some of the guests exchanged glances, raising their eyebrows at one another. Others looked disinterested, as though they did not care about what the Duke had to say, but Lord Sinclair did not seem to notice or care. By then, he was mere paces away from Rose and Ernest. "Everyone here is of such high class and status, and it humbles me," he continued. Then he turned a burning gaze right at Ernest, and his cold smirk returned. "Everyone, that is, except for one man." "He knows," Ernest realised. He tried to look at Harry, but he felt paralysed. He could do nothing more than blink dumbly at Lord Sinclair as he continued speaking. "This man," the Duke continued, pointing to Ernest, "is not who he says he is. He has made us all believe that he is a Duke. The Duke of Stanhope, in fact. But he is, In reality, Ernest Colborne, landowner, nothing more. He rents out his land to farmers, and he barely makes enough money to get by. Ernest felt as if the floor vanished from beneath him. He tried to will his limbs or mouth to move, but he remained frozen in his terror. Rose, however, did release her grasp on him. She marched up to Lord Sinclair, her eyes blazing and her face twisted into a deep scowl. "That is complete nonsense," she said. "You do not know Lord Wilson, and you have no right to say such slanderous and defaming things." The Duke shook his head sympathetically at Rose. Then he stepped closer to Ernest, burning a hole through him with his gaze. "Go on, Mr. Colborne," he said. "I dare you to lie about your identity again, in front of all these fine people. Look them in the eye, and tell them, without deception, that you are the Duke you claim to be. You cannot hide now." Ernest suddenly wished that the floor had, indeed, vanished under him, or that it would crack open and swallow him up. Rose continued berating Lord Sinclair, but her words sounded as though they were coming from the other end of a long tunnel. "Yes," the Duke murmured, almost as if to himself. "I can spot a man who has no morals. I was certain there was something off about you from the moment I met you. You had this cloud hanging over you, shrouding you in a mysterious fog that kept many others from seeing you for what you really were. But I saw through it. Yes, sir, I certainly did. Were the circumstances not so dire, Ernest would have called Lord Sinclair out for being a madman. As it was, however, he struggled to begin summoning an apology to Rose. He looked away from the ranting man, knowing well that there was no point in lying, now that everything had been put out in the open. Even if he were to lie to save face in front of all the guests and then tell Rose the truth later, he would still be continuing the lie. Truthfully, Ernest did not have the strength or the stomach to lie anymore. Just then, Harry pushed his way through the stunned guests and put himself between Ernest and the rambling Duke. "You only have a portion of your facts straight, Lord Sinclair," he said, spitting venom with each word. "I am Harry Wilson, Duke of Stanhope, and Mr. Colborne did assume my identity, but I assumed his as well. Furthermore, the entire charade was my idea. He did not do this out of malice or any lack of morals, as you so arrogantly accuse. If you must blame someone, blame me." At last, Ernest felt his numbness begin to fade. He looked at Harry with gratitude and confusion. The people around them in the room began buzzing with exclamations of shock and disdain. Ernest dared glance at Rose, and she was glaring at him, her hands clenched into fists. "So, it is true," she said, her voice trembling. Ernest took a step towards her, but she stepped back. "Please let me explain," he begged. Lily let out a heartbroken sob. "Why would you do this?" she asked. Harry turned to her, reaching for her, but she too moved just outside his grasp. "Do not touch her," Rose said. She took her sister's hands and tugged her from the room. Panic settled over Ernest, and he started to follow the girls. "Rose," he pleaded, his own voice cracking with emotion. "Please, this is not the way Lord Sinclair made it sound." Rose whirled around, pulling Lily close to her protectively. "Do not say another word, sir," she said coldly. "I refuse to hear anything more from you. You and whoever he is are to leave my sister and me alone." With that, she spun on her heels and pulled her sister out of the dining room and back towards the entryway. The Baron and Baroness followed after their daughters without so much as a glance at the two men. Lord Shelton called for a servant to prepare a carriage to take the girls and their parents home immediately. Harry was still trying to calm the crowd and explain what he and Ernest had done the night of that first ball. However, no one would hear any of it. "Liar!" a man sitting on the other side of the room called. "Cheats, both of you," said a woman sitting close to where Harry was standing. Ernest felt utterly defeated and humiliated. He looked to the party's host, but Lord Shelton offered no words at all. His expression, however, did not warrant any. It was clear from the look in his eyes that Ernest and Harry were no longer welcome. Feeling as though he were outside of his body and watching the events from some distance away, Ernest grabbed Harry's arm and pulled him away from the other guests. "Come," he said, "we should go." Chapter 24. The entire carriage ride home felt like it came straight from a nightmare. Never in Rose's life could she ever remember feeling so devastated and humiliated. Worse still, her sister's usually bright smiling face was red and streaked with tears. Lily did not speak a word the entire trip, and Rose found that she could not bring herself to break the silence. Even their parents said nothing. They each held one of their daughter's hands, but they seemed to be at a complete loss for words. Rose felt guilty and selfish for being unable to offer any solace to her sister, but she was so stunned that she could not begin to fathom how things had come to this. How could they have been so blind? The Baroness was the first to break the silence upon their return to their home. "My darlings," she murmured, reaching for her youngest daughter. Lily whirled around to face her mother, her lip trembling, and her eyes filled with betrayal and pain and tears. Rose's own eyes stung with tears, feeling helpless as she saw her sister's suffering. "Mother, forgive me, but I think I just need to be alone right now," Lily said. With another loud sob, she ran up the stairs. Rose looked at her parents and tried to give them a small smile. The Baron reached for her hands, but she pulled away. She knew that, if she accepted her parents' comfort, she would likely become as hysterical as Lily. The Baroness nodded, smiling at her eldest daughter sympathetically. "I am so sorry, my dear," she said. "Please know that I am here, for both of you." The Baron nodded. "As am I," he said, his voice full of emotion. Rose nodded, avoiding her mother and father's gaze. "I will go check on Lily," she said quietly, not trusting her voice to rise above a whisper. Her parents nodded, and Rose ascended the stairs and went to Lily's room. She knocked on the door, but the only answer she received was Lily's continued sobs. She tried the handle, but the door was locked. That was certainly unlike Lily. She always turned to Rose when she was sad. Lily never shut her out. After a moment's hesitation, Rose went to her own room, closing the door but leaving it unlocked for Lily. In the safety and solitude of her room, Rose at last let her own tears flow. She collapsed in the chair by her window, burying her face in her hands and crying. The pain of Harry or Ernest, or whoever he was, being so deceptive was bad enough. But her heart also broke for Lily. She was so young and innocent, and her first experience with a man had devastated her. It was what Rose had feared. But now that it had happened, Lily's heartbreak was more painful to watch than she had ever anticipated. She did not eat or sleep at all that night. She cried for hours until her eyes ached and her throat felt sore. Then, she spent the pre-dawn hours staring listlessly out of her bedroom window, repeatedly trying to make sense of what had happened, and failing each time. By the time the sun came up, much of her sadness had given way to anger, most of which was for Lily. It was easier for her to handle the anger because she could forget that her own heart had been broken. At last, she rose and walked to her wash basin. The cool water felt heavenly on her flushed, tear-streaked skin. She dried her face and began tidying her hair when she heard the butler's voice echo from below, announcing a visitor. Rose steeled herself, prepared to tell the men to leave and never return. She marched down the stairs, her blood boiling more with each step. When she saw who was standing in the entryway, however, she froze mid-stride. "Good morning, Lady Rose," Lord Sinclair said, bowing. She straightened her shoulders and tried to smile. Her face felt sore, however, and she managed little more than a pained grimace. "Good morning, my lord," she said, giving him a weak curtsy. Lord Sinclair approached her slowly, his hands clasped rigidly behind his back. "Forgive the unexpected visit," he said. "I simply wished to see if you were all right after yesterday's terrible incident." Rose closed her eyes against the fresh pain that the stark reminder brought to her. She avoided his gaze, fearful that her tears would return. "That is very kind of you," she said. "I assure you that I am fine." The Duke nodded slowly, looking her over. "Yes," he said, his voice full of doubt. "And what of Lady Lily?" Rose sighed. "She is upset, but I believe that she will be fine as well," she said, and Lord Sinclair continued to stare at Rose, but he said nothing else. "I am glad that you came by," Rose continued. She wasn't, truthfully, but she did owe him something. "I wanted to thank you for showing me what kind of man he really is." Lord Sinclair smiled, and Rose wondered if she was imagining the smugness in it. He covered it rather quickly, however, with an expression of deepest sympathy, and she thought that maybe her tear-burned eyes could be playing tricks on her. "It is unfortunate that you had to find out that way," he said. "I had wished to tell you at an earlier time and in a more private setting." Rose tried to ignore the superiority barely suppressed in the Duke's tone. She recalled the remarks he had made at the balls, and about his insistence that she did not know as much about the man courting her as she thought. Yet now she wondered if Lord Sinclair had perhaps simply not known any other way of telling her, rather than telling her out of jealousy or malice. "Would that I had listened to you," she said. "It would have spared my sister and me a lot of embarrassment." Lord Sinclair smiled and moved closer to her. He put his hand on her arm. "Well," he said, "I came here to also deliver what I hope will be good news." Rose attempted to muster a more sincere smile. "Oh?" she asked. The yellow-haired Duke nodded knowingly. "I want to tell you that even after all that has transpired, I still wish to be with you." Rose felt her stomach drop. It had not even been a whole day since she had had her heart shattered. The last thing she could think about was beginning anew with someone else, especially Lord Sinclair. However, he had been the one to expose the lies. She felt that the least she could do was hear him out. "I am flattered," she said, "but you hardly know me, and I hardly know you." The Duke nodded in agreement. "Quite right," he said. "But, if you will allow me, I would like to spend more time with you so that we can get to know each other properly." Rose bit her lip, considering his words. She vaguely recalled her mother's words of warning about Lord Sinclair, and she hesitated for a moment. What if she made a mistake, just because she was hurt and vulnerable? Lord Sinclair touched her arm once more. "I understand your trepidation, my lady," he said in a voice softer and kinder than Rose had believed possible. "But if you will allow me, I assure you that I can make you happy, and that I will never betray your trust in any way." Rose took a deep breath. His words seemed genuine enough, and she allowed herself to think that perhaps she had judged him too quickly, or perhaps she'd just been too blinded by what turned out to be nothing but a lie. "All right," she said at last, half-heartedly. "You may call on me from time to time, if you wish." Lord Sinclair's face lit up, and Rose instantly regretted her words. She knew that she should give herself more time to get past her pain, but she felt indebted to the Duke for bringing the truth to light, terrible though it had been. "Thank you, Lady Rose," the Duke said, bowing. "You shall not regret this." Rose tried once more to smile, but the raw emotions of the previous night began to resurface. She curtsied to Lord Sinclair and struggled to keep her composure. "I appreciate your visit," she said again, "but I should go see to Lily. Perhaps I can coax her into having tea with me this afternoon?" The Duke nodded empathetically. "Of course," he said. "Please give her my regards and my heartfelt sympathy." Rose nodded. "I will, my lord," she said. As soon as the door closed behind Lord Sinclair, her tears began falling once more. She would never have believed that a man like Harry, or Ernest, or whoever he really was, could ever deceive her in such a way. She had truly loved and trusted him, and he had destroyed it, seemingly without a second thought. The Baroness came to her daughter's side. Rather than try to continue putting on her brave face, Rose collapsed into her mother's arms. "Oh, Mother," she sobbed, "this is terrible. What am I to do now?" Her mother patted her back, letting her eldest daughter cry for a moment. Then she pulled away and gently took Rose's chin in her hands. "The first thing you should not do is get yourself involved with that Lord Sinclair," she said. "I know it may seem as though he saved you from some terrible fate, but he did it in a very embarrassing, unkind fashion." Rose sobbed harder as she recalled the humiliation that flooded her when she realised the Duke had been telling the truth. "He cannot be any worse than Harry," she said. "I mean, Mr. Colborne." The Baroness stroked Rose's hair. "My dear," she said, "a man should not need to have a title to make you happy. Titles are simply words, and they can be given or taken away for any number of circumstances." Rose shook her head. "But he lied to me," she insisted. "They both lied to Lily and me." Her mother wiped the tears from her cheeks. "I agree that lying was the wrong thing to do," she said, but it sounded as though there was some explanation behind the deception. "And I think that you should agree to listen to that explanation once you feel a bit calmer and things begin to settle down." Rose choked out a laugh. "What of my reputation, though, Mother?" she asked. "What will everyone think of me?" Her mother smiled kindly and shook her head. "Who cares what a bunch of high society acquaintances think?" she asked. "True love is more important than the opinion of people who will hardly remember this in a few months' time." "Love," Rose thought, succumbing to a fresh wave of tears. She pushed away from her mother and ran upstairs, locking herself in her room. She collapsed onto her bed and cried for what felt like days, until she was sure that she had no tears left. At dinner, her mother knocked gently on her door, trying to coax her to come out. Rose lay unmoving on her bed, pretending to be asleep. The last thing she felt like doing was eating. Her stomach felt as though it were being kneaded by a giant. When she heard her mother walk away from her door, she let out a sigh. An hour later, her lady's maid knocked, Rose guessed, with a tray of food. Once more, she remained silent until the knocking subsided and the maid left. Once she was sure that everyone was gone, she sat up weakly. Slowly, she tiptoed to her door, listening for any sign that anyone was waiting for her outside. When she was satisfied that they were not, she slipped out of her room and down the hall to Lily's room. To her relief, Lily's door was unlocked. She turned the knob silently, and at first she thought that Lily was asleep. As Rose closed the door behind her, however, Lily sat up, her eyes as red and wet as she knew her own must be. "You are not here to ask me to eat, are you?" she asked, her voice weak and full of heartbreak. Rose shook her head, reaching for her. "No, Lily," she whispered as she hugged her sister. "I do not wish to eat either." Lily rested her head on Rose's shoulder, hiccuping softly. "I do not know what to do," she said. Rose kissed the top of her sister's head. "What we do is forget about those two and find gentlemen who would never do to us what they did." Lily shook her head, looking at Rose. "I cannot just forget about Ernest. I mean, Harry," she said. "I know that he lied to me, but that has not changed how I feel about him a bit." Rose nodded. She tried to find words to help and comfort her sister, but she found it difficult when she was at such a loss to soothe herself. "When you love someone, it is not so easy to just stop," Rose said. "But that does not mean they are good for you to love. And I do not believe that these men are good for either of us." Lily took Rose's hand and smiled sadly. "But even after everything, I want nothing more than to be with Harry," she said. Rose shook her head. She still had strong feelings for Ernest, but he should have told her the truth. If he had been the one to come to her. Her thoughts trailed off, flashing back to all the times she had noticed him behaving strangely. She remembered all the times he had tried to tell her something important, and how they had been interrupted each time. Oh no, she thought as she began to sob once more. Was this what he was going to tell me? Did he actually try to confess much sooner? Heart still aching, and now more confused than ever, she rested her head on her sister's lap and continued to cry. Chapter 25. Another round? Harry asked blandly as he held up the Scotch bottle. Ernest nodded numbly. They had taken refuge in Harry's study as soon as they had been shamed from the fateful lunch party, and he was beginning to feel rather inebriated. Not that it mattered terribly. He very well knew that the girls would never want to see them again, and no one in the ton would forget the scandal they had caused any time soon. He could not remember a time in his life when he had ever been so embarrassed, and he knew that Harry felt the same way. He supposed that a drink too many in the privacy of Harry's home could not make things worse than they already were. Harry handed Ernest a full tumbler. He nearly spilled it all over his clothes as he took the glass from his friend. "Sorry, Wilson," he mumbled. "I seem to have trouble keeping things within my grasp of late." He followed his words with a loud chuckle, which quickly gave way to tears that filled his eyes and fell down his cheeks. He put his hands over his face and struggled to get himself under control. "How did this happen?" Ernest asked. He chuckled again, bitterly. He knew well what had happened, but he found it didn't make things seem any less surreal. He swallowed half of his drink before placing it on the desk. Harry put his hand on Ernest's shoulder. "We made a mistake, my friend," he said. "We made a terrible mistake." Ernest scoffed. "A mistake is when you spill ink all over the papers on your desk, or drop a glass plate," he said. "This is something that can never be remedied." Harry sighed, and Ernest could see the guilt in his friend's eyes. He shook his head, trying to rid himself of the haze of numbness that was slowly creeping into his mind. He tried to give his friend a reassuring smile. "You are right. It was a mistake," he echoed. "We never meant to hurt anyone. And it began as a night of harmless fun." Harry patted him on the back, and Ernest thought he could see tears forming in his friend's eyes as well. He straightened himself in his chair and took another small sip of his drink. "Forgive me, Harry," he said. "This behaviour is most unbecoming, I know." Harry gave his friend a small smile. "It is understandable, to be sure," he said. "Besides, this is hardly the first time I have seen you cry like a child." Ernest laughed once more, with a bit more sincerity. "At least I never cried while watching a butterfly emerge from its cocoon," he retorted. Harry blushed and snorted. "I was a child, and I thought the butterfly had eaten my pet caterpillar." Both men laughed. Harry looked marginally relieved at having raised Ernest's spirits, and Ernest did not wish to tell his friend otherwise. But, despite the laughter, his heart did not feel any lighter. He did not blame Harry for what had happened, but that did not change the fact that it had. Harry looked at Ernest, seeming to read his thoughts. "Mistake or terrible folly," he said. "You were right when you told me how much of a mess this would be if we did not tell the girls. I wish I had listened to you. Then none of this would have happened." Ernest put his hand on Harry's shoulder. "Do not blame yourself," he said. "There was no way to foresee that horrible Arthur Sinclair finding out about us or exposing us in such a terrible fashion before we had a chance to talk to the ladies." Harry touched his chin thoughtfully. "Yes," he said. "I would very much like to know how he found out." Ernest nodded in agreement. The man had acted strangely from their first meeting at the ball. Ernest did not think he could possibly have known that night, as he and Harry had only decided to switch identities moments before entering the ballroom. Yet Ernest could not think of anyone else who might have known and told him. Harry patted Ernest's back again and smiled, a little more brightly this time. "Do not fret," he said. "These sorts of scandals pass in no time. In a month, everyone in the ton will be focused on the newest piece of gossip. After all, we did not do this with any vile or criminal intentions, nor did we commit a murder. And I have a plan to get you back with your Lady Rose." Ernest raised an eyebrow, curious but sceptical. "Oh," he asked. "Yes," Harry said, "I will speak with Lily." Ernest stared at Harry. "What makes you think that she will agree to speak to you?" he asked. Harry smiled sadly. "My hope is that she will at least let me explain that, although the name I gave her was not my own, my feelings for her are, and always have been, real. If I can get her to forgive me, I am certain that Rose will be willing to forgive you too." Ernest's scepticism grew. It was not too hard to imagine Lily forgiving Harry. She was innocent and childlike in her belief that all things were wondrous and magical. Rose, however, was more practical and grounded. Even if Lily did forgive Harry, Ernest knew that Rose would likely not be so easily swayed. Still, he knew that Rose loved and trusted Lily implicitly. He could not help but allow himself a little bit of hope that perhaps all was not lost. "I do hope that you are right," he said at last. Harry's smile brightened. "Trust me, old friend," he said. "This time, I am not wrong. This will work out. I can feel it in my heart." Ernest sighed and smiled back at his friend. He knew that Harry would do everything he could to right this wrong. Ernest did not want his friend to think he did not trust him. That would only add to Harry's distress. Ernest raised his glass to Harry. "To your newest crazy plan," he teased. Harry laughed as he raised his own tumbler. "That's the spirit," he said. The next day, Harry began a letter correspondence with Lily. Ernest had spent the night at his friend's estate, both too intoxicated and too depressed to return to his small home right away. Harry had, of course, offered to let him stay for as long as he wished. Ernest decided that he would do just that, at least until they heard from Lily. They spent the rest of the day riding horses and playing chess, but for the first time ever, Ernest lost the matches to Harry. Harry looked at Ernest with sorrow and sympathy, but fortunately he did not try to coax Ernest into talking. The following morning, Harry burst into Ernest's room as he was dressing. "I told you this would work," he said, his eyes almost mad with excitement. Ernest shook his head, still groggy. "What are you going on about?" he asked. Harry thrust a letter into his hands. Ernest's heart stopped as he read the few words on the page. "Dear Lord Wilson, after much debate, I have decided that I will hear what you have to say. You may call on me at your earliest convenience. In the meantime, I shall speak to Rose and see if she will agree to speak with Mr. Colborne as well. Sincerely, Lily." Ernest had barely finished reading it before Harry ripped it from his hands. "Get yourself presentable, Colborne," Harry said, unable to contain himself. "We leave for the Seton estate at once." Ernest fought waves of nausea and emotion the entire trip to the Baron's home. He understood that Lily had invited them, but he still had no idea if Rose would agree to see him. He wished that he had stayed at Harry's estate, but his friend was so sure that things would go well that he forced Ernest to come along. The knot in Ernest's stomach tightened as they approached the front door. The butler silently gestured for them to come inside, where the Baron and Baroness were already waiting in the entryway. Ernest could not look them in the eyes, but he saw their stern, saddened expressions before he averted his gaze. "Lord and Lady Seton," Harry said, bowing deeply, "we understand that we have made a grievous error, but we come seeking the chance to explain ourselves and atone for what we have done." The Baron stepped forward, studying the men suspiciously. "You have, indeed, made a terrible mistake," he said. "However, our Lily has agreed to speak with you. I must insist that you do not devastate her or Rose any further. Given the chance, I assure you that I will never do such a terrible thing ever again, Ernest said, shocking everyone, including himself, by speaking so directly. To his surprise, the Baroness gave him a small smile. I believe that you will not, she said. But in this matter, Rose has the final say. Understood, my lady, Ernest said humbly. Satisfied, the Baron and Baroness called for Lily. The moments they stood waiting for Lily to join them seemed to stretch into hours. Ernest's heart began to race impossibly fast, and all he could do was pray that, when Lily did emerge, she did so with Rose beside her. After several long, too silent moments, Ernest and Harry saw Lily descending the stairs. To Ernest's deep dismay, she was alone. As Lily approached, Ernest felt his heart break into small pieces. It was clear that she had not got much rest, and her eyes were bloodshot. Harry rushed to take her into his arms, but she put up her hands. Please, she said, don't. Harry's lip trembled, but he stepped back silently. Lily nodded. She spared Ernest a cool glance. I am sorry, Mr. Colborne, she said, wincing as she spoke. Rose will not see you. Ernest chewed his lip, swallowing the sudden bout of tears that threatened to spill down his cheeks. I understand, he whispered. He wanted to ask Lily to tell her sister that he begged her forgiveness, and that he was truly sorry for everything, but he could not. He felt that he had already caused them enough grief. He did not deserve to ask any favours. Harry cleared his throat and smiled sadly at Lily. I will get straight to the point, he said. I know that I lied to you about my name and title. I assure you that was never my intention. Ernest and I were playing a silly game at the ball where we met you and Rose. It was only supposed to be for that one night, so that I did not have to feel the pressures of being a duke for a single evening, and so I could give Ernest the chance to see what living as a man with status and acclaim was like. We never meant any harm, and we certainly never thought to meet two women as wonderful as you and your sister. He paused, searching Lily's face for any reaction. Though she had not moved any closer to him, her face had begun to soften, and her lip began to tremble. Go on, she said. Harry nodded. I need you to know that even though the name by which you know me is false, my feelings for you are not. They never were, not since I first met you, and I was very sincere when I asked you to marry me. Lily nodded slowly. Ernest could see her cold demeanour giving way to something resembling the hopeful, childish girl he and Harry knew. She looked at Ernest, directly this time. And what say you? She asked, her tone warmer than it had been. How do you feel about Rose? Harry eased himself half a step closer to Lily. This time, she did not move away. Please know that this whole mess was my idea and my fault, he said. Ernest loves your sister every bit as much as I love you, and he always has. He tried to tell me that this whole scheme was insane, and he did his best to talk me out of it. But I saw no harm, and I was determined. He was merely trying to be a good friend to me by going along with it all. Lily nodded once more, still looking at Ernest. Is that true, Mr. Colborne? She asked. Ernest nodded. I do love Rose with my whole heart, he said, and Harry and I truly did not ever intend any malice in what we believed to be a harmless ruse. We could not have known we would meet you ladies that night. Lily looked back and forth between Harry and Ernest, no doubt searching for any signs of deception. When she saw none, she slowly stepped forward. After a long moment's hesitation, she took Harry's hand in both of hers. I believe you, Harry, she said, and I forgive you. Harry uttered a sound that was something between a sob and a laugh. You do? He asked, putting his other hand over hers. She smiled at him and nodded. I do, she said. Harry took Lily in his arms and twirled her around. Ernest smiled sadly, glad for his friend, but still devastated that Rose was too angry to hear everything her sister had just heard. In truth, he could not blame Rose, but that did not lessen his sadness. Harry sensed his friend's turmoil, and he reluctantly released Lily. "I should take Ernest home now," he said, "but I will write to you as soon as I arrive. We can see each other again as soon as you're ready." Lily nodded, smiling up at Harry just as she used to do. "I understand," she said, caressing his cheek with her hand. Then she stepped towards Ernest, putting her hand on his arm. "I shall speak with Rose once more, on your behalf," she said warmly. Ernest looked up at her and smiled with gratitude, barely suppressing the tears that burned at the back of his eyes. "Thank you very much," he said, bowing to her. "I appreciate that more than you know." After a brief goodbye, Harry and Ernest walked back to the carriage. "Are you all right?" Harry asked as the coach pulled away. Ernest shook his head. "Everything you said was very noble and kind," he said, "but I do not believe that Rose will ever wish to see me again." Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. As Ernest sat alone at home that night, he replayed the horror of the lunch at Lord Shelton's. He recalled too clearly the grief and horror on Rose's face, and he regretted more than ever that he had not been honest with Rose sooner. He wondered if she would have been as moved as Lily if she had heard Harry's explanation. Would he really be able to earn back Rose's trust? Or would Rose agree to be courted by Lord Sinclair, despite his obvious arrogance and sense of entitlement? Ernest shook his head. He could not afford to think such things at that moment. Rose was a sensible woman, and he had to believe that she would not lower herself to Lord Sinclair's level, no matter how hurt or angry she was. He knew that love and trust did not come easily to her, and he prayed that she would keep herself reserved around the horrid Duke, and, if she never agreed to take Ernest back, that she would at least find someone better than Lord Sinclair. Ernest quickly realised that he could not handle the thought of Rose with any man other than him. He believed in his heart that, although she was upset, and rightfully so, she still loved him. And he knew, beyond all doubt, that he loved her. He missed her so terribly that it felt like someone had ripped out his heart and left a gaping, burning hole in its place. He supposed that, in a way, that feeling was true, because he knew that he could never give his heart to any woman other than Rose. Ernest felt utterly lost and hopeless, and he spent the night praying that she would soften and agree to speak to him, if only one more time. Chapter 26. "Rose," Lily said, sitting on her bed after dinner that evening, "won't you please reconsider hearing what Mr. Colborne has to say?" Rose shook her head firmly. "I cannot," she said, "and, frankly, I cannot believe you were so easily swayed by Lord Wilson." Lily looked at her sister, her eyes wide and pleading. "You were not there," she said. "You did not see how genuine and remorseful they both were. They truly meant no harm, and if you would just listen to them, I believe you would see that." Rose shook her head again. "I am sorry, Lily," she said. "I simply cannot." Lily stared at Rose for a moment. Then she sighed. "Do not make your decision so hastily," she said. "Please promise me that you will think about it." Rose suppressed a groan. She did not wish to consider the matter further, but she could not deny that she was thinking about it. The one thing she did know, however, was that she did not wish to discuss it any further with Lily. She was glad her sister was not sad anymore, but she was still sceptical of Lord Wilson's intentions. "I will think about reconsidering," she said at last. "For now, I just want to sleep." Lily nodded. She seemed satisfied, if unconvinced. "All right," she said, kissing Rose on her forehead. "Good night, Rose. I am here if you need me." Rose squeezed her sister's hand. "Thank you, Lily," she said. "Good night." After Lily closed the bedroom door behind her, Rose gave another sad sigh. She could not help missing Ernest, but she could not be sure that she even knew him. He had lied to her, and that was something she did not know if she could ever forgive, no matter what his reasons. She crawled under her blankets and nestled into her pillow, drifting off into a restless sleep, full of dreams of Ernest. She spent little time out of her room the next couple of days. She even did her best to avoid Lily. While she was relieved to see her sister back to her usual self, she desperately wished that Lily would have given forgiving Lord Wilson more thought. Yet she could not resolve herself to be completely against Ernest. She could not forget all the times he had tried to speak to her in private, and it tugged at her heart. She could not help the small part of her that actually was considering listening to him. One of the few exceptions she made was allowing Lord Sinclair to call on a couple of occasions. She had promised him that she would let him do so, and she did her best to keep her word. However, she found that she still could not tolerate spending much time with him. Now that he felt like he had won her, he was even more arrogant and insufferable than before. He had also become rather controlling, which was something Rose knew she could never abide. And each time she sat with him for tea, all she could do was remember having tea and playing chess with Ernest, which made her wish to be rid of Lord Sinclair that much sooner. One morning, she was awoken by a frantic knocking on her door. She sat up, rubbed her face, and walked over to unlock and open the door. As she expected, an excited Lily was standing on the other side, poised to knock again. "Rose," she said, rushing inside, holding up a letter. She looked at her sister with a sleepy smile. "What is it?" she asked. "Harry has invited us to his estate today," she said. Rose's smile faded. "Oh, Lily," she began. Before she could say more, however, Lily clasped her hands underneath her chin. "Rose, please," she said. "I want to visit Harry, and I really wish that you would accompany me." Rose bit her lip. She did not know if she could even look at Ernest yet, let alone spend several hours with him. However, she knew she could not let down her sister. After a few moments of thought, Rose gave Lily a resigned smile. "All right," she said. "I will go, but only for you." Lily clapped her hands and hugged her sister. "Oh, thank you," she said. "I love you so much." Rose laughed and patted her sister's back. "But you must let me get dressed," she said. Lily nodded. "All right," she said. "I will call for your maid, and I shall be waiting for you downstairs whenever you are ready." Rose smiled at her sister again. Seeing her old joy return was soothing to Rose's raw emotions. "Thank you," she said. She chose a dress quickly, not going out of her way to select anything particularly noticeable or fancy. The maid came and helped her dress, and she glanced at herself in the mirror. Her lack of sleep and the many tears she had cried were still evident, so she washed her face and rubbed it dry for an extra minute to get some colour back into her skin. When she was satisfied, she went downstairs to meet Lily. The butler was approaching as she reached the bottom of the stairs. "Lady Rose," he said, "Lord Sinclair has just arrived." Rose's mouth fell open. She tried to remember if they had a meeting planned for this day, but she was fairly certain that they did not. As if to answer her question, Lord Sinclair approached her, taking her hand and kissing it with cold, clammy lips. "I know that we did not make any plans today," he said, "but I took the liberty of making arrangements for us to have lunch together." Rose gaped at him, angering instantly. "That is very kind of you," she said, struggling to keep her emotion buried. "But I am busy today." Lord Sinclair looked at her, his eyebrow raised. "Oh?" he asked. "And why might that be?" "Because I am accompanying Lily to Lord Wilson's estate," she said. The Duke raised his eyebrow in suspicion. "And will that Mr. Colborne be there as well?" he asked. Rose frowned at him. "I do not know if he will," she lied, "but even if he is, I hardly see why it matters." Lord Sinclair narrowed his eyes at her. "It matters because the woman I am courting should not be visiting with another man," he said, "and a poor, low-class liar at that." Rose put her hands on her hips. The Duke's audacity and controlling behaviour were trying her patience. And even though she was still upset with Ernest, she did not approve of Lord Sinclair saying derogatory things about him. She also did not appreciate Lord Sinclair assuming that, because she had begun allowing him to call on her, they were courting. "I am sure you mean well," Rose said, not bothering to hide her sarcasm. "But my sister loves Lord Wilson, and I am going with her as a show of my support." Lord Sinclair stared at Rose for a moment. Then he nodded and waved his hand dismissively. "I suppose that I will permit it," he said. "But in future I expect you to speak to me about such visits before you commit to them." Rose stared at him, her anger and disbelief intensifying. She would never let anyone tell her what to do, especially not Arthur Sinclair. "Please excuse us, Lord Sinclair," Lily chimed in, "but we really must finish preparing for our departure." The Duke looked at her, seemingly taken aback that she had dared to interject herself in the matter. Rose glanced at her sister and saw that her jaw was set, and that she was meeting his gaze with firm, cool eyes. "Very well," he said curtly. "Then I shall not keep you occupied any longer." "Thank you," Lily said sharply. "I trust that you can show yourself out." Without another word, Lily grabbed Rose's hand and pulled her down the hall. "I shall count every second until you return to me, my dear Rose," the Duke called as he walked out the door. His words sent a chill down Rose's spine. She could not explain why, but his last statement made her more uneasy than anything he had ever said or done. Once they were out of sight of the entryway, Rose turned to Lily. "That was impressive," she said, looking at her sister in awe. "I have never heard you speak to anyone that way." Lily shrugged. "That man is not anyone," she said. "He is a pompous, pretentious excuse for a gentleman." Rose laughed. "You certainly are right about that," she said. "But what more do we need to do to be ready to leave for Harry's estate?" Lily shook her head, smiling impishly. "Nothing," she said. "I merely wanted to give Lord Sinclair plenty of time to leave before us." "That was a very good idea," she said, nodding. She then tilted her head and smiled at her sister. "When did you get so bold and wise?" Lily shrugged, blushing. "Love can do amazing things, I suppose," she said. Rose nodded again, thinking about how wonderful Ernest had made her feel, and how badly he had broken her heart. "It certainly can," she said. A short while later, Lily and Rose at last departed for Harry's estate. Rose's thoughts turned quickly from the unnerving encounter with Lord Sinclair to her discomfort at seeing Ernest again. She prayed that he would simply let her be, and not try again to explain himself to her or ask her to forgive him. Though she could not deny her feelings for him, she also could not ignore the pain he had caused her. Suddenly, the carriage jolted, tossing Rose and Lily off their seats. They looked at each other, eyes wide, as they felt one of the wheels rattle its way off the axle, and the bare rod begin dragging along the ground with a loud, grinding noise. Lily reached for her sister, but was thrown back against her seat as the coach driver struggled to regain control of the horses. Rose's heart pounded in her chest, and she sat frozen, certain that they would meet their end. She could think of nothing else but to close her eyes and begin praying. After several of the longest moments of her life, Rose felt the carriage come to a loud, unsteady stop. She slowly opened her eyes, holding her breath as she looked at her sister. Lily was clutching onto the side of the coach, her eyes closed and her lips moving silently. Rose reached over and took her sister's trembling hands in her own. Lily's eyes flew open, and when she saw that the carriage was no longer moving and that they were still alive, she choked out a sob and flew into Rose's arms. "It is all right, Lily," she murmured, stroking her younger sister's hair. "We are all right now." As she comforted Lily, Rose tried to decide what to do. It could be hours before Harry came looking for them, and they had no one and nothing to help them fix the broken wheel, since they were stranded between a village and Harry's estate. Rose did her best to swallow the panic that was rising in her throat. She tried to calm herself by thinking about how long it might take them to walk to Lord Wilson's estate. Just then, Rose heard another carriage approaching. She looked up to see it coming to a stop just ahead of their wrecked coach. Her heart sank when she saw its passenger. Ernest stepped out of the newly arrived carriage, surveying the damage to theirs. She tried to look away, but she was not quick enough. Ernest moved his gaze to the coach's passengers, and their eyes met briefly. When he realised that it was she and Lily inside, his face paled and he rushed to the window. "Are you all right?" he asked, his voice urgent and frightened, pulling on the door to retrieve the women. Rose cleared her throat and held up her head. "We are fine," she said sharply. "The carriage is the only thing damaged." Ernest studied their faces for a moment. At last, he seemed satisfied that they were uninjured, and he began to relax. Rose felt a tug at her heart as she realised he thought they might have been badly hurt. The tug intensified when it occurred to her that he had stopped to help a perfect stranger, as he did not immediately know that she and Lily were the passengers. She shook away the sentimental thoughts. She was still angry with him, no matter how much she missed him, and she would not let herself soften so easily. "Were you two headed to Harry's estate?" he asked. "Yes," Lily said, her voice trembling and eyes full of tears. Ernest pulled his handkerchief from his pocket and tucked it into Lily's shaking hands with a warm smile. She nodded her thanks, then dabbed at her eyes. Once more, Rose felt a rush of warmth at his kind gestures, but she averted her gaze to keep from meeting his eyes again. "You may travel with me if you wish," he offered. "There is little we can do for your carriage just now, but Harry can probably send someone to get it fixed up during our visit." Rose opened her mouth to protest and tell him that they would just walk home and return later. Lily, however, smiled sweetly at him. "That would be wonderful, Mr. Colborne," she said. "You are too kind." Ernest blushed and shook his head. "I am happy to help, Lady Lily," he said softly. He tried to make eye contact with Rose as the women exited the broken carriage, but Rose would not allow it. She was having a hard enough time with her grief, and she could not make it worse by focusing too much on him. The rest of the trip to Lord Wilson's estate was silent and awkward. She was grateful to Ernest for offering his assistance, but she could not bring herself to even thank him. She felt sure that if she allowed herself to speak even a few words to him, she would give in and forgive his transgressions. She simply was not ready to do that just yet. When the carriage pulled to a stop in front of Lord Wilson's mansion, Ernest exited first to help the ladies disembark. Lily accepted his help gratefully, and Rose felt her anger return. Even though her legs were still trembling from the shock of the wreck, she felt that she owed Ernest more than enough. She did not wish to be indebted to him any further. When it was her turn to exit the coach, Ernest held out his hand to her. She waved it away dismissively, without a word. However, as her foot touched the step, the hem of her dress ended up under her foot, and she slipped. Her heart leapt up into her throat as she saw the ground rushing up to meet her. Then, suddenly, there was a pair of strong arms around her, and she was being slowly lowered to the ground outside of the carriage. She looked up into Ernest's wide eyes and concerned, flushed face. For a moment, all her pain and anger evaporated. All the lies and unpleasantness were forgotten. As it had once been between the two of them, nothing in the world existed or mattered. She put her hand on his arm and gave him a small smile. "Thank you," she whispered. Ernest smiled uncertainly. "You are most welcome," he said, his voice low and unsteady. Just then, Lily cleared her throat, bringing reality rushing back. She pulled herself from Ernest's arms, smoothing her dress and turning away from him once more. As they walked to the door, Rose thought about the attraction and affection she had felt while in Ernest's arms. Though those feelings were undeniable, she knew they changed nothing. "Don't be such a fool," she chastised herself. Things could never go back to the way they were, even if that was all she wanted more than anything in the world. Chapter 27. Ernest followed Rose and Lily into Harry's mansion. He was waiting at the door and immediately scooped Lily up by the waist and twirled her around. Ernest looked away, his heart aching as Lily and Harry laughed. From the corner of his eye, he could see that Rose averted her gaze too. He wanted to say something to get her to talk to him again, but his stomach was in knots and his heart was pounding through his chest. Instead, he fell behind the rest of the group, walking with them to the drawing room in silence. Lily and Harry chatted away with great enthusiasm as the servants brought in tea and cakes. Ernest stared at his hands in his lap, not touching the treats, wishing he had not allowed Harry to convince him to come. He wanted to support his friend, but being in the same room with Rose and the resulting tension was making him feel ill. But he could not just sit there and let the opportunity to talk with her pass. He forced himself to look up from his lap and smile at Rose. "How are you?" he asked, cursing himself for asking such a silly question. Rose looked at him with cold, disinterested eyes. "I am well," she said. Ernest nodded. He was not sure what he had expected, but her demeanour only added to his discomfort. "I am glad," he said. "Have you written any new poetry?" "No," she said with a curt shake of her head. Ernest winced. "Is this really the best I can do?" he thought. Harry seemed to sense his friend's struggle. He put on his most charming smile and looked at Rose. "I'm very glad you decided to come with Lily," he said. "It is wonderful to see you both." Rose softened, but only marginally. "Thank you for inviting me, my lord," she said. Harry smiled again, glancing at Ernest as though trying to urge him to continue speaking. Ernest swallowed and gave Rose a smile that felt like a grimace. "Would you like to go for a walk in the garden?" he asked. Rose shook her head brusquely. "No, thank you," she said, as Ernest sighed, biting his lip to keep it from trembling. What made him think that she would wish to be alone with him, when she would hardly speak more than one word at a time in front of others? Before he could attempt speaking to her again, or fleeing the estate and not looking back, there was a loud commotion from the entryway. The foursome looked at each other with alarm. Harry gestured for Ernest to follow him as he dashed out the drawing-room door. Ernest followed his friend dutifully, startled and confused. The ladies walked behind the men, clinging to each other. They were greeted by a flustered butler. He was wringing his hands and glancing over his shoulder. "Forgive me, my lord," he said. "I tried to keep him out, but he pushed his way inside." "Who?" Harry asked, moving around the butler. Everyone froze in their tracks when they saw who was there. "Rose, darling," Lord Sinclair slurred, striding towards them, his eyes wide and his hair dishevelled. His clothes also appeared dusty, and there was a tear in the sleeve of his shirt. Ernest looked at Rose, whose face turned very red, rather quickly. For the first time since Lord Shelton's lunch, she looked at Ernest, and he could see the discomfort and wariness in her eyes. "Lord Sinclair," she said, "what are you doing here?" The Duke looked at her as though she were the one behaving madly. "I came to fetch you," he said simply. Ernest watched the exchange with a sinking heart. Were they courting now? Had she come to develop feelings for Lord Sinclair? Ernest looked away, swallowing a wave of nausea at the thought. While he would not blame her for allowing another man to court her, he had certainly hoped that she would choose anyone but Lord Sinclair. There was something very off about the man, and he hoped that Rose would know that she deserved much better. "I told you that I would be busy today," she said. and it is highly inappropriate for you to barge uninvited into someone else's home. Lord Sinclair looked at her blandly. It is perfectly acceptable if the owner of the home is currently in possession of something that belongs to the person, he said. Ernest felt his blood begin to boil. Not only was the man rude, but he was talking to and about Rose as though she was a material possession. He opened his mouth to defend Rose, but she spoke quickly before he had the chance. I suppose in some situations that might be true, she said, the bitterness very apparent in her voice. But Lord Wilson does not have anything that belongs to you. He is in the company of his friends, none of whom belong to anyone. The Duke laughed. Oh, my dear, he said, shaking his head as though she was an amusing child. Come, we will be late for our lunch plans if we do not hurry. Rose put her hands on her hips and glared at the Duke. I will not leave a previous engagement simply because you wish it, she said. Lord Sinclair snorted. After everything I have done to keep you from coming here in the first place, you will do as I ask this instant, he said. Rose looked at him, frowning. What do you mean? She asked. The Duke looked at his nails. It would be a dismissive gesture if his expression was not one of complete madness. I tampered with the carriage so that the wheel would break on your way here, he said. Ernest balled his hands into fists, trembling with anger. He could not believe that the man would endanger Rose and Lily so, or that he would so casually admit to it. Rose seemed to be as surprised as Ernest was mad. Why on earth would you do something like that? She gasped. Lord Sinclair laughed. Ernest thought it was intended to sound hearty, but it was a sinister, almost maniacal sound. Because you should not be here fraternizing with him, he said, giving Ernest a snide sideways glance. You must not risk tarnishing your reputation by keeping such unsavoury company. Rose stared at him, her mouth agape. Ernest put his still balled hands behind his back to prevent himself from grabbing the man and putting him out of Harry's home himself. He took a step toward Rose, hoping to offer her some comfort, but she moved away. Lord Sinclair looked at him, smiling smugly. With his wide, madness-filled eyes, he looked evil and malicious. You would do well not to move any closer to my lady, he said. Ernest's heart squeezed at his words. He prayed that what he said was not true. Lord Sinclair, I am not yours, Rose said, and you cannot continue trying to tell me what to do. Ernest exhaled a deep sigh of relief, grateful that she was not, in fact, being courted by the horrid Duke. His silent rejoicing was short-lived, however, as the Duke's face twisted into a dark, menacing scowl. He took a step toward Rose, and Ernest moved instinctively toward him, preparing to forcibly remove him if he tried to harm her. When the Duke reached for Rose, she took an unconscious step toward Ernest, who put his arm between her and the madman. She has told you that she does not wish to leave, he said. I do believe that it is time for you to do so. However, Lord Sinclair turned to look at him, his lip curling. Before he could speak, however, Rose took another step towards Ernest. Thank you, she said, her voice warm but firm. But I have this under control. Ernest looked at Rose, who gave him a small smile before averting her gaze. The Duke laughed. Yes, he said, this is a matter between the two of us. Someone like you really has no place in it. Ernest closed his fists again, biting his tongue to keep from putting the man in his place. Lord Sinclair, Rose said firmly, may I have a word with you in private? The Duke slowly turned his gaze from Ernest to Rose. He looked at her for a moment, seeming to try to discern her intentions. Of course, my dear, he said at last. Rose gave Ernest a nod. Please, excuse me, she said. Then she turned and led the Duke toward the front door, just out of earshot. Ernest tried not to stare as the two walked away. Lord Sinclair was an insufferable man, and Ernest was still furious at the way he had been speaking to Rose. He was glad that she was not being courted by him, as Lord Sinclair seemed to want everyone to believe. But between the things he said to Rose and knowing that he had been the reason why the carriage wrecked, Ernest could not help fearing that he might hurt her if she continued to argue with him about leaving. He began pacing, desperately wishing that he could be with Rose to protect her and make the awful Duke leave. He vowed that, if Lord Sinclair did anything that threatened Rose, he would intervene. He bit his lip, praying that it would not come to that, and that the man would tire of arguing and leave. Chapter 28. Rose glared at Lord Sinclair, trembling with embarrassment and anger. She struggled to stifle her intense emotions to keep from raising her voice. "I do not know what you were thinking coming here in such a state," she hissed, "and I cannot even begin to guess why you would endanger the life of the woman you claim to love by tampering with her carriage. You must leave at once." The maddened Duke staggered towards her with his arms outstretched, but Rose took a step backwards, causing him to nearly fall on his face onto the floor. "I shall not leave here without you," he said. Rose snorted. "I have no intention of leaving with you," she said. "I will be staying right here." Lord Sinclair chuckled. "If you will not come willingly, I will carry you," he said. Rose stared at him incredulously, yet she did not doubt his words. He had caused an accident that could have seriously injured her and her sister, and he had barged into another Duke's home uninvited and drunk. "You will do no such thing," she said, her anger rising, "and you will not presume to tell me what to do." Arthur chuckled again. "But I will, my dear," he said, "and you must comply. You are mine, and you shall do as I say." Rose laughed aloud. She could not believe what she was hearing. His arrogance knew no bounds, it seemed. But neither did her pride. "I belong to no one," she said. "And if I did, it would be Ernest," she thought, biting her lip to keep from saying so aloud. "Oh, but you do," he said. He reached for her again, this time grabbing hold of her sleeve. Once more she pulled away, but his grip held briefly. She grabbed his hand and pulled it off her dress. "My lord," she said, looking at him firmly, "I understand that I agreed to let you call on me, but that does not make me your property, and if that is what courtship is to you, then I want nothing of it." Arthur huffed in exasperation. He straightened himself and began pacing on clearly unsteady legs. "You do not mean that, dear Rose," he said. "You belong with me. You must choose me." He put his hands in his hair and began tugging at it, his eyes turning wild and agitated rather than cloudy and unfocused. "You are mine. You were meant to be mine. I want you, and I shall have you, and you will not refuse me." Rose stepped back slowly, her anger slowly giving way to fear. "He is completely mad," she thought. "I am not some possession you can claim or control," she said, determined to stand firm. "And I am perfectly capable of making up my own mind. I do not need you doing it for me." The Duke chuckled. "I know what is best for you," he said, "and what is best for you is to get out of here and away from that peasant. That peasant has more class in one of his fingers than you seem to have in your entire body," she hissed. "What makes you think that I wish to be with someone who behaves as you do?" Arthur stopped pacing and approached Rose quickly. He took hold of her arm and squeezed a bit harder than she felt was necessary. "I have a title," he said, "and I have money. I have plenty of class. I socialise with the most prominent circle in the ton, and any woman would consider herself more than lucky to be courting me." Rose bit down hard on her lip to suppress a laugh. "I am sure that many women would agree with you," she said, her voice patronising, "but I am a woman who values kindness and respect, and you seem to possess neither." Arthur began squeezing her arm harder, his eyes burning with his rising anger. "That is not true, he said. You will be mine. You must be mine. You must choose me. Rose tried to pull her arm away from him, but her tugging only added to the discomfort. Let me go, she insisted. You are hurting me. Arthur did not release her arm, however. His eyes glassed over, as though he was looking through her, rather than at her. Must be mine, he said. It was meant to be, Rose. Meant to be. You must choose me. No other choice. Rose stared in stunned horror as he continued ranting. For the first time, she wondered if he was, in fact, intoxicated, or if he was truly, sincerely mad. Either way, she was becoming more afraid by the moment, and she desperately wished that she had not told Ernest to leave her alone with Lord Sinclair. It was clear that he was capable of anything, and that his aggression was intensifying. With that revelation, Rose quickly decided to try a different approach. She put her free hand on top of the one with which he was squeezing her arm and patted it gently. When he at last looked into her eyes again, she gave him the warmest smile that she could muster. Lord Sinclair, you are not well, she said, her voice as soft and gentle as she could make it. I am concerned about your mental health. Perhaps you should return home and get some rest. I will come look in on you shortly, if it pleases you. For a moment, Lord Sinclair's face and his grip on her arm relaxed. She did not dare try to pull away from him again while she was still standing so close to him. You will come to see me? He asked, his voice distant and dreamy. Rose nodded fervently. I have him, she thought. Of course I will, she said. The Duke's head moved up slowly, as though he were going to nod. Suddenly, the dreaminess evaporated from his eyes, and his face turned a deep, solid red. His grip on her arm became tighter than ever, and he put his face inches from hers. A small yelp of surprise and pain escaped Rose's lips. No, he growled. You will come with me now, and we will go have our lunch. Rose stared at him, her mind spinning. For a moment, she considered agreeing to leave with him, in the hopes of calming the crazed man down and protecting everyone else from his wrath and madness. But her pride held strong. She refused to allow him to intimidate her into complying with his wishes. She glanced over Lord Sinclair's shoulder and saw Ernest watching the two of them intently. The Duke may not care what sort of scene he made in front of others, but she at least felt secure in the knowledge that Harry and Ernest would stop him if he got completely out of control. You really must leave, she said. Lord Sinclair shook his head slowly, with a sour expression on his face. I am not leaving, he said again. Rose sighed, rubbing her temple. Then I am, she said. I am returning to my sister and our friends, and we are going to continue with our day as we planned. Good day, my lord, she said. Rose tried to step around him. In a flash, however, he had slid himself sideways and was once more blocking her path. She looked up at him and saw that his face was red and that he was trembling. He looked more horrifying and intimidating than ever. It was very clear that he was indeed capable of violence, and Rose's breath caught in her throat. You are not going anywhere near them, the Duke growled. You will stay right here with me. Chapter 29. Ernest watched intently as Rose spoke with Lord Sinclair, straining to hear what he was saying. It was clear that the man was becoming highly agitated, and Ernest was worried for Rose's safety. He could not see her face from where he stood, but her posture and cautious steps away from the Duke told Ernest that she was becoming afraid. He knew that Rose wanted him to let her handle it, but Ernest's anxiety was rising with each minute she spent talking to Lord Sinclair. Ernest watched with increasing horror as the man began to corner Rose against the wall. He could not see the Duke's face, but his posture and movements made Ernest very uneasy. At last, he could take no more. He walked over to where Rose stood arguing with Lord Sinclair and positioned himself between them. You need to leave, Ernest said in his most commanding voice. The Duke uttered a loud maniacal laugh. "Do you presume to force me out?" he asked. Ernest set his jaw and shook his head. "This is not my house," he said, "but I am sure that Lord Wilson would be happy to do the honours." Lord Sinclair glanced over Ernest's shoulder and chuckled. "It would seem that Lord Wilson was wise enough to remove himself from another man's business," he said. Ernest looked back confused and saw that Harry and Lily were no longer standing outside the drawing room. Ernest inhaled sharply. Why would Harry have left him and Rose alone with this deranged man? Determined not to let the Duke see how flustered and lost he felt, Ernest met his gaze firmly. "If Lady Rose has not asked you to join us, that means you are not an invited guest," he said. "To any self-respecting man, that should mean that it is time for you to leave." Lord Sinclair howled with laughter. "You wish to talk to me about self-respect?" he asked. "Tell me, which of us lied to the entirety of the ton about his identity?" He shook his head, still chuckling. "She will never be yours. She belongs to me, and you would do well to understand that and leave us alone." The control that Ernest had been exercising broke at the Duke's words, and he grabbed Lord Sinclair's arm, pulling him away from Rose and toward the door. "Lady Rose can make her own decision," he said. "But one choice you do not have right now is whether you stay or leave." The Duke looked smugly at Ernest and yanked his arm away. "I say again that this is not your house," Lord Sinclair said, glancing around dramatically. "As I am sure you are well aware, that means that you have no authority by which to order me from the premises." "He is my oldest, most trusted friend," said a strong voice from behind Ernest as Harry entered the room. "If he tells you to leave, I trust it is for a very good reason." Lord Sinclair began laughing hysterically once more. Ernest truly did believe the man was mad. "Trusted friend?" he asked. "He is a nobody, a peasant. No duke should ever associate with such a man, let alone trust him. And you are barking mad if you think that I will take orders from a commoner." He spat to emphasize his disdain for the notion, and for a moment, Ernest thought that Harry might raise his fist to the erratic Duke. Instead, he merely moved closer to the man slowly, his jaw set and his eyes blazing. "You, my lord, are behaving like an uneducated commoner," Harry hissed. "No gentleman with any class or status would ever act as you do." Lord Sinclair's face turned red again, and he lunged toward Harry. Just then, however, there was a forceful knock at the door. The butler answered it at once, and 2 constables came rushing swiftly into the hall to where the group stood. One of them gestured to the other to move behind the crazed Duke, while the first man moved deliberately in front of him, making firm eye contact. "Lord Arthur Sinclair," he said loudly. Ernest frowned, wondering at the display, until he saw that the second constable was poised and ready to grab the Duke's wrists, his eyes locked firmly on his partner. The Duke smiled at the constable standing in front of him. "Thank goodness you are here," he said, gesturing to Ernest. "This commoner is making a terrible fuss. He needs to be arrested and taught a lesson about stepping out of his place." The constable exchanged a look with Harry, and Ernest bit his lip to suppress a chuckle. "No, Lord Sinclair," Harry said, speaking slowly in a patronising tone. "I sent for the constables because you are the one making a scene, trespassing on my property and harassing my guests." The Duke looked around, seeming truly aghast. "Me?" he asked. "I am not the low-class garbage who is preventing me from having lunch with my lovely lady." Harry rolled his eyes and shook his head. "And," he continued, as though the Duke had not spoken, "you purposely caused a carriage accident, very nearly injuring everyone inside the coach." Lord Sinclair smiled. "Of course," he said, "I did it to protect Rose. She is in danger of destroying her life with that man. I wanted to keep her from making a terrible mistake." The constables exchanged bewildered looks. "So, you admit to tampering with the carriage?" the first constable asked. The Duke nodded proudly. "I certainly do," he said. "I did it out of love for my lady." The constable looked at his partner, who was still positioned behind the Duke. He gave him a small nod, and the second constable grabbed Lord Sinclair's wrists. "You will be coming with us, my lord," the first constable said. The Duke's face changed from smug to confused, then enraged. "How dare you arrest me?" he asked, trying to look at the constable restraining him. "I am not the criminal here." Harry snorted and opened his mouth to speak. Rose stepped forward towards the first constable. "Is it necessary that Lord Sinclair go to jail?" she asked, looking from the authorities to Harry. "I know that he has behaved terribly, but he is clearly unwell. He needs help, but I do not think that jail is quite appropriate in this situation." The constables looked at each other once more, then at Harry. Harry thought for a moment, then nodded slowly. "Perhaps you're right, Lady Rose," he said. He looked at the first constable. "Can you merely have him removed from the premises and barred from returning?" The constable looked at Harry, Rose, and Ernest. Then he nodded reluctantly. "All right," he said. "We shall escort him off the property. But if he causes any more trouble, we will be forced to put him in jail." Harry nodded. "Thank you," he said. As the constables walked Lord Sinclair to the door, he began raving incoherently. Ernest bit his lip, fearful that he would break free from the authorities and turn his rage on the group. However, the constables got him out of the front door with nothing more than the Duke's mad ramblings. Ernest felt a pang of sympathy for the man. Rose had been right. He clearly was disturbed. He looked at Rose and Harry, feeling refreshed love for both of them because of their compassion and empathy for the crazed man. Once the Duke and the constables were gone, Rose collapsed onto a nearby bench, burying her face in her hands. Lily rushed to her sister, put her arm around her shoulder, and murmured quietly to her. Ernest felt renewed sympathy for Rose, and fresh rage at the deranged nobleman. Lord Sinclair had no right to upset Rose so, or to try to harm her and her sister by tampering with the carriage. Still fueled by his confrontation with Lord Sinclair, and with his heart aching to soothe Rose's distress, Ernest approached her slowly. As he reached the women, Lily looked up at him, giving him a small smile. "Thank you for helping get that horrible man away from Rose," she said. Rose lifted her head. When she saw it was Ernest, she looked away, but not before he saw how tear-streaked her face was. "Yes," she whispered. "Thank you." Ernest nodded and cleared his throat. "It was no trouble at all," he said. "Are you all right?" Rose nodded, wiping at her face with a handkerchief. "I am fine," she said. When Ernest did not walk away immediately, she glanced up at him. "Was there something else?" Ernest cleared his throat again and knelt down in front of her. "I wish to speak to you," he said. Rose choked out a laugh. "This is hardly the time, Ernest," she said. His heart thumped. It was not much, but she had used his given name, rather than addressing him by his surname. He let the matter give him fresh hope. He took her hands in his. They were cold and clammy, and his heart ached. "Please, Rose," he said, his voice trembling. "I can no longer see you so sad. It is tearing me apart. All of this is my fault, and every tear I see on your lovely face breaks my heart more. I am begging you, allow me to explain myself. I promise, if you still wish to never speak to me after, I will disappear from your life for good. But please, let me try to ease some of your pain." After a few moments, Rose looked up at him. She studied his face with tear-filled eyes, and he could see the conflict and hurt in them. She looked to Lily, who was watching the two of them hopefully. Lily nodded at her sister, giving her a reassuring smile. At last, Rose gave Lily a nod of her head. The younger woman's smile broadened, and she rose from her sister's side. She reached out and gave Ernest's arm a brief, comforting squeeze, and then walked over to Harry and slipped her hand into his. Ernest sat softly in the spot Lily had just vacated, still holding Rose's hands. Now that he had her attention, he was unsure of where to start. He felt sure that Lily had tried to tell Rose of Harry's explanation, but Ernest wanted Rose to hear it from him, as she should have in the first place. "I understand that what Harry and I did was foolish," he said. "Lying to you was the worst thing that I could have ever done in the world." Rose held up her hand, but her face was gentle and her eyes were curious, not cold and distant. "I know that it was Harry's idea and why he came up with it," she said, confirming Ernest's theory about Lily telling her the truth. "What I must know now is why you went along with it and why you never told me." Ernest sighed, grateful that she seemed ready to listen to what he had to say. "I went along with everything because Harry was so distressed and desperate to escape the weight and stresses of the dukedom, if only just for a night. It seemed harmless enough, as we planned to return to our own identities immediately following the ball." Ernest bit his lip, determined to give Rose complete honesty. "And I suppose that I loved the idea of not being a lowly landowner who did not belong anywhere for once. At the time, I did not even believe that I deserved to be such close friends with Harry." Ernest hung his head, shaking it sadly. As he spoke the words to her aloud, he realized just how foolish they truly sounded. A gentle pressure on his hands made him look up. Rose was squeezing his hands, a small, sad smile on her face. "Please go on," she said. Ernest felt tears sting his eyes and he nodded. "And regarding why I did not tell you the truth, please believe that I tried," he said. "Many times I pulled you to the side, prepared to tell you everything. I admit it would have been much easier to do so if I had been successful in convincing Harry to tell Lily too, and perhaps I should have tried harder to accomplish that. But each time I tried to tell you, it seemed that we were immediately interrupted." Ernest sighed again, chewing on the corner of his lip to stifle his building emotion. "I understand that that is hardly a valid excuse, and that I should have tried harder. Perhaps I should have even written you a letter, but that felt like such a cowardly way to confess a deception." He spared another glance at Rose, who was watching him intently, thoughtfully. He could not be sure, but he thought that he could see the old adoration with which she once looked at him, slowly beginning to replace the pain. Her tears had dried and her lips were relaxed and no longer trembling. Feeling more encouraged than he had since before Rose learned the truth, Ernest held up his head. He brushed a loose strand of hair out of her face and tucked it behind her ear. "I could sit forever and attempt to make excuses for myself," he said, "but in truth none would truly suffice. I agreed to a silly ruse, I lied to you, and there are no words to express just how sorry I am for all of it. But you really must know that no matter what I said my name was, the man inside here," he paused, pointing to his chest, "has loved you from the moment we met. My feelings were never anything but genuine and true, and they remain just as strong and powerful as they have always been. I love you, Rose, more than anything in the world, and even if you cannot forgive me, know that you deserve all the happiness in the world, not all this heart-breaking sadness you have been feeling because of my foolish actions." Ernest took a deep, shaky breath, feeling some of the weight he had carried for so many days slowly lift from his shoulders. He bit his lip again and looked at Rose, whose eyes had begun to fill with tears again. Ernest winced, fearing that he had made her sad once more. That is, until she reached up and stroked his face. Her touch was so sudden and welcome that he cupped his hand over hers and pressed his cheek deeper into it. He did not realize that some of his own tears had begun to fall until she wiped one away with her palm. "Oh, Ernest," she said after several moments, "I cannot even imagine what kind of hard life you must have had to make you feel that you ever needed to lie about your identity. You are a wonderful man, the best I have ever met, in fact, and you should never be made to feel ashamed of yourself." Ernest's heart began to swell, and he looked at Rose, now full of hope and joy. "Does this mean—" he began. Rose laughed and nodded, her own eyes sparkling once more with happiness. "Yes," she said, "I understand fully now why you did what you did, and that you truly did try to tell me. And I forgive you." Ernest began to laugh with Rose. He leapt from his seat and pulled her to her feet so that he could take her by the waist and twirl her around. From behind them, he heard Harry and Lily cheer and clap, but for the moment, he ignored them. "Oh, Rose," he said, looking at her with burning affection, "I love you." Rose smiled sweetly up at him. "I love you too," she said. Chapter 30. "Oh, Rose," Lily said, throwing her arms around her sister as they walked through the entryway of their home. "I told you that everything would be all right," she said. Rose smiled brightly. "You certainly did," she said, "and you were right." Lily squealed and hugged her sister again. Rose laughed. "Now, please, release me before you suffocate me," she said. "What is all this?" the Baroness asked, coming down the stairs and smiling at her daughters. "Rose and Ernest have made up," Lily gushed. Rose laughed. "Thank you for sharing your news, Rose," she teased her sister. Lily blushed. "I am sorry," she said. "I am just so happy for you that I could not help myself." Rose squeezed her sister's arm. "It is all right," she said. The Baroness put her hand over her mouth. "Is it true?" she asked. Rose nodded, blushing again. "It is, Mother," she said. The Baroness clapped and hugged her daughters. "I am so happy," she said, kissing each of them on the cheek. "For both of you." She looked at Rose. "And thank goodness. That means we have seen the last of that horrible Arthur Sinclair." Rose gasped. After all the excitement with Ernest, she had almost forgotten the Duke's terrible actions. Briefly, she explained to her mother everything that had transpired after they left for Harry's estate. The Baroness looked aghast, putting her hand over her heart. "I knew he was not a good man," she said when Rose was finished, "but I never suspected that he was capable of something so atrocious." "But Ernest and Harry were very brave and protective," Lily said dreamily. The Baroness smiled widely at her daughters. "Well, I am glad they were there to take care of you two," she said. "You both have certainly found terrific men." Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. In the following days, Rose recovered from Lord Sinclair's insanity. She had initially feared that she would find him waiting for her when they returned from Harry's estate, but fortunately, he had not been there. She secretly hoped that the police had escorted Lord Sinclair to a doctor or an asylum, and that she would never have to see him again. She also relished in the knowledge that she and Ernest had made up. It felt so good to forgive him, and she was glad to have left behind the anger and sorrow she had experienced for so many days. She felt terrible for having refused to listen to him at first, but she was grateful that she had finally decided to do so. He had told her that, as Lily had said, the identity switch had been all Harry's idea, and Ernest had also explained why he had wished to swap places with Harry. Frankly, Harry seemed a bit immature to Rose, but she could not help smiling at the thought. Perhaps he was a little immature, but her sister was as well, and it made them perfect for each other. Maybe it wasn't even so much immaturity as it was a childlike ability to love life and appreciate simple joys. Rose found that she had forgiven Harry too, as immature as his scheme had been. She listened well to what Ernest had told her, and she understood that Harry had simply felt pressured by his sense of duty and the weight his title brought. While the way he had handled it had been a bit childish, there had been no malice in the facade. And truthfully, if Rose and Lily had met Harry and Ernest at another ball, after their evening of trading places. It would have been a story they told the ladies that likely would have made them laugh. In any case, Rose and Lily were both happy once more, and Rose could not have asked for anything else. Ernest and I will need to keep an eye on Lily and Harry to prevent them from creating a catastrophe, she thought with a giggle. One night, just as Rose had finished dressing for bed, Lily knocked on her door. She was leading a maid, who held a tray with lots of cakes and 2 bottles of champagne. "I cannot sleep," Lily said, her eyes sparkling with pure joy. "Would you like to stay up for a while with me?" "I am sure that you have not even put your head on your pillow yet," Rose teased her, even though she shared her sister's glee and was not feeling particularly sleepy herself. Lily shrugged. "Call it intuition," she said, smiling impishly. The maid placed the tray on Rose's bedside table, and she and Lily helped themselves to the treats and made themselves comfortable sitting on the floor, as they used to do when they were young children. Lily raised her glass to Rose, and, with a laugh, she did the same. "To a wonderful future with the 2 most amazing men in all of London," Lily said, her voice overflowing with joy. Rose touched her glass to her sisters, smiling warmly. "To the 2 most interesting, loving men we will ever know," she said. "Though, you do know that Ernest has not yet proposed." Lily waved her hand dismissively. "Dear sister, you have only recently forgiven him," she said. "It is very clear that he wishes to marry you." Rose nodded, recalling how her heart had pounded in her chest as he begged for her forgiveness and professed his love. She bit her lip as she imagined him asking for her hand in marriage, and she felt her cheeks burning. "Is it wrong of me to be so excited about that prospect?" she asked. Lily laughed and shook her head. "Not at all," she said, "though I dare say that you sound a lot like me now." Rose blushed, but she laughed along with her sister. "I must admit that I feel much like you," she said. "I told you that there was something to be said for hopes and dreams of romance," Lily said, holding up her head proudly. "And I told you that there was something to be said for gentlemen with titles," Rose said, looking at her with playful smugness. Lily nodded. "Yes, but Ernest has no title," she reminded her sister. Rose shrugged. "And what do you know, you were right," she said. "Ernest loves me with a purity that no man with any amount of wealth or status ever could. And I love him exactly as he is." Lily smiled, her eyes filling with tears of happiness. "Oh, Rose," she said, hugging her sister, "that is the most beautiful thing I have ever heard." Rose giggled, her own eyes filling with joyful tears. "Perhaps now my terrible poetry will begin to improve," she said. She and her sister both laughed. The night passed joyfully as they laughed and ate and drank. Rose fell asleep that night feeling blissful and full, and she wondered if she could ever be happier than she was right then. The next morning, she was startled to see her entire family gathered at the bottom of the stairs, looking up at her expectantly. Her heart fell into her stomach as her first thoughts went to Lord Sinclair. "What is it?" she asked, trying to hide her rising alarm. The Baron stepped forward, taking his daughter's hands and kissing her on the cheek. "Good morning, darling," he said. "It would seem as though you have a carriage waiting for you. It arrived just moments ago." Rose felt the colour drain from her face. "A carriage?" she asked. "This early?" Her mother nodded, stroking her cheek. "Make yourself ready, my dear," she said. "You must not keep your caller waiting." Rose stared at her parents in disbelief. "But what if Lord Sinclair is behind this?" she asked. "Should I really just get in a strange, unannounced carriage?" Her parents and sister exchanged strange, conspiratorial looks. Then they looked back at Rose, smiling sweetly. "I assure you that this has nothing to do with that horrible man," Lily said, taking her sister's hand. Before Rose could ask any more questions, Lily began dragging her up the stairs, calling for Rose's maid as they went. The 3 women entered the bedroom, and Lily marched straight to her sister's wardrobe. She began rifling through it, pulling out dresses, examining them, and then putting them back. Rose stared at her sister, dumbfounded. "Will you please explain what is going on?" she asked. Lily finally selected a pale green gown, embroidered with gold, and dark green, with flowing ribbons around the waist. She handed it to the maid and sat down in a chair in front of Rose. Lily smiled widely. "A carriage arrived for you this morning," she said simply, "and now we are preparing you to get in it. What more do you need to know?" Rose bit her lip, her heart beating. "I think we should ensure that it is not Lord Sinclair," she said. Lily nodded thoughtfully. "Well," she said after a moment, "I believe that if it was him, he would have arrived himself raving like a lunatic. So, you really should not worry yourself, dear sister." Rose nodded. Lily made a good point, but the whole thing still made Rose nervous. What was happening? And how could everyone be so sure that it was not Lord Sinclair's doing? Within minutes, the maid had her dressed. Lily dragged her back down the stairs, and Rose could not help but laugh. She walked with her sister to the front door. As she opened it, Lily threw her arms around Rose's neck. "I love you," Lily said, her voice excited and childlike. Rose giggled. "I love you too," she said. Lily patted her back and gently pushed her out the door. "Now, go," she said. Rose could not help feeling a bit of anxiety as the carriage travelled along the road. It did not look like one she recognised, and the suddenness of its arrival was strange and unsettling. She trusted that her family would never wittingly send her straight into Lord Sinclair's arms, but she could not think of who else might do such a thing. Ernest was far from spontaneous, and he would call on her or write to her before sending a carriage for her. Wouldn't he? Rose mulled over her thoughts as the coach arrived in town. She looked around, trying to find any indication of where she could be going, but each turn the carriage made only confused her further. After several more minutes, the coach pulled up in front of the theatre and stopped. Rose blinked, hesitating before disembarking. It was too early in the day to be attending the theatre. Had there been some mistake? When the carriage did not begin moving again, Rose exited, her curiosity and anxiety rising. The whole thing was making less sense with every passing moment. With trepidation, she slowly entered the theatre. It was, as she expected, empty. She did not even see signs of any actors or theatre staff. The stage was dimly lit by candles, as always, but the curtain was drawn and still. A chill ran up Rose's spine, and for a moment, she considered fleeing and returning home. Suddenly, the curtain began to pull back. Behind it, the stage was more brightly lit, with fresh candles burning as one might expect. As Rose's eyes adjusted, she could see an orchestra sitting like statues, with their instruments poised in playing position. Rose's brow furrowed as she looked over the small group of faces. Then, her heart stopped. Standing in front of the musicians was Ernest. He was dressed in a fresh, crisp suit, with his hands clasped up behind his back. She continued approaching slowly, her eyes meeting his as she did so. He gave her a charming smile and bowed deeply as she reached the stage. "All the world's a stitchy, and all the men and women merely players," he said, his voice strong and robust. Rose smiled widely. "Shakespeare," she said. "That is a very nice quote." Ernest bowed again, his smile widening. "Thank you, my lady," he said. Rose giggled as she watched him move and speak as though he were an actor. She found it endearing, and she had to admit that he was quite good. Then his face grew more serious. He looked at her with deep, affectionate intensity. "Rose," he said, his voice quieter but still confident, "will you please join me here on the stage?" As she moved to the stage steps, the orchestra began playing softly. The musicians were wonderful, and Rose felt a delighted chill come over her as she ascended the steps. When her feet were on the stage floor, Ernest beckoned to her to join him where he stood with his hands outstretched. she complied, looking at him with curiosity and giddiness. "What is all this?" she asked. Ernest took her hands and squeezed them gently. Then he knelt in front of her on one knee. "Rose," he said, "I love you more than any man has ever loved a woman. Will you do me the honour of accompanying me in this life as my wife?" She gasped, putting her hand over her mouth, tears of joy filling her eyes. A squeal from the auditorium pulled her attention away from Ernest's face. She looked into the rows of seats and she gasped. There sat Lily, Harry, her mother and father, and Lord Howley. They had slipped in at some point without her hearing them. Her heart swelled with happiness and she turned back to Ernest. "Oh, yes," she said, laughing with sheer bliss. "Yes, I will." Ernest's smile stretched until Rose thought it might actually touch his ears. He rose from the ground and took her into his arms, kissing her sweetly. From below them, the small group of their loved ones erupted into applause. Moments later, everyone had joined them on the stage, exchanging congratulations and joyful, tearful embraces. Rose knew in that moment that her life was complete, and she said a silent prayer of gratitude. Epilogue. "I believe that this calls for a celebration," the Baron said, hugging his eldest daughter for the third time. "Let us all go to the little tea house just up the street." Everyone erupted in more cheers and murmurs of enthusiastic agreement. Rose looked at her father, smiling. "That sounds wonderful, Father," she said. The group made their way out of the theatre and onto the street, still chattering excitedly. Ernest slipped his hand around hers as they walked, and she smiled dotingly up at him. "Oh, Ernest," she said, still bursting with joy. "That was such a beautiful proposal." Ernest blushed and squeezed her hand gently. "Nothing could ever surpass the beauty of my Rose," he murmured. Rose's heart fluttered and she felt heat spread across her face. "Perhaps you should be the poet," she teased. Ernest laughed. "The closest I come to being a poet is quoting the great work of others," he said. They both laughed. The tea house was moderately crowded and abuzz with a pleasant light atmosphere, as though everyone there had already caught the infectious excitement from their group. As they enjoyed their treats, Rose looked at the faces of everyone dear to her, and she felt full to the seams with joy and love. It occurred to her again that her sister had been right. Happiness did not come from a title or wealth. It came from having a man who adored you and a family who loved and supported you. Just then, Lily met her gaze. She winked at her elder sister and smiled. "I love you," she mouthed, so as not to disturb the jubilant conversations buzzing around them. Rose returned her sister's smile. "I love you too," she whispered back. When they finished their tea, the group decided to spend the evening at the Seton Manor. The enthusiasm seemed to be in endless supply, and each couple spent copious amounts of time looking at one another with great love and affection. The servants brought in champagne and brandy, and everyone talked and laughed while sipping their drinks. A few times, Rose glanced over at her parents and saw them sitting huddled together, the Baron's arm around his wife's shoulders, looking at their daughters with endless pride and joy. Rose looked at them fondly, aware that she had, in fact, found someone who loved her, and whom she loved, every bit as much as her parents loved one another. Lily rose, tapping her champagne flute to get everyone's attention. Once everyone was quiet, Lily smiled. "First of all, I would like to say a formal congratulations to Rose and Ernest," she said, looking impishly at the couple. Rose blushed, and she and Ernest looked at each other fondly, raising their glasses to Lily in acknowledgement. "And second," Lily continued, "I wish to offer an engagement gift to the beautiful couple. If it pleases everyone, I wish to play some music. Just for them. I have a few pieces I have been practicing, and I wish to play them for everyone for the first time in honour of the newly betrothed couple." The Baron, Baroness, and Harry nodded in enthusiastic agreement. Rose and Ernest looked at each other, both of them beaming. "That is very sweet of you, my lady," Ernest said, rising to take his future sister-in-law's hand and bowing. "It would be an honour to hear your kind, thoughtful gift." Lily clapped her hands, then looked at her sister inquisitively. Rose laughed, enthralled, as always, by her sister's youthful excitement, and she nodded. Lily quickly made her way to the pianoforte. Everyone exchanged looks of warm anticipation as she took her seat at the bench and shuffled through the music sheets, resting atop the grand instrument. Ernest walked back over to Rose, resting his hand on her shoulder. She reached up and put her hand over his, smiling up at him brightly. He looked down at her, his adoration mirroring her own. As Lily began playing her first piece, Ernest extended his hand to Rose. "Would you care to dance with me, my dear?" he asked. Rose grinned up at him. "I would love to," she said, taking his outstretched hand. As they moved to the open space between the seats and the pianoforte in the middle of the drawing room, Lily nodded enthusiastically as she continued playing. Ernest placed one hand gently on Rose's waist and took her hand in the other. Rose blushed and bit her lip as they began a relaxed, leisurely waltz. For several moments, she danced and stared up into Ernest's handsome, loving face in the comfortable silence. "You know," Ernest said, his voice mischievous and low, "I never got the chance to challenge you to a rematch of our chess game." Rose laughed, throwing her head back with glee. "Oh, you still plan on earning back your title?" she teased. Ernest nodded firmly. "I do believe that, now that I know how you play, I could certainly wrestle back my chess champion reputation," he said. Rose met his sparkling gaze firmly. "All right," she said, "I accept your rematch challenge, but I must warn you that you do not stand much of a chance of beating me." Ernest chuckled heartily. "I shall take what little chance I have," he said, his voice confident. Lily concluded her performance, and everyone applauded. Rose walked over to her sister and enveloped her in a big hug. "Thank you," she said. "That was absolutely beautiful." Lily gently squeezed her sister. "I am so glad you liked it," she said. She released Rose and they rejoined the group together. As Lily sat beside Harry, he took her hands and gently kissed them. Rose smiled fondly, thinking again about how lucky she and her sister were. "You were magnificent," Harry said to Lily. She grinned, her cheeks still flushed with the joy of playing. With Lily's performance finished, Rose took Ernest's hand. She went to the cabinet that contained the chessboard and set up the game, grinning impishly at Ernest. "Are you ready?" she asked. Ernest lifted his head with playful smugness. "As ever, my lady," he said. Rose giggled and proceeded to set up the game. As Lily played another song softly in the background, she and Ernest played 4 sets of chess. To her surprise, Ernest won 2 of the 4. Looking into his eyes as she gathered up the pieces and prepared to put the game away, she could see that her ability to challenge him at his favourite game impressed him. She bit her lip and smiled at him. "You played very well, Mr. Colborne," she said, winking at him. He blushed and took her hand, kissing it. "As did you, my lady," he said. "Thank you," she said then. She looked at her parents. "Oh, isn't it wonderful that Rose and I are engaged at the same time?" The Baroness laughed. "It is wonderful indeed, darling," she said. She glanced at her husband, her eyes sparkling with humour. "It will be a wonder if the 2 of you get married on the same day." Lily ignored her mother's teasing, holding her head up high. "As a matter of fact, I think that would be something straight out of a storybook," she said, sighing dreamily. "I have often thought about how lovely it would be for my sister and best friend to be married on the same day." Rose laughed, remembering her conversations with Lily about that very thing. Harry and Ernest exchanged conspiratorial glances, then looked at the Baron and Baroness, who shrugged almost imperceptibly. Ernest turned to Rose. "Is that something you want as well?" he asked. Rose thought for a moment. Once upon a time, she had thought the idea silly, but she had also thought that marriage was more of a practical union than a romantic one at the time. Now, she found that she enjoyed the thought of making her wedding day as special and romantic as possible. "Yes," she said with a dreamy smile. "I think that would be wonderful." The gentlemen exchanged another glance. Then, simultaneously, they nodded. "Then it shall be done," Harry said. Lily looked at Harry with wide, excited eyes. "Do you mean it?" she asked. Harry nodded, brushing a strand of hair from her eyes. "We do," both Ernest and Harry said in unison. Lily squealed and threw her arms around Harry. Then she turned to Rose and did the same. "Oh, this will be fantastic," Lily gushed. Rose laughed, returning her sister's giddy embrace with glee. "It certainly will," she said. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The next day, Rose and Lily began their wedding plans. Rose woke early and dressed quickly, knowing well that her sister would be ready and anxious to get started. As she descended the stairs, however, it was not just Lily waiting for her at the bottom. Her sister stood there with the sleepy-looking Baroness. Rose tilted her head in confusion. "Good morning, Mother," she said, giving her a gentle kiss on her cheek. The Baroness hid a yawn behind her hand and returned her daughter's kiss. "Good morning, dear," she said. "Your sister woke me, pleading with me to go into town with you girls." Rose rolled her eyes and smiled affectionately at Lily. "You are an absolute mess," she said with a laugh. The Baroness smiled sleepily. "It is all right," she said. "I do not want to miss a moment of the planning and preparing for my daughter's wedding." Lily gave her sister a playfully smug look and Rose laughed. The day was full of shopping, placing orders, picking out their wedding dress fabrics and patterns, and making arrangements. The wedding was to be held at Harry's estate in 3 weeks' time. Rose let herself get swept up in her sister's excitement, feeling as though she floated from shop to shop rather than walking. Even their mother seemed to be beside herself with joy, and Rose thought that she might be reliving her own wedding planning as much as she was enjoying witnessing her daughters plan theirs. In the following days, Rose realised just how much energy went into planning a wedding, especially a dual ceremony. She also began missing Ernest a great deal. All the errands and planning left little time for them to see each other. She was thrilled when she returned home from town one day and found a letter from him sitting on the desk in the library. She read it quickly, then raced down the hall to the drawing room where her mother and Lily were preparing to have tea, and showed it to them. The men had invited the Setons to join them for tea the following day, to which everyone enthusiastically agreed. The next day, Rose took great care selecting her dress. She wanted to look her best, since it had been so many days since she had seen Ernest. Then she hurried downstairs. After a quick breakfast, the family boarded the carriage and headed into town. They had a couple of shops to visit to finish up some arrangements they had begun earlier that week. Rose anxiously counted the minutes until it was time to meet Harry and Ernest. At last, just before noon, they walked into the tea house. They spotted the men instantly and made their way to their table. Everyone said their greetings, and Rose took her seat by Ernest, with her hand in his. She smiled brightly at him, realising just how much she had missed him. The tea and cakes were served shortly after. As they ate, Rose and Lily told Harry and Ernest all about the wedding plans. The men listened with bemused affection as they spoke, and Rose thought that they looked every bit as excited as she and Lily. Once they were finished, Harry smiled dotingly at Lily. "Do you know how beautiful you are when you are giddy with happiness?" he asked. Lily blushed. "Do you know how handsome you are when you are teasing me?" she retorted. Everyone laughed. Just then, movement from the corner of Rose's eye caught her attention. She looked up and saw a tall, thin man standing with his back to their table, just a few paces away. Her heart leapt into her throat, and she felt the colour drain from her face. Ernest quickly noticed the change in her demeanour and followed her gaze. Harry followed suit shortly after, shifting in his seat to see what had captured their attention. "What is it?" he asked, looking at Rose with concern. In that moment, the man turned around and Rose let out a deep sigh of relief. She looked at Harry, smiling sheepishly. "For a moment, I thought that man was Lord Sinclair," she said. Harry chuckled. "Yes, I can see why you thought that," he said, looking at the man again. "But I can put your mind at ease about that horrid man." Everyone quickly turned their attention to Harry, falling silent. "I have it on good authority that he will never trouble anyone again," he continued. The Baron moved to the edge of his seat. "Oh?" he asked. "What has happened to him?" "He ended up in a place that can handle him appropriately," Harry said. "An asylum," Lily gasped. "Oh, goodness," she said. "Why—" Harry leaned forward, keeping his voice low so that no nearby patrons could hear him. "It seems that he made a scene, not unlike the one he made in my home that day, in another tea house. He approached some young woman and began raving and babbling, much like he used to do with Rose." Rose's eyes widened. She had known that Lord Sinclair was troubled, but it seemed that he truly was completely mad. "Was the woman all right?" Ernest asked. Harry nodded. "She was fine," he said. "A bit shaken, as you might imagine, but he did not physically harm her. Nevertheless, when the constables came, they apparently enlisted the assistance of a physician who deemed him in need of bedlam." The group breathed a collective sigh of relief. Rose shook her head sadly, thinking that the Duke might not have been a bad man, had he not been so deeply disturbed. "It is a pity that things ended that way," she said, "but it is happy news that he will not be able to hurt anyone ever again." Lily nodded firmly. "That is correct," she said. "I think we will all sleep a bit better at night." The Baroness looked at her youngest daughter and smiled. "I think that goes for all of us," she said. "Let us discuss happier things." The Baron raised his teacup. Here," he said. Everyone raised their glasses and touched them together. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The day of the wedding came quickly. Lily and Rose had picked up their dresses the evening before, and they dressed together in Lily's bedroom. The maids worked tirelessly to help the girls look perfect. They were just finishing up their hair when their mother knocked gently on Lily's door. She entered the room and gasped as she looked at her daughters. "My girls!" she breathed, her eyes filling with tears. "You both look so beautiful." Lily and Rose hugged their mother. Then the Baroness released them and held out her hands. In them, she held two almost identical brooches. "I bought these when you were little girls, and I've been saving them for your wedding day," she said. Rose and Lily smiled at each other and allowed the Baroness to pin the brooches to their dresses. When she was finished, she stepped back and looked at her daughters once more. "I am so proud of both of you," she said, wiping away a tear. "I love you both so dearly." The sisters hugged their mother again. "We love you too, Mother," they said in unison. The Baroness cleared her throat and reluctantly released her daughters. "Are you two ready?" she asked. "It is almost time to leave for Lord Wilson's estate." Rose felt a thrill of excitement rush through her. "I think we are," she said. Lily nodded in agreement. "Well, let us be off," the Baroness said, taking her daughters' hands and leading them down the stairs. The wedding was everything that Rose and Lily had hoped it would be. The weather was warm and the sky was blue and cloudless. Everyone they loved, including Lord Howley, was in attendance. The clergy completed the dual ceremony flawlessly, and everyone cheered when the two couples shared their first kisses as husbands and wives. When the kisses were complete, Lily pulled herself from Harry and threw her arms around Rose. "I can hardly believe it," she squealed. Rose giggled, her heart full and pounding out of her chest. "We are married," she said, enjoying how the words sounded coming from her lips. Lily squealed again and skipped hand in hand with Harry as everyone began filing into the ballroom, where the reception was to be held. Congratulations were exchanged, hugs were shared, and tears of joy were shed. The reception was grand, with a large spread of food and treats and drink, and everyone had a wonderful time. As Rose and Ernest stood discussing their wedding trip, Lord Howley approached them, smiling warmly. He embraced Ernest, then took Rose's hand and kissed it as he bowed. "I cannot tell you how happy I am for the two of you," he said, his voice full of emotion. Ernest smiled fondly at his guardian and clapped him on the shoulder. "Thank you," he said, "for everything." Lord Howley dipped his head, his smile becoming sly and secretive. "The pleasure is mine, my boy," he said, "and that is why I have something very important to say." Rose and Ernest exchanged puzzled looks. "What is it?" Ernest asked. Lord Howley's sneaky smile grew wider. "I wanted to give you something very special for your wedding," he said slowly. "So, I had the paperwork drawn up to name you as my heir." Ernest stared at Lord Howley blankly for a few moments. "Do you mean—" he began. The elderly Duke nodded, beaming brightly. "That is correct," he said. "You will inherit the title of Duke at the time of my passing." Ernest's eyes widened, and Rose watched as they filled with tears. He pulled his guardian into another fierce hug, clapping him on the back as he did so. "Are you certain of your decision?" he asked. "I know nothing of being a duke or of running a duchy." William patted him on the back, smiling fondly. "I will teach you everything you must know, my boy," he said. Ernest shook his head in disbelief. "I do not know what to say," he said. "Say that you accept," Lord Howley said simply. Ernest released the elderly Duke and nodded firmly. "Of course, I accept," he said. "I would be honoured." Lord Howley nodded, satisfied. "Very good," he said. "We shall make everything official with signatures after the reception, if you like." Ernest nodded again. Then he turned to Rose. "I cannot believe it," he said. Rose giggled. She had never seen Ernest so stunned. "I am very happy for you, darling," she said, taking his hand. "Although I rather preferred you without a title." Ernest looked at her distressed, and she bit her lip to suppress another giggle. "Well, it looks like you will spend the rest of your life in disappointment," he teased. Rose laughed and tilted her head up to kiss her husband. "I will always love you, no matter what," she said. Read the next book in the series now.
Scan the QR code or click on the link in the description to read the next book in the series. Share this video with your friend or watch on of the following videos. Subscribe to our channel, like this video, and hit the notification bell to not miss any new audiobooks. Thank you for watching.